Namaskar and a warm welcome to recruiters of our summer internship program and final placements for the year 2024. I welcome you because we all have joined.
Check.
We have an important announcement to make. In line with our commitment to a plastic free leadership summit, there is a drinking water facility located outside the hall. We kindly request everyone to either put their phones on silent or switch them off as we'll begin shortly.
Leadership is about making others better as a result of your presence and making sure that impact lasts in your absence. Good morning, everyone. I, Divyam Agarwal,
And I, Ekta Varliani from PGP Batch 2325 welcome you all to second day of Leadership Summit 2024. Yesterday's session were truly inspiring, setting the tone for what promises to be another day filled with deep dives in the world of leadership. Now, we would like to call upon stage Professor Smriti Pandey, Co-Chairperson Placement, to share the summit highlights.
Thank you, Divyam and Ekta. A very good morning to our distinguished guest, esteemed faculty members, staff, and my dear students. I hope you all are back here with full of energy and enthusiasm for today's session, which will be filled with new learnings. And I hope you all will go out with happiness as well as a lot of desires in your mind. Before we proceed for today's session, I'd like to briefly give a recap of the highlights of the summit so far, and would also like to give you a glimpse of what we have in store for today. Yesterday, that is August 24, 2024, our flagship event commenced with the inaugural session featuring Sri Rupesh Sangvi as chief guest and Ms. Kamolika Gupta Paris as our guest of honor. Both the guests highlighted the importance of taking ownership at every level of the organization, which means understanding the business in full extent and also predicting the industry waves, trends, and driving innovation. They also emphasized on being persistent in the face of challenges because these are crucial for a sustainable growth. We then moved ahead with our panel discussion, and the first panel discussion delved into an intricate theme of journey of self-discovery. The speakers highlighted the importance of spending time with oneself, a rare phenomena these days, developing one's ideology, learning integrity, actionable attitudes, and embracing uncertainties. The second panel focused on unlocking innovative horizons. The panelists of the session emphasized on the challenges like higher expectation from the digital solutions, desire for flexibility, touchless systems, mobility, and increased efficiency. The third panel navigated through an interesting theme of scaling up. The speakers grappled with the ideas of resilience, tackling failure, remaining curious, and also building financial acumen while working or starting your own business. The last panel was with our regional players, and they explored about the utilization of local resources to create differentiators in this competitive market. They displayed immense pride in their state and passion to contribute to the state. Today, we have 3 panel discussions lined up, each highly relevant to the current times. Panel 4, that is the panel which we have just now, will explore the shifting dynamics of technological leadership. Panel 5 will focus on a critical theme of creating shared value when profit meets purpose. Panel 6 will discover the power of networking, something which is very essential for you guys, through the theme of building bridges. And finally, we will end with a valedictory session. I, along with all other attendees here, eagerly anticipate the insightful discussions ahead. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am, for sharing the highlights. Today, we shall delve into the discussions that will explore how leaders can navigate the complexities of today's business environment. Each session is designed to provide you with actionable insights and strategies that you can apply in your leadership journey. Let's start with the first panel discussion, which focuses on a theme that is incredibly relevant in today's digital age: shifting dynamics of technological leadership. As technology continues to evolve at a breakneck pace, the way we lead and manage organizations must also adapt. This panel will delve into how leaders are leveraging technology to drive innovation, transform industries, and stay ahead in the competitive landscape. We now request the panelist and the moderator to join us on the stage. Please welcome them with a huge round of applause.
We are honored to have a distinguished group of experts with us today. Let me take the honor to introduce our esteemed panelists. First, we have Shri Ashish Kapoor, Director of Human Resources at Ernst & Young. With over 18 years of HR experience, Shri Kapoor has made significant contributions to both Indian leadership and global teams at EY. His expertise in talent management, performance management, and transformational leadership, coupled with his passion for inclusion, talent acquisition, and talent engagement, makes him a leader who truly understands the intersection of technology and HR. Sir, we welcome you today.
Next, we have Shri Atnu Roy, President and Group CIO of PI Industries Limited and PI Health Sciences. Shri Roy is a dynamic leader with over 25 years of global experience in digital transformation across various industries, including pharma, automotive, and high tech. He is known for driving digital innovation through AI, IoT, and cloud technologies, making him a pivotal figure in the conversation on technological leadership. Sir, we welcome you to the panel discussion.
Joining them is Shri Sanjay Gopinath, Head of Marketing and Communications at MathWorks. Shri Gopinath brings over 24 years of experience in B2B technology marketing and has a deep understanding of how to align marketing strategies with business goals in the tech space. His work has spanned multiple geographies, and his insights into leader transformative strategies are sure to enrich our discussion today. Sir, we welcome you to the panel discussion.
We are also pleased to introduce Sri Subhradeep Bhattacharya, in charge of product development and transformation at NPCI. With over 18 years of experience, including a significant focus on mobile payments, Sri Bhattacharya has been instrumental in launching groundbreaking products like M-Pesa India. His visionary approach to digital finance solutions and current work on ONDC is reshaping the landscape of digital commerce in India. Sir, we welcome you to the panel discussion.
Next, we have Shri Shushant Mathur, Director of Product Management at Sabre India. With a rich background in developing advanced technology products for B2B enterprise sector, Shri Mathur excels at translating complex customer needs into innovative solutions. His leadership in product development at Sabre Travel Technologies has been transformative, and his insights on product management in the tech industry will be invaluable. Sir, we welcome you today.
Lastly, we are privileged to have Sri Vivek Jyoti, Head of Talent Intelligence for APAC and EMEA at Kimberly Clark. Sri Jyoti has over 15 years of experience in talent acquisition, DEI, and consulting. His work in building high-performing teams and delivering innovative solutions at Kimberly Clark highlights the critical role of talent intelligence in technological leadership. We welcome you to the panel discussion, sir.
Moderating this insightful discussion is our esteemed Professor Deeptiman Banerjee, an associate professor of marketing at Indian Institute of Management, Raipur. With over 2 decades of rich experience, Professor Banerjee brings a unique perspective to this discussion. His extensive corporate experience in customer service and marketing, along with his academic accolades, including the Emerald Literati Award for Outstanding Paper in 2019, positions him perfectly to guide today's conversation. Professor Banerjee's expertise spans consumer behavior, sustainable consumption, online consumer behavior, and innovation management. His commitment to bridging the gap between academia and industry ensures that today's discussion will be both practical and insightful. Sir, we are thrilled to have you moderate this discussion today.
Now we request our esteemed moderator, Professor Banerjee, to felicitate the experts with the bouquet. Shri Ashish Kapoor. Shri Atnu Roy. Shri Sanjay Gopinath. Shri Subhradeep Bhattacharya. Shri Sushant Mathur. Shri Vivek Jyoti. Now I would request Professor Rashmi Shukla, Chairperson Placements, to felicitate our moderator, Professor Banerjee, with the bouquet.
So without further ado, let's dive into this insightful discussion. Professor Banerjee, over to you.
Hi, everyone. Warm welcome to all of you. So good to see so many eager faces. I'm glad to see the warm welcome that we have given to our esteemed panelists. They've come from very far off places, Bangalore, Mumbai, Delhi. They are very busy people. I'm sure at any point of time, they have like 100 tasks on their to-do list waiting to be done. So it means a lot. Guys, thank you so much for taking time and coming over. Right. So I'm going to start with you, Mr. Gopinath. You are the head marketing communications and the accelerator starter programs at MathWorks. Some of you would know the famous MATLAB software. So it's his company who developed and maintains that software, sells the software worldwide. So my question to you is, your business, Mr. Gopinath, is mainly a B2B business, so selling to large clients, not so much to individual consumers. And in fact, in my product management class, I focus a lot on understanding consumer needs. So I would like you to focus, bring the focus. Let's start with the fundamentals. That how, in your experience and you're tailoring products for B2B clients, how do you successfully bring together technology and customer needs that helps MathWorks to continue to be the leader in its segment? It's been a leader for such a long time now.
Thank you, Professor, for the question. And thank you, I am Raipur, for inviting me. It's glad to be here first time in Raipur. So it's a pleasure and privilege to be here. And happy to start with the very fundamental question of understanding the customer, right? I think you are going to do finance, supply chain, marketing, HR. That's where it starts. And I'm very glad that the fundamental, or what we call as the first principles, have remained same from when I studied. Seems like now a century back. And now. So now I'll put a little bit of perspective on how MathWorks, which is a company which makes softwares like MATLAB and Simulink, and I'm sure that many of you have touched MATLAB in your engineering journeys, or will touch it soon, and maybe connect to how technology is being used, and technology has changed how we market in these years. So I recall the first job I had was not in technology field. It was actually selling. Yesterday, there were a lot of panelists talking about steel, and I was relating to that. It was selling steel. And then it was selling steel to a community which you may not see as your customer, to the fisherman community. And I was pretty young, out of Management Institute. You all will do it this year or next year. Very eager to do strategy and all this analysis. I was like that only, like many of you are thinking that you do. So I was in this remote place where I knew the local language. So that was my advantage, a remote language. And I had a visit from my general manager from, I think it was from Bangalore. He came down there. And so I told you, right, we are selling it to the fishermen. So fishermen use the product. So then we were talking, and then said, hey, let's go on into a boat. So I said, like, I mean, I was surprised to say, hey, so should we get onto a boat? And you're sure? And he was pretty senior at that time. So yes, we need to get onto the boat and understand how the customer uses the boat. And we got onto a boat, short trip, but there, the knowledge that you get by that one instance of being with the customer and understanding the customer is tremendous. It's tremendous. So I think if one learning which I had from that particular instance, and which I keep close to me right now, and I'm sure all my panelists will agree, is to be with the customer, experience him, rather than, okay, you can learn from the market research reports, but if you got an opportunity to go and meet the customer, be with him or her, and experience what he or she is going through, that is a fantastic experience. And that has not changed. So what has changed? What has changed in all these years, be it from last 50 years or 25 years, is how technology has enabled understanding this customer. So earlier, just recall, I'm sure that you can speak with your parents or probably grandfathers who have bought a car or something for that matter. They would have probably, at that point of time, the choices were also limited. They would have probably called a dealer and then figured out, hey, I want to buy this Maruti car. What is the price? And then can I come over? Can I do a test ride and all those? I can bet that none of us do that right now. We call it the purchase journeys, right? When you decide that you need a car to the point where you buy the car, there are journeys after that also, but we will limit to that. None of us do that. We actually, what do? We go and search for cars. We obviously are inundated with advertisement. Once you say car, and then you start getting all the advertisements of car on your digital medium, the brands know that you are looking for a car and they try to understand you. Earlier, the dealer never knew that you're going to buy a car. Same thing with technology. Whether they're selling a B2B product, MATLAB, Simulink, or anything, this is what is happening. So technology has enabled at a large scale how you can understand the consumer behavior and where exactly in the purchase journey, and I'm sure that you will understand this term. It is about having a decision to buy the car, to the very point you buy the car, the purchase journey, where exactly you are. So if you're searching for the price of the car, then the brands know that you are closer to your purchase decision. Whereas you are searching, okay, cars, EV cars in India. You know that, yeah, you are somewhere probably researching or you're looking at it, but you're very early in the journey. And based on that, and be it MathWorks or any other company, based on that, we give you information. So basically, the control is with the buyer. That is now very clear. Earlier, anybody had to come to the shop to buy it. Now you don't even go to the website to understand about the product. So technology has enabled at a massive scale this understanding of the customer, and MathWorks is another company which does that. I'm sure that all of you have been, when you're buying from Amazon, you know that, okay, this is product, people who have bought this product have bought this. So all of you know that Instagram, classic example of being advertisement target. Hey, how did they know? How did they even know that I was looking for it? So this is how technology is being used. And the third thing which I want to say is a bit of a caveat. So now, we say that Spider-Man said this, that with great power comes great responsibility. I mean, actually, apparently it's not Spider-Man. Spider-Man made it famous, but apparently Winston Churchill apparently said something very similar to that. But essentially, with great power comes great responsibility. And we were having a very good discussion around that at the breakfast table, around usage of data. So now, as people being in finance, marketing, supply chain, or HR, you have access to enormous amount of data. Now, how do you use it with utmost responsibility is very, very important. You have to make sure that the privacy of the customer is safeguarded and it is not used for the purposes which should not be used for. And I'm sure that we all know about the uses of data very rampantly, for unforeseen purposes. So with great power comes great responsibility, and when you pass out of your institution, the access to data will only increase. So one of my last points here is probably to act with responsibility when you have this. Use technology as an enabler, but let technology not dictate what you are trying to do. Yeah, that's probably my answer.
Thank you, Mr. Gopinath. That was very interesting. Yeah, I really like that you started from the basics, understanding consumer needs, how technology has evolved to help the customer journey better. And yeah, the control with the buyer, I think that's a very interesting point. So while the buyer thinks, and it's actually true, that the power is with them, that also in a way helps you towards your technological leadership, because they trust you more. And I think that's a very important point. And also, of course, responsibility. Thank you. Mr. Mathur, I'm going to come to you next. So you have been, your company, Sabre India, Sabre Worldwide, in fact, has been at the cutting edge technology of providing solutions to airlines worldwide for what, 4 decades now, 5 decades now. It's been a very long journey. And what I find really intriguing is that despite the potential market, there are not too many competitors. It's only Galileo and Sabre who are still there. So what are the key challenges that you, as someone from Sabre, and you have been with Sabre for a long time, you continue, and how do you ensure that Sabre continues to meet the evolving needs of the global airline industry? And I'm saying this with the theme of our talk in mind, which is shifting dynamics of technological leadership. How does Sabre continue to be the leader despite the shifting dynamics of the industry?
Good morning, everyone. So when you talk about travel, one thing that all of us understand is, for example, I'm sure everybody in this room has traveled by air, right? Now think about your parents' generation and think about your grandparents' generation. How many of them traveled by air, let's say when they were 24, 25? Very few, right? And the reason is, obviously, travel has become mainstream, and air and hotel stay, resort stay, everybody has experienced all of this. So now the challenge is, now suddenly from a very luxury product, now travel has become mainstream. We have people who love to travel, who love to explore, and international travel is not really a very big thing in today's time. Obviously, there are other economical factors as well, but let's just talk about travel as a kind of one player in this entire ecosystem. So when we see travel industry, the biggest challenge we have is how can we innovate? How can we innovate fast, and how can we give you exactly the thing that you are looking for? Right? For example, when you book your flight ticket or when you search for the hotel where you want to stay with your loved ones, you look for things which are more suitable to you. So let's say for air, this is simply about which seat I'm going to get, how much money do I need to pay. If you are booking your hotel, then it becomes more complex. Then you are talking about which room, which bed type, what exactly I'm going to get. Am I going to get free breakfast, free internet, or am I going to get something else? What amenities are there at that property? So now suddenly your number of decision factors are increasing. And that's where what we have to do is, Sabre as a company, which is 60-70 years old company now, we have to think what's next, because we can't measure innovation. We have to innovate, but how do we measure innovation? Because innovation, at least for the first few years, there is no KPI for it. Generally, organizations, they have their KPIs such as ROI, customer acquisition, so on and so forth. For innovation, we can't measure it. So the biggest challenge we see, because travel is ever evolving market or industry, there are no standards. In travel, there are no standards at all. One hotel will have the same product, which is, let's say, a room type, in a complete different way. Compared to another hotel, maybe just next to that hotel, will have complete different way of representing and giving to that hotel's content. As a company, how will you normalize? How will you standardize? So that as a consumer, what I get is just like you're writing to apple comparison. So there are no standards. So then it becomes another issue. If there are no standards, how will you standardize it? How will you innovate? So for innovation, number one thing, which is probably the biggest challenge is how will you innovate and how will you measure it? Number two is you have to run so many experiments, but then you have so many unknown unknowns because you can't control the way you get this content from different suppliers. How will you take it? How will you normalize it, massage it, and give it to your customer so that you can measure if your experiment is even giving you some results, right? So that's number two. Number three always becomes price. Whether I talk about B2B, whether I talk about B2C, it's all about price in general, right? You have to find that sweet spot where your customers are finding your products useful. Otherwise, I'm sure all of you search for an air, you search for a hotel, you go to MakeMyTrip, you go to Yatra, you go to that .com, and then only you decide. So in travel, price also becomes one of the key factors. So given all of this, you have to innovate, plus you also have to give your teams opportunity to come up with new ideas. So that's another challenge. So we have everything which is probably not in our control. We are looking to innovate, we have a lot of ideas, we want to run these rapid experiments. But sometimes when we talk about weighted factors, price is obviously on top one. So given all of this, how will you continuously innovate? How will you measure? That's another challenge. And third is travel when you see as an industry is pretty old. You have a lot of customers and we were talking about it where they don't want to change, right? They don't want to change. B2C is fine, but think about B2B. We have travel agents in US, in Australia, who have been using Sabre system for last 30, 40 years in certain way. You can't change anything for them. They don't want to change because there is no need for them. So then if you are innovating something, you have, let's say, experimented with 10 different ideas and somehow you feel these 3 ideas you could build. But now, in an industry which is like travel, which is pretty old, your customers don't want to change. Now, you can't force them. So then as a product leader, my job is, how will I make sure that I position my product better? How will I make sure that the subjective value of that product which is going to give to that customer is always higher than the exact switching cost? So these are certain things which are always challenging in typical enterprise B2B and B2C where your customers don't want to change. They are looking for price as the only factor, and you have so many unknowns where you have dependencies on your suppliers, your distributor, when you are distributing your content to rapidly experiment and innovate.
Amazing, Mr. Madhav. Thank you so much. As you were speaking, I was relating with some of the ideas that I discussed in my class. I think it's amazing. Measurement, I tell my students, is really so important because what is measured is worked on, is improved. If I don't know exactly how I'm doing on what I'm trying to do, then I don't know, whether it's going the right way, whether it do something. So I think, and innovation therefore is very even trickier. How is it actually performing to understand that? So there are, we have to find out, I guess, proxy measures and work out in that. I like the idea of experiments. I think that's fascinating. And a key thing, guys, those of you, who've studied marketing, all of you have studied marketing, of course, is how to take the customer along. I think that's a very, very valuable thing. I might make the best product in the world, but if the customer doesn't want it, sadly, so that's the reason why 90 to 95% products fail, because it's a great product, but the customer doesn't want it. So, and you're sharing an example of having to recreate those very old screens so that people who are used to it for the last 30, 40 years, even though the software behind it has changed, the interface is the same. So I think that's a great way to keep on innovating. Thank you. I'm going to come to you, Mr. Roy, next. As the president and group CIO of PI Industries, you are a leader in the agribusiness sector, and you, of course, take care of the digital side, the MIS, IT side. And I was quite fascinated with how your team, the IT team, is helping in innovation in an agribusiness company, so in a slightly different way, but ultimately helping PI Industries to be a market leader. So would you please share with our students, the different thing that you're doing?
Yeah, good morning to all of you. Am I audible? So first, let me explain, because unlike many other panelists, my industry, my companies of a different nature. So let me explain what we do. So PI Industries makes pesticides, herbicides, insecticides, basically crop protection. So when crops are grown, you add fertilizer to grow, but to protect the crops, you need pesticides, insecticides, herbicides to protect it from various pests and other diseases. So normally in this industry or in the agriculture industry, 25% of the crops or the grains or fruits gets destroyed because of pest attack. So from a macro perspective, the population of the world is in the next 50 years is going to increase manyfold. But the land is going to be same, cultivation land. So it is extremely important and an imperative for feeding all the people. We need to improve the farm productivity. So that is one important thing. And another important imperative is to set the context of our industry is that water resources are going to be constant or deplete. So one needs to do farming which is sustainable and therefore use the existing water to do the cultivation and do the farming. So these are the two broad macro perspective which I just wanted to lay down to explain the context of the industry where we operate. So PI Industries in the pesticides business, we are about $1 billion company. 25% of our revenue comes from India, and 75% we make products for global innovators. We are not a generics company. In pharma and pesticides, there is this concept of being generic, where you do copycat molecules of things which are done by innovators globally. But we are an innovator company. What we distribute in India are innovator products, and what we do for our global innovators are also innovators. We are also the only company from India which has, in chemistry, if you have studied, there is these IUPAC names. So we have two molecules which we have ourselves developed, and we have got these IUPAC names. And we are the only organization, whether it is a company or an academic institute or a research institute, which has chemical molecules for crop protection discovered from India. And we would be doing global launch of it in the next few years in Brazil, US, and also India. So that is broadly the context of the company. And we intend to always remain as an innovator company and not be in generics. So if we look at what I will share in this course of the discussion is, having given a brief of what PI Industries is, for this agrochemical value chain, where does IT and digital play a role in helping the company innovate? Because this is a very science-led company. We get into basic research of chemistry, biology, and we study crops, we study molecules, and we research it, and then we manufacture it. Our plants are one of the best manufacturing plants you can see globally. Very high-tech manufacturing. And many people can't think that this can be done in India. So if we look at the complete value chain of agri products, the place where all the action happens, one of the actions happens, the point of use is the farms, where farmers are there, they apply these pesticides. And how do these pesticides come? So it is a function of, when our marketing people, they study this, say, oh, when will the rains come? So it is all, and even our distribution is very, if I do demand forecasting, for where will I place my products, I have to say, oh, what are the weather conditions? So when will the rains come? With the rain temperature, the pest comes. So our forecasting techniques is not just historical forecasting. We do forecasting. Well, we do forecasting. Demand forecasting is extremely important based on soil condition, crop patterns, various factors. But we also take into latest climate conditions and weather conditions to decide on the where will I place my product so that the farmers can get it within 24 hours. So this whole demand forecasting to the point of consumption and ensuring the distribution of the product happens, because if the pest has already attacked, putting pesticide doesn't help. And there is no point putting pesticide ahead of time. So in such a large country like India, where we have fragmented fields, this is where technology plays and our team plays a big role in how do you forecast at a micro level, at a pin code level, and ability to distribute the product very quickly. Very unlike US and other places where mechanized and precision farming is there. And in India also, we are getting into precision farming, which I'll come to very quickly. Technology plays a very important role in demand forecasting and this supply chain or distribution of the product at the point of time. The second thing which I talked about at the field is I talked about that we need to make farming sustainable. Water availability is going to decrease. So we did an experiment in pilots and we do keep doing various type of things. In Nasik, one of the grape farms, and you put sensors in the fields and also the weather conditions and all, and the amount of potassium, nitrogen, and all these things in the soil. So all these IoTs and which we talk about, Internet of Things and things like that, we triangulated data to say how much of water actually is required. And we found that farmers were using a lot more water than the required by the grapes. And we could reduce water consumption by 80%. So all this fight which goes on between Karnataka and Tamil Nadu of this Kaveri water can all get dissipated if we can do precision farming. Because we might not be using the water in the most optimum way. And actually we found that the quality of the grapes were improved because we could use the optimum amount of water. So sustainable farming is another place where this digital technologies plays an extremely important role. And then we are creating connected farms where, you know, we combine with other companies like tractor companies like John Deere and other companies and try to, and using drone technologies also, to do the spray of pesticides in the right place and use image recognition, the photograph of the leaves to say, oh, where the pest attack is happening, so that at the source, at the right place, before it spreads, we can spray the pesticides. So these are some of the innovations which we are doing. We are doing image recognition. We are doing using the sensor data. So bringing this digital technology with combining with the agriculture, how we can help improve the farm produce as well as reduce the water consumption. So that is on the farm productivity. But how does our, we call them field associates who go to the field and educate the farmers. Now there, you know, many of you would have seen this ad of Titan I Plus, where Ayushmann Khurrana is there in one of these, his avatar is there and he's speaking. In whatever you ask questions, he starts replying in that context. So basically Gen AI is being used to do that. So that we could, on the same thing, the conventional learning management, and we need to educate farmers on how to use it properly. We again did the pilot. We have not yet made it mainstream, but leveraging from that experience with all that knowledge which is there and creating avatars of various successful farmers, where farmers can talk in their language and get the answers to their queries. So that makes them much more effective, and the learning management becomes more democratized. I don't need to have a medical rep or that similar field associates, as we call, go to the farmers and educate on the new types of products which we are launching and how we are able to how to use it, because we are also moving from chemical inorganic chemicals to biologics to make again the farm more sustainable, farming practices more sustainable. So from a value chain perspective, on the marketing side, on the field side, these are some of the innovations which we are doing from a technology perspective. Now, if we come to the manufacturing side of it, and I also touched upon the supply chain, demand forecasting, and how you make products available at the point of time, which is very important. You need to put the right product to the crop at the right time, not before, not after. And then on the manufacturing side, the chemical plants which makes these products have to be extremely sophisticated. You just can't imagine. The products might not look very, glamorous and all, but the plants are extremely complex. You would have heard about the Bhopal gas tragedy. Methyl isocyanide in 1984 killed many people, right? So that was actually a fertilizer plant. We are in the same industry. When we make pesticides, we handle extremely hazardous chemicals. And a small incident can kill many people. So there we use digital technologies to improve the yield of the production. So all these machine learning and artificial intelligence techniques are used to improve yield, principal component analysis, regressions, all these different things which you have. How can we improve yield? How can we do reduced testing? How can we get it right first time? Those things gets used. But apart from that, can we predict an unsafe incident? Can we detect incident very early so that we can ensure that the hazardous things doesn't happen? When we handle unknown chemicals, because we are innovating, as I said, we are not generics. We are doing innovation products. So that means we will be working with new chemicals. A chemical which can, if I do an experiment, and that experiment in the lab scale might be effective, but it doesn't show any hazardous. But when I do it at large scale, it might have a blast or it might get into a hazardous zone. So there again, we are using machine learning to predict whether a reaction will become hazardous. So how you handle scale up of operations. So that is where again, digital technologies help a lot to innovate and increase the speed of getting the product to the market. And the last part of the value chain, which I would talk about, is the R&D space. So I have been in crop protection, this industry, for a year now, but I have been multiple years in pharmaceutical industry. And both these industries are very closely related. Even PI Industries has started getting into PI Health Sciences, which is basically in the pharmaceutical space. So in the R&D space, the place where we use technology very innovatively, and all these things, chemical research, biology research, is extremely time-taking. And that is where using all this information which is there, so much of literature is available. Now, can we reduce the time to innovate? Can we reduce the time to experiment? And that is where Gen AI helps significantly in identifying new routes of synthesis of a new molecule. What are the vacant spots where there are no products available? And can I make a product in that particular space? So there are so many chemical compounds which are there. These chemical compounds attack or can attack this disease. But there are these vacant spaces where I can make a product. So identifying a niche area, and then can I develop a product? There also, these AI ML models helps me identify it. So where I would have actually made in the conventional days, I would have researched 10,000 molecules, experimented it to do find out the unique product. Now it comes down to only 900 products. So out of 10,000 molecules, now I only do 900. So it increases my efficiency tenfold. So these are some of the ways how digital technologies across the value chain can help us innovate and thereby, increase the speed of the organization in the core business where it is. So that is what briefly I wanted to share.
Thank you, Mr. Roy. That was really, really interesting. So again, we discussed many of the ideas in class, and it was very interesting to hear them in action. Issues like demand forecasting. So, we discussed in the class that for any new innovative product, demand forecasting is always difficult. And here was also a challenge, but in a different way, making it very, very fine-grained. And in a country like India, I can only imagine how complicated that would be, to fine-tune your distribution as per a pin code. I can't even imagine how complicated that must be. So I thought that was really, really interesting. And then to my students in the first year, who I don't know whether you guys have had a business research methods course, but anyone who thinks that principal component analysis and regression are only in the textbooks, those of you in the second year already done that. I hope you heard him very intently. These are tools that are very much used and they're very useful. So using them to try to predict an accident in advance, I think that was pretty fascinating, very interesting. Reducing the time to experiment, so use of Gen AI. Thank you so much, Mr. Roy. Very, very interesting to understand how you are leading innovation in the digital space in your company. Next, I'm going to come to you, Mr. Bhattacharya. As the head product and in charge of product development and transformation at National Payments Corporation, are you working on products which literally touch everyone's lives in India? Yeah, so Bharat Bill Pay is the third largest product that you worked on. You also are working right now on the largest e-commerce, India's largest upcoming settlement and reconciliation platform. So again, my question is, and even though maybe at NPCI you're not talking to the direct consumer, but the adoption of the product depends on how comfortable the end consumer feels. So how do you, I know similar question that we discussed before, but in the context of the industry, how do you ensure that your products remain at the cutting edge of innovation? And they are, because even so many countries outside are now coming to us and saying, we want to adopt what you have done, what India has done. And how do you meet, how do you constantly understand, meet consumer needs? So
thanks, Uchwan. And before I start, I think I would like to give a compliment to I think the way you explained, I was listening to you like a student listening to a professor in the class, detail you're explaining about agribusiness. I think it was wonderful. So yeah, and good morning to everyone. Thanks for inviting me. I took a round of the campus the morning. This was wonderful campus. I was in such a campus, I think 12 years back doing my MBA, and I was feeling nostalgic when I was taking around. So it was wonderful being here. Absolutely, will my pleasure. So yeah, thanks. Now coming back to the question, I think so. So how we understand the customer need and all that, and then how it leads to innovation. That's what I think, if I understand the question. See, now when we talk about innovation, okay, so I think there are two categories of innovation. Okay, so one, can be a continuous innovation or incremental innovation. Where you get into data, you see the patterns, you can even talk to customers and they can give you some leads, and you keep enhancing, how a model of a car, they keep adding new features to it. That's the kind of continuous innovation that's happening, so in any product, if you go to any product, how the features are getting added to a mobile phone. So those are all kind of continuous innovations that are happening. There's another category of innovation that is disruptive innovation, okay, where there is no precedence to it, never happened before, okay, some new technology. And when it comes, even those new technology don't know who their customers are. Maybe I will take a very common example we take is like a digital camera. So when it came, it was in my childhood days, very, very bad photography, precision you could have. The quality is very bad. The roll camera would have much better photography quality and all that. So and if I don't know if you all know who invented digital camera, which company you guys know? Yeah, so I was expecting from, but yeah, it's Kodak. Okay, and so it's a engineer there who invented digital camera, and can you believe that they don't do anything about it? because they thought it's not a customer need. Customer are happy with my roll camera. So they shelved it, and then some Sony, I think, picked it up, and they took over the market gradually. So again, if I give an example from my own organization, like, when UPI came, it was in 2015, using a mobile phone to make a payment. Nothing used to exist, something like that earlier to that. So we used to pay by cash, or, like a little, if you are more affluent, then you can have a card, you go to a POS machine. So that's how we used to pay. The two mechanisms, used to pay. If we have gone to do a customer survey that time, I think no one would have said that, okay, no, I am looking for a phone where I can scan a QR code and I make a payment. So these are the disruptive innovation where, I think it comes in some form and factor, which it's very small, very rudimentary at the start. Okay. You don't know your customer segment. Okay. You discover it. So you build that. Okay. We build the UPI. Okay. And when we discover it, okay, I think the first set of customers could be very small merchant who don't have a POS machine, could be in a setup in Bangalore, where the customers are very tech savvy. Maybe early adopters will get to early adopters. So maybe that could be where we can start. So that's grow from there. Now, we see that, okay, even POS machines are accepting UPI, but that's not was the day one. So I remember, like, so initial days where the days where UPI was getting accepted were very far off places where it was very difficult to have a POS machine, very difficult to have a connectivity to a POS machine, but mobile phone was getting ubiquitous. To accept a UPI payment, the merchant don't need a smartphone. It just need a QR code. Okay. So that's how I think UPI started. So again, coming back, so for continuous innovation, I think we have many tools, many frameworks that, we keep on tracking, and we keep on adding features, and we keep on releasing versions to our product. But disruptive innovation is something which I think we need to think very out of box. We have to be very patient with that product. Also, many organizations, even, in our organization, we have a separate department who looks after those kind of product, where we don't have any sales target. We cannot say, okay, it's very innovative, and now next year you should be this much of market segment. Next year it cannot happen in a disruptive product, because you are still experimenting with that product. You're taking to the market. You're trying to pivot with the different kind of customer segments. You're trying to understand the need of this new technology. Maybe an example I would take is a digital currency, CBDC, which being launched, I think a year or two back. So I think we are yet, it's a very, it's based on a blockchain. RBI has launched a digital currency. Now, if you see where it will be used, I think we are still experimenting. So I think very soon, we will have a programmable digital currency. What the use of it? I think we have to find it out. We have to explore. So that's how we start. We start with a very small niche customer segment, a very small customer need of a very disruptive technology, disruptive innovation, and grow on from there. Again, it's a saying that innovation is it's more of marketing, of understanding, of finding a customer segment than of a technology. So any major company who has not failed because they are not able to build a technology. The technology anyone can build, but to understand the customer of that new technology is the key of a very disruptive innovation. I think I would say.
Thank you, Mr. Protesere. Thank you. Very insightful. I really enjoyed listening to you. How, in terms of how to start thinking about a discontinuous innovation, something that's not there before. And yeah, and again, the focus on the basics, something that we started with.
So that's the disruptive innovation.
Yeah, disruptive innovation. And we call it in a slightly different name, that's it. But yeah, disruptive innovation, something that was not there before. Absolutely. I really know that the idea of from where UPI came in. So there's a set of sellers, vendors, maybe someone who's selling fruits and vegetables who doesn't have access to a POS machine, obviously. And then there are customers who are willing to pay and they're tech savvy. So how do you get both of them together? I mean, that's a great role that UPI has played. And now it's so convenient, thanks to you guys, to even pay 10 rupees, 9 rupees, 12 rupees, very small amounts, without any problem of change. So very interesting. Thank you for sharing your thoughts, Mr. Patwari.
So I would like to add on this point that when this COVID started, UPI saved many of our lives. Like I was in pharmaceutical company, I was the CIO of Sun Pharma, and we had 10% of the domestic market. And if products are not available in the chemist at the right point of time, it would have been a disaster. And UPI saved actually the whole pharma and the patients, because otherwise this essential commodity without UPI would just not have been possible, because we had to last mile. Other people we can give credit, but the last mile of supply happens through these small truck drivers and these, and that payment, they need daily cash to operate. And that is where UPI saved the day.
UPI was, so
it
those
was
times
the
when we couldn't handle cash. We couldn't handle cash that time, and UPI was the game changer for, you know.
Just maybe if I can add two more minutes, I will take. So, before UPI, so, yeah, so in 2013, I founded a startup, okay, which was on mobile payment. So we built a platform where you can use a mobile to make a payment to another street vendor, something like that. That time UPI was not there. It was 2013 before UPI. And when we used to go to talk to people that time, they said, why we use mobile? We have cash, we have wallet. Why do people do that? I think that's why, that's where innovation is. You cannot even see that something is coming, and then it comes and it changes things completely. That's the power of, I think, innovation is.
That supply chain resiliency, I think UPI has helped to ensure the supply chain resiliency.
Yeah, I agree. It does help. Absolutely. No doubt about it. Now, as with any company, any function, any company, and with innovations as well, you need people to do that, right? It's you and me going to do the work. And that's where leaders like Mr. Ashish Kapoor and Mr. Vivek Jyoti, you guys come in. You lead the HR functions or some aspect of the HR function in your companies. I'm going to come to you, Mr. Kapoor, first. So as the Director of Human Resources in Ernst & Young, and you've been with Ernst & Young for a very long time now, and you work on very interesting things like driving inclusion, talent acquisition, data analytics, engagement. My first question is, what are your views on the human capital aspect of technological leadership? Particularly how you are able to attract talent, retain talent, especially those who are working on products, verticals which are very innovative in nature. So how do you, what are the things that you look at in your capacity as a HR leader?
Thanks, Professor Banerjee, and very good morning to everyone. Okay, I hope this will wake some of you up. The best part about sitting here is that you can actually see people slumping down slowly, and then and yawns are really infectious, So if you yawn, then it's like a chain that sort of goes. But thanks for having us here. I'm Raipur. I would also request if some of the POCs could sit down. I think they're all standing throughout the session on the sides. Nobody's going to run. You can close the doors if you want them to be here. So, but grab a seat. I agree. I think interesting times to be here. A lot is changing, and I think a lot is changing really, really fast. I think that's what is happening. When we talk about human workforce, it's that's also become a trend now. What do you call? Do you call them resources? Do you call them people? Do you call them employees? People get really, really worried and panicky on certain terms. But yes, I think we've been seeing this trend of not just so earlier, the only thing that would define how good an individual is largely would be what? IQ, isn't it? Right? A lot of us would believe that, okay, IQ defines on what individuals would be able to do in their life, in their career. Then came in another Q, which was EQ, right? Which was emotional quotient. And then now there are, I think, about 6 or 7 type of questions that we operate in, and we try and sort of evaluate people upon. Couple of them which are very, very interesting is what I wanted to talk about today. And this also defines on what we go in and when we hire and when we evaluate people. So learning quotient, for example, is a very, very important aspect today. Your ability to learn, I've been part of certain colleges and institutes, and, we also get back to what is the course content. And we've realized that it doesn't matter. I mean, you can keep changing the course content, but the dynamics that we have in the industries today, I mean, the pace at which things are changing, you just can't bring that into the curriculum, isn't it? So the ability to continuously learn, the ability to continuously uh, be ready to learn, irrespective of what our levels is. All of us sitting here, a lot of us spoke about our computer, and that was another interesting conversation in the morning or breakfast, that the computers at our time, the internet at our time was this MTNL or whatever line, which would have this weird beep. It'll take about 15-20 minutes just to connect to the internet. Forget opening websites and things like that. So from there to now, you have the advantage, of course, but the learning quotient is something that most of the leaders you'll see has continuously been able to master. They've been able to continuously learn on new technologies, new innovations. So that's one. The other bit is, of course, the social quotient. How well are you able to interact and work back with others? Believe me, once you pass out, a lot of us feel, and not just I am here, but IMABCs, many of the prestigious institutes, that once we've passed out, we've arrived. And that's where it starts. That's literally where it starts. When you get into an organization, that's where it starts. How well do you interact with your peers? How well do you learn from your supervisors? So the social quotient is a very important aspect. Right. So my request continuously, wherever and whenever I've been to any of the colleges and speaking to students, is that do continue to work upon your learning quotient, do continue to work upon your social quotient, because that is what will actually take you far. None of the work today is rocket science. You can get into a lot of industries and be able to understand what is happening, how is it happening. Technology, of course, is aiding it. So that's beyond. But these are the 2-3 aspects I would say are very, very important when you're starting your career and thinking of getting into some of these organizations that are listed above. Thank you, Professor Banerjee.
Thank you, Mr. Kapoor. I think the learning quotient and the social quotient, I think I agree. I couldn't agree more. Are really critical. In fact, at IIM Raipur, and I guess in most of the top institutions, all the top institutions, I guess, there's a lot of focus on peer learning within groups. So we have these group projects, and I continuously encourage, and I'm sure all of my colleagues do that, so that they learn, they work with each other. And I totally agree. Here, there is still some choice, but in the organization, when they go, probably they don't get any choice. They will have to be able to work with the other person towards that common goal. So I couldn't appreciate more what you said. There's one more thing that I wanted to ask you. It's very interesting that you mentioned to me last time about a mindset required to excel. So would you like to talk about that a bit with our students?
I think I would correlate, yes. The digital mindset, the learning mindset is definitely one. And I think what you were just mentioning, Professor Banerjee, was on, this ability to work within groups, in smaller groups when you do your projects. What I would urge is to focus and see that largely there are 4 or 5 styles of people, and when I say styles of people, this is the way they operate, the way they work, the way they sort of like a work to be done, right? Or what gives them satisfaction in that sense. So try and evaluate as much as you can that, okay, if an individual, and we do a lot of this on certain studies. So one very interesting one is called TRACOM social style, and I'm a certified trainer, so I can talk about it. But it largely says that there are 4 styles that we operate in. There is a driving style, there is a analytical style, there's an amiable style, and there's an expressive style, correct? So these are the 4 large styles that one operate in. Now, none of these styles are a predictor of success, very important. And none of the styles are good or bad. The idea is, by default, when we grow up, our value system, where we grow up, the sort of friends we have, the family background, where we study, all of this goes into making somebody's style as what it is, and it never changes. In majority, in 99% of the scenarios, it will never change throughout your life. So once you understand the style that individual has, it could be your peers, it could be your superiors, it could also be your juniors, your team members. You need to keep them motivated as well. So that's when you can start playing to their strengths. What is it that works for them? How do you really get the work? How do you really get the best out of them? There are people who are at their creative best. There are people who are at their analytical best. So what is it that really comes naturally to somebody, is easy to somebody? I think that's where within the smaller groups, when you work on projects, that's when you should start evaluating and start working on. So I think this is the mindset that if you continuously work upon, once you land into an organization, into the job, the initial few years become slightly easy. What other thing would you want than to have a boss whose working style do you understand, isn't it? Or a peer who's not really fighting and just competing all the time, but is complementing as to what you do. So I think that's where I think mindset becomes important.
Amazing. I mean, coming from someone like you, I think these are very valuable advice for our students as well. That what does it take for a person to be successful in the work they do, and especially in contexts where things are uncertain, like in contexts where innovation or developing new products is important. So thank you, Mr. Kapoor. Mr. Jyoti, you're the head talent intelligence for Kimberly-Clark. And it's very interesting for me to note that your work spans multiple geographies, multiple continents, in fact. So in the in the topic that we're talking of technological leadership and the shifting dynamics, what would you like to talk about in the in your arena, in your sphere, that you think is really important for us to know the technology leadership itself, how things are shifting, how again from a human capital perspective, what is advice that you give to your internal and maybe external clients about retaining people, employing people? What are the important qualities that you think?
First of all, thank you, sir, and thank you for inviting me here. It's a privilege and also pleasure to be here in front of such a great panel, and also one of the students. So really great folks. So big shout out to you for that. So to answer your question, right? So I think we kept on hearing a lot about like consumer obsession or consumer, right? So that exactly is one of the key qualities or like a key skill which we see when we're looking for like innovation. So the consumer obsession is really, really important. So we definitely need to put consumer at the center. And if you're not getting it right, I think we will make a big mistake. So that's what I mean, like, we need to really understand, what exactly the consumer needs are. So we need to be open for like, the feedback. We need to be open for like, what the consumer policies and so on. So that is what is going to kind of drive us to get into the innovation mode. So that is one of the key skills for the first skill I put across, or the quality for that matter. And after that, I mean, like as professionals, right? We definitely need a lot of agility because that is really, really important in this time, especially like there's a lot of change happening. There will be any industries, right? So I can speak from my company perspective. So we are I work for a company called Kimberly-Clark. We manufacture like diapers and toilet papers and so on, which doesn't need much of innovation, right? Because you find the same kind of papers, you find the same kind of diapers, you find the same kind of hygiene products in the market. But what we realized in the recent days is that even in such a legacy industry, which is like 150 years old, where the repetitive products are there, so we found that there are a lot of startups coming in and picking up our market shares. So it's a Dave and Goliath game, right? Because now you can scale up things pretty fast. So you have like, you can do a lot of contract manufacturing, you can make your own labels, you can create your own brands and so on. And the technology is also really accessible. So that has that has made us realize that you need to be playing it different and you need to be much more agile and much more kind of, much more lean in our approach, because legacy companies, a lot of kind of, org structures and a lot of dependencies and so on, right? That is something which we realized it took a bit of pain to realize that, but again, like we understood that and we tried to kind of restructure our organization and so on. So that I said that's to understand that. So I would say like agility is really key. not just, as professionals, as organizations and so on, when you want to innovate, because that will help you to kind of, be much more effective and much more faster and much more kind of, knowledge for that. And then the other thing that I would say is that continuous learning, as Ashish sir was also mentioned, because that's really important in these days, especially when we see the disruption in terms of each and every touch that we have. So we talk about like GenAI, we talk about like LLMs, we talk about quantum computing and so on, right? So continuous learning is really important. And what I've realized in the recent days is that the life cycle of skills, because once you learn a skill, before it used to be like it's for the lifetime, right? That has gone, and the life cycle of skills has reduced. So some of the skills would even, will be outdated in the next 6 months. So that is the phase that we are in. So we need to be really mindful about, and we need to kind of, start learning and learn, unlearn, relearn, and so on. And when I say learning, right, so again, like the mindset for learning has to be also taken into consideration, because we don't have to wait for the companies or your, the managers and leaders to get to you and tell you that, you need to learn these technologies or you need to pick up these and so on. So it should be much more self-directed, where you pick up things by yourself and then start learning, and that will give you an edge for innovation at the end of the day. And again, I can talk about a lot of the skills like entrepreneurial spirit, which is really, really important, which you guys have all put across here, organizing these events, making it a more sustainable kind of events. So this is really appreciable. So entrepreneurial spirit is also really important, especially in a space like product management, because you need to treat your product as like your own company, your own client, right? And then keep on innovating, that will bring that mindset automatically and so on. So that is also really, really important from a innovation perspective. And then, again, open for feedback, as I said, you need to kind of, really keep your ears open, you need to understand like what the consumer pulses, what your team pulses and so on, and picking up from that feedback and then improvising on it, doing the continuous improvement is also going to be key. And finally, I think alongside creativity is also a key for innovation, because a skill which can take you to like anything better that it can help you to kind of thrive in the world of innovation. So those are the qualities which I would say that are really important from innovation.
Amazing, Mr. Modi. Thank you so much. This is really, Mr. Jyoti, sorry. This is really, really interesting. And I really appreciate that you started with consumer obsession. No, I think almost everyone has touched about trying to understand consumer needs while it is developing the product. And for an individual to have that mindset to understand what the other person needs, maybe delve deeper. Because a lot of times what I realize is from the surface, things don't seem what they are. I mean, I probably someone, as Mr. Bhattacharya said, that if someone came and told me 10 years back that there will be a way to make payments just like, through your mobile screen, I would not have believed them. But of course, someone realized there's a gap and they worked on it. So that obsession, I think, is critical, and being able to work on the feedback, agility, continuous learning, again, taking a leap from what you said, learning quotient. I think that's, I couldn't agree more. And yeah, skills are actually, newer things are coming so fast that it's important for everyone, especially those that are working on innovation. And especially for, I would say, firms who want to be at the cutting edge of innovation, to employ people who are willing to learn fast, unlearn, relearn fast. So one more question. I mean, at Kimberly-Clark, I'm sure you would have seen people who, some, maybe your colleagues or other team members who have done very good on innovating products, even though, interestingly, you made the point that it's not an industry that, keeps on changing products, but I'm sure there is space for innovation there as well. Would you like to just talk about some qualities that you saw in these gentlemen or ladies who did very good with innovations? So anything outside this, your personal experience, and as someone who's in talent and intelligence.
So when I said like, there's no room for improvement, it doesn't mean that there's no room at all. We do have innovations in terms of like when we have the lifestyle that we also have like, we keep on moving on papers and being more sustainable, and how can we kind of, definitely, I mean, like, there's room for innovation and improvement everywhere. So that's what I would start on saying. So, what I think is like all this combined is what I've seen in people who are innovating. They're not satisfied. So they have the pride to innovate. They want to kind of, change things. They want to, they question the status quo. So that is really, really important. It's not just satisfying with like, what's there right now. So that is something that I found. And then also like, running the extra mile, because not just satisfying for the ordinary result. So that's also something that I see. And apart from that, what I would say, like, thanks about learning.
Wonderful, wonderful. Thank you, Mr. Jyoti. I really, was fascinated when you said want to change things. And in fact, one of the textbook definitions of entrepreneurship is this: I want to do things which are right now beyond my resources. I want to move, a table to a place where usually I would not be able to move it. So I totally agree. I totally agree with that. Thank you. Coming to you, Mr. Gopinath, we started discussion with, and you started with how in your B2B context as well, you understand the consumer and you develop products on that. So how does the shifting dynamics these days, how do you relate with that? How do you try and study that? How does it change the way you think? And you're trying to be you have been the leader for such a long time now. And of course, you understand the market well. So there's so much of change that's happening these days. So how do you factor that in your decisions, in the way you develop the product? Talking about the shifting dynamics part, would you like to just touch upon that part?
Yeah, I may kind of repeat some of the words which my colleagues from HR have been talking about. I think, I call it, and it's not that I call it, somebody has already called it, they call it the meta skills. So there are many students like you, when I speak, when I interact, you say, oh, what should I learn? Okay, I will pass out for my engineering in 4 years. Shall I pick up cybersecurity? Because everybody says that cybersecurity is always going to be there. So my take is, okay, I cannot, sitting here and I cannot say, predict that that'll be something which is valid in 4 years or so. I think none of us can predict that, because as I think it was Ashish who was mentioning that things are changing really, really fast, really, really fast. When I passed out, we were in infancy of digital marketing. And if I had not learned digital marketing and other things, I would have been out of market. If I had not learned Gen I would be out of market. So now what helped me do that is because of my curiosity to learn. And I think that is where we all talked about learning agility, continuous learning and all those. So you should have that curiosity to learn. And as a brand, when I'm saying MathWorks or any brand, you should be very obsessed with the customer, as Vivek was saying, to understand, hey, what are the business scenarios which are changing and how can I accommodate changing? And to accommodate that change, you may need some technology. I think that as smart people around, I think we will learn it. If you have this basic meta skills, like curiosity to learn, critical thinking, learning agility, if you have all those fundamentals, I think we will pick up any technology which comes our way. I think that is, as a brand which has sustained, I was early with IBM, 100+ years of sustenance, right? Those are the brands which they will stumble a little bit, but they will come back. Microsoft was nowhere in the scene when mobile phones came, but they are now back, right? So there are many companies which do that because they may just take a step back, but they will come back. So as individuals also, we are also brands. We are also brands trying to sell, starting from your father and mother to now other companies to interview sitting across, right? So I think that is where I would put my whole bet on making sure that you have the meta skills to understand the customer, be it the customer or be it some interviewer sitting across the table or be it your parent. And I know that you talk differently to your father and differently to your mother because you understand them better. I mean, at least my son talks like that. So you understand them better, and to get your things done, you will have their obsession to understand them better, and then you get things. It's that fundamentals. I don't think I have a golden rule of technology to do that. But if you're a company and it's a brand, you want to reinvent yourself continuously, this is the only way. I mean, that much I can guarantee. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Gopinath. Yeah, I think reinventing yourself is a great idea. And having that continuous curiosity to learn, and something that Vivek, you put up, the whole thing of not being satisfied with the status quo. So I think that is something that kind of shines out from what each one of you said. not satisfied with what, and I believe very fundamentally that's at the foundation of innovation. Whatever innovation I do, I'm not satisfied with what I have. I want to do something, understand what gaps are there and try to fulfill them. Mr. Mathur, very quickly, you are working in an area where there's a lot of importance of security and all of that. So how do you balance this demand for innovation, constant innovation, and also take care of security, stability, reliability of the systems? That's something I was curious to hear from you.
So when we talk about safety, security, especially private domain, there are two aspects to it, right? So one is obviously these government regulations, compliance, policies, so on and so forth. So that you have to adhere to all of this. You can't maybe have any excuse that no, I won't follow that. But then, since Professor also talked about innovation, so let's talk about other aspect of all of this. Where how can you innovate? How can you make sure that you are probably providing the safest experience to your customer, right? For example, Uber, Ola, right? What's the differentiator? There is no differentiator, right? All of us, we understand the purpose of Ola or Uber is they'll take you from place A to place B. That's all right. Same driver, same car. So there is no product differentiator. Now, how can you innovate safety? Right? So you see all of Uber's recent advertisements. They don't talk about, oh, we have this cool mobile app, or you can do this, you can do that. They say safety, security. So that's the one area that you can innovate. You have to think beyond the obvious, and you have to see what are the areas where I can contribute, where I can focus more. So safety security has other aspect where you give your customers what they probably want, or they don't know they want, but you have to really create that need in their minds. So that is one aspect. Similarly, in let's say travel space, you know that the person X requested for a wheelchair last time when he or she booked the flight ticket. But every time they expect you to place the same request. Then once you reach to a hotel, they know that you booked a wheelchair when you reach to that destination. But in hotel, they won't really give you that accessible room. That's one area where companies can innovate. How can you create this end-to-end value stream for your customers where you know what they need? So safety, security has beyond creating those mandatory things in your product, in your platform, you have to create those experiences for your customers. So if I already know that this person booked air ticket and this person booked hotel from my platform, I have to see how can I provide them something which probably they need without them telling you that, hey, this is what the need is. So these are some areas where you can innovate. These are some areas where you have to go beyond. And how will you do it? So in any product management, I'm sure Professor knows it. He must have taught you that empathy is probably the most commonly used word. Empathy. You have to have customer empathy. But what is empathy, right? Nobody teaches you how to build empathy, how to cultivate empathy, right? There is no shortcut for it. Either you know how to understand others' emotions, or you have to work on it. So that's one area where you have to really think, how will I build this empathy? Empathy towards my customers, empathy towards, as Mr. Kapoor was saying, towards your colleagues. How will you work closely with your team members? These are certain things where you can also innovate, empathize. And I'll give one very interesting example, one of my recent favorites, that at Disneyland, if you go, kids will definitely buy those Mickey Mouse balloons, right? But there is one area where there are a lot of animals. So they won't allow you to take these balloons inside that area because obviously with balloons, some animals can get injured, so on and so forth. So they won't allow kids to take their balloons inside that animal park. So you have to deposit those balloons. Now imagine that, hey, keep all your balloons here, right? You can't take. How will you feel? Obviously, you will not like it, right? You will feel depressed for that matter. But what they do is, once these kids are back, they obviously return those balloons, but they also give a report card. What your balloon did in the last 45 minutes. So they have very simple report card. Balloon took part, balloon played with other balloons, balloons did this. Okay, so there is nothing. There is a standard report card kind of sheet that they give to each and everybody. That, hey, that's what we did. Now imagine that smile on that kid's face. That's a smile we should always think even when we're thinking about safety, security, policy, and governance. Because that's how you can differentiate, that's how you can innovate, and that's how you can take your product to the next level.
Thank you, Mr. Mansur. That was a very, very insightful example. Very insightful. I could completely relate. And thank you for focusing on empathy. I also believe that's a very, very important thing, not only as someone who is in the forefront of innovation, but even as a human being. I think I can't no one can overemphasize on that. And the digital example is very nice. I'm going to carry it into my classrooms now. Thank you for that. Mr. Bhattacharya, I wanted to, you have been with the Bharat Bill Pay product for, you have seen how it developed. Couple of challenges that I'd like to tell our students that you faced in terms of innovation and how you overcome them, or maybe the biggest challenge that you faced, or or any of the other products that you worked on, and what you did to overcome it, maybe adoption side, anything that you'd like to talk.
So, so I think one pitfall of innovation could be that, it fails. So a lot of time it fails, and we should be ready to accept those failures, because innovation cannot happen when there's no failure. Then we are not trying anything new if there's always a success. But then, then that the organization culture, the tenacity of the product team, or that, the whole team, that, okay, so if it fails, so we built something, we took it to market, and we see, okay, why it failed. We quickly come back, do those changes, go to the market, and we keep repeating it fast enough, and as many times as possible. So that every time we go to the market, we are now closer to what we are trying to achieve. So I think that's what thing is very important in innovation, that we should be ready to fail. The failure should be part of our plan. We should not be like, we invest everything, building something, take it to market, it fails. Now we don't have any resource left to do any iteration to that and take it to the market again. So for the first, I think, second is that in the environment for NPCI work, so we have lots of our partners. We have our banks, we have fintechs, we have a lot of technology service providers. Of course, we have consumers, we have merchants. So we have so many ecosystem partners. When we do something new, it takes time for adoption. People don't change easily. But again, so for any change, I think the change starts with a very small dot. So we find those very early adopters, are very, fintechs which are very nimble, the banks which are very ready to experiment, the merchants who are open to do something new. So any innovation has an adoption challenge, and the adoption challenge can only be overcome when you have identified your early adopters. Because if you go after everyone, because early adopter is a small market, and early adopters of any product is a 5% of the overall overall TAM that you're trying to target. But 5% is very important, because if you go after every segment, then you will use the resource everywhere, and then you will see, okay, I did market, I took it to say 100 customers, 95 rejected. It's a rejection to me. But if I know that, okay, this 5% is my initial target, and I take there and I see much higher adoption there, I see, okay, 80% adoption there. That's a very encouraging result for me. So I think these 2 points it's coming to me right now.
Thank you, Mr. Bhattacharya. Yeah, please.
No, thanks. Just to add, I think very interesting concept, because and we use this at EY. We have this as part of our vision statement. We call it the S curve. The idea is very simple, very similar to what everybody's been talking about, that you need to understand that everything will have a shelf life or a life till which the projection is that it'll keep growing. The idea is to understand when has it starting plateauing. That's when you need to jump onto another S curve. And that's the only way that, you can keep going up the trajectory. The examples we had, be it Kodak, be it Nokia, all of these were very typical examples of people said, no, we have a great product and we are going to continue to have it grow. So I think that, plus Sushant also mentioned very interesting point, that there are the difference in organizations. So ITC, for example, I'm just taking a name, for example, has that whenever you go back to their hotels, they have your preferences jotted down to the T. What did you have? What sort of room did you prefer? Did you prefer breakfast in the room or outside? Everything. And that's the level of detail that one is expecting, the organizations to get into. So very important that when you join in an organization, understand that is the organization on that growth trajectory? Is it aligning well to your thought process? And move. If not, then move and join somewhere where growth is the important aspect. But along with that, they know when to move on. So just wanted to add.
So I think just it reminded me one more maybe example I can give from our organization in PCI. So we have many products. So initially say suppose we have a ATM switch NFS we called it. Now if you see cash withdrawal, we then we have IMPS. So UPI come late. Now we have 13, 14, 15, 16 products, and each product compete with each other. So we are actually killing each other. Because UPI is killing the cash withdrawal that you need now. UPI has killed IMPS, for example. We have NSCH also, and UPI has come with UPI Auto Pay, which again, is going into, I'm saying, so we all try to kill each other. So that, it's not that okay, we have one product and no, we have to keep that product alive. Kill it. Maybe we have CBDC blockchain sometimes, maybe 10 years later, we don't know. That could be the major thing we have been using, killing UPI as well. We don't know about it. And we are so much accept that fact that, okay, one product can kill other product. So I think that's one more thing I would like.
Fabulous. Yeah. I think that's a great organizational trait, I believe, where you are trying to compete with your own self so that someone else can't take away your share. So I think that's amazing. And thank you for highlighting about the failure thing. That's something that gets very less discussed because we all always tend to focus on successes. So I think it's very important to understand that there can be problems. And the issue is the critical thing is to learn from them and move on rather than, and I think it's true for us in our personal lives as well. So I've seen so many people who just get crashed when things don't go right. And then it's very disastrous for them to go back. So I think, thank you. Thank you for highlighting. Wow. That's Ashish, I was here seeing you raising your mic when Vivek was speaking. So would you like to wanted to add something on what he said? Yeah.
I think
Sorry, I was just saying that I think one, I of course wanted to add in the S-curve construct where you need to move on.
Right.
That was one. The other, I think, very important aspect is that, as young students who are very, very competitive in nature, and I think that sort of defines everybody who's passing out. It's very important. I read this some time back and I tried writing something about it. It's called the Peter Principle. I don't know if somebody knows about it. It's by Lawrence J. Peter, and I think he largely said that everybody keeps getting promoted to a level where he or she or they now become incompetent. The idea is that because of the peer pressure, because of the hierarchy, because of the time that you've spent, the urge to continuously be competitive and grow is always there. Now, the idea is it the right thing? Maybe to a particular level, yes. But unless until you sit back, introspect, and say, oh, am I really interested in doing this? A lot of the people, I mean, in the education industry, you would see that, amazing professors doing a great job. But as they keep growing and, becoming head of the departments, a lot of the operational stuff comes in. It just kills the creativity, the feeler that they have being in the class. So I think it's very important to just introspect and say, oh, is this something that will, yes, it's a higher level. Yes, it's a higher compensation. But is it something that I'm fit for at this stage? Is it to my liking? And therefore define should you opt for it or not. So I think that's one of the things for students I definitely wanted to add.
Thank you. Thank you, Ashish ji and Vivek ji. It's very, very insightful. Yeah, self-reflection, I couldn't, very important, I guess. Yes, absolutely right. Absolutely right. Mr. Roy, I'm going to, as someone who has the highest experience, I guess, individually amongst us, I would like you to have the last word. You have our student body in front of you. So what, and many of them want to get into innovation management, product management, and you have such a vast experience on these things. What's the message that you would like to leave with them for, those who are starting their careers in product management, innovation management, and, if not specifically in that area, but definitely in companies who are at the forefront of innovation, like what you are doing at Pay Industries. So what will be the message to our students from your side? What would you like them to carry, from today's discussion? Of course, there are so many things that we discussed, but a sort of a final word from you.
So I would on this, because innovation is happening in all industries. All industry has a scope of doing innovation, and everybody does it. It depends on the organizational culture and whether they promote innovation, which is there. And I think in today's days and age, without innovation, no company will survive even few years. And people have to keep their ears and eyes open. It is sometimes the success of one product which actually stifles the innovation which might have been might have happened, and that is where competition between products helps definitely, because otherwise Kodak could have survived and would have been the leader in digital camera. So it is always like, even if Uber, so Ola copies Uber and becomes successful in India, but India in 2008 had Easy Cab and Meru Cabs, and they had a presence in online taxi booking. They could have also copied Uber and been the Ola, but the dominant business model prevails. And this dominant business model doesn't allow new business models to come in, because the KPIs in the company, KPIs for new business models should be different. It should not be the same revenue per this and all that thing. So the dominant business model revenues, the KPIs which are there, they prevent innovation, new businesses doesn't allow them to flourish. So that is where the culture and the KPI and the performance management framework of the company comes in, which is for the companies to take care of. But as individuals, when you are going in any company, and innovation is a must, otherwise that company, that organization would not survive. And it is in all parts of it. Whichever function you join, you can innovate. You should innovate. So always look out for new ideas. Means I have 30 years of experience now, and in my career, I have worked in hardcore. So I'm a metallurgist by my training. So I've done my graduation from IIT Kharagpur, where I did metallurgy, and I did my MBA in IIM Calcutta, where I majored in marketing, but I started working in systems. So even when I was working after my metallurgy in Larsen and Toubro, we had our product life cycles which were very long, and we were making industrial products. We were making products for ISRO, then where specifications are defined, everything is defined. Scope of innovation will be very less, but we could find enough means by which there were significant innovations which could be done. When I started my career after my MBA in consulting, in each and every customer engagement, I used to work for PwC for very long. We could build new solutions, new products, innovations were there, everything. So every problem has the seed of innovation. I was doing a project for a company called Gallup, which does a lot of market survey. And I was doing customer satisfaction. I used to work for Godrej P&G those days. There was a joint venture long time back when P&G came to India. So I was doing for Gallup customer satisfaction survey. And there, this gel toothpaste which is there, the seed of that innovation was earlier there used to be dental cream. So there was no gel toothpaste. Now, in India, Godrej was making all the soaps, and a byproduct of soap is glycerin, which is used to make dental creams. So Colgate dental cream and all. So on behalf of Godrej, I was doing this survey through Gallup, and all customers were saying that, you raise prices of, you as in Godrej raise prices of glycerin whenever you feel like. But I can't change the price of my dental cream, Colgate dental cream. That has to be 10 rupees or 20 rupees. So how do you expect me to be in business and survive? And that pushed, but Godrej had monopoly. They were the only making glycerin in the country. It was a commodity pricing. And that forced these guys, after a few months when I met them, they told me, now we have found an answer. So they started making this gel toothpaste and the close up and all that thing. And the gel toothpaste doesn't use glycerin. It used sorbitol, which is a much cheaper ingredient, but they put color, and that was giving a toothpaste which was colorless. They added color and made it a marketing big thing that is more freshness and all that stuff. So the seeds of innovation is there in all problem. It was the problem which was there. So it is not that when you go to and you join any function, you will see innovations coming in. Big companies have been created always with problems which are there. So it is a problem which has driven things. There are some places where people think out of the box to think of a thing. So it is not that taking customer feedback will help you create a product. The first iPod, there was a product called iPod which Apple made. They didn't go to make which is the better MP3 player. So that is where focus group discussion or something to make a product doesn't work. And similar to the UPI, it is not that I make a better payment or something. You are thinking of a new philosophy for, like in the iPod's case, to consume music, and iTunes and all that thing happened because of that. So I think innovation is required in all functions, everywhere. So some of them is all problems. There are seeds of innovation there. So one has to keep eyes open. Fail fast is a very important thing in innovation. So you can't wait for a perfect solution. Try experimentation, you will fail and you learn iteratively. So in design thinking, and I have been trained and I've been using this concept of design thinking extensively in the last 15 years. The company which actually is credited to build most of the Apple products, a company called IDEO, right from the first design of Apple, all products have been designed by this IDEO. So I had been lucky to get trained by them and work in some of the things which they made. So try to learn this design thinking, and where you can design products and services using design thinking concepts. And that helps in lot of innovation. So human-centered design, where you also add empathy into it. So when you design products, you don't, this 80-20 rule, where you say that only I design features for 80% of the requirements, and people generally in industry, you will see these words, they hear 80-20. So because 80% of the profits come from 20% of the customers, 80% of the functionality comes from 20 features. How many people of you use Excel, all the features you don't use? So all these things are there. But when in design thinking, when you try to create products using design thinking concepts, you build for the outliers. So for example, you design product for elderly. Can your product be used by the elderly people? Can it be used by kids? So they are the outliers. And if you, then it makes your product very, very human-centric. and that embeds empathy into it. Have you designed products for the blind people? Have you designed products for the physically handicapped people? So then if you have designed also for them, that means your product is amazingly user friendly. And can you build empathy into your products and solutions? I feel design thinking concept, which these IDEO people have created, and Stanford for their graduate course, they offer that as a free elective to everybody. Everybody who is in Stanford University takes this course. I think that is very, very useful of how to use design thinking in design of products and services, and extremely useful for innovation. One of the GE products, and I had met the product manager of this, they were making these MRI and the scan machines. And when they went for the experimentation, when first launch, for the kids they had made, the kids were very frightened. And they had to, the nurses used to put some injection to calm them down and then put them through that scanning machine. So the product manager felt very bad that I have made this good product for the kids and they have to go through this trauma. So then this IDEO helped him design the product, which made it like an adventure for the kids. Like it is like they are going, a context setting that there is a Sinbad and there is an adventure, and the noise of the machine is as if they are going for on an adventure in the sea and things like that. So that made the journey very useful, like this example of the balloons and all. So this design thinking actually helps in, and that is actually a design thinking concept, which empathize with the kids and said what will make them go through this journey path in a much more interesting way. So this journey path in marketing, or how a consumer or anybody is a consumer, like whether it is internal or an external, when I am doing anything, I have a stakeholder who is a consumer, and for that journey path which that person takes. So how can you make that journey path very interesting is what this design thinking teaches. So if you get opportunity to learn design thinking, please do this and embed in many of your projects. And wherever you join, this is a very good technique for doing innovation.
Thank you, Mr. Roy. I think very wise words. Looking beyond the success that someone has, not being satisfied with status quo, that I think almost everyone emphasized. I think that's very important. Looking at outliers and designing products for them, that was very interesting, and therefore empathy, build empathy. Thank you, everyone. Very interesting points that came up, and I'm glad that even in the classroom there are we touch upon many of these ideas. Some of them were new to me as well, so I'm enriched, of course, and I'm sure my students also. So time to we are at about 11:07, so we for about 10 minutes of Q&A at least. I know there's a big list waiting for you guys, so maybe we can have the Q&A session. So if there are questions already ready, or we will invite our audience members to ask them.
Yes. Thank you, sir, for such an intriguing discussion. We now open the floor for questions, and with the concerns of the time, we would just be taking 2 questions.
A very hearty good morning to all the esteemed panelists. So my question is for Sir Ashish Kapoor. So earlier on in the discussion, you spoke about the importance of understanding the working styles or patterns of our peers when working in groups. So here, when we work with friends or in groups, when we realize some of our peers' working pattern doesn't align with ours, in future we have the choice of not working with that individual again. So a few months from now, when we step into the workplace or a professional environment and we realize that our manager or one of our colleagues' working pattern is not aligning with ours, so there we don't have a choice of not working with them. So how do we navigate that challenge at that point of time while ensuring productivity and a positive workplace environment?
Thanks. Sorry, I didn't get your name.
Ankita.
Ankita. Thanks, Ankita. I think definitely, I mean, great question. And I think that's the other part of what I was talking about, the social style construct. First is just understanding your style, doing something about it. The other part of it is called versatility. You know, how do you develop versatility with regards to once you know how and what someone's style is, how do you just navigate a bit so that you are able to meet the style needs? So, for example, I'll just pick up one style. For example, the driving style, as it is, the important need for them is to see action. Action is very, very important for them. Accuracy comes second, you know, creativity comes third, but action, something to be closed, is the most important part. So, for example, if you're working back with somebody who's a senior person and you understood that the person is a driving style, you know that you could be analytical in your own approach, but you know for him or her, action and closure is very important. So, you would just pay a bit more heed on keeping them updated that, yes, I'm working on it. Yes, half of it is done. You know, the only flex is little bit on understanding their style and therefore aligning yourself to it. I think that changes the entire narrative and that builds a lot of trust, which then also leads to good and healthy conflicts. When I say healthy conflict, I mean good debates. And that is what really results in, you know, great teamwork, great action. That's what I would say.
Thank you,
Yeah.
sir.
Most welcome.
Good morning, panelists. Uh, Thank you for the insightful discussion. So I'm Shivangi Agarwal, PGB batch 2325. My question is to Mr. Roy. So as we see, there's a shift to organic farming happening in the world. And when we hear fertilizers, it's always first word that comes to the mind is chemical. So how is the company leveraging technology to innovate to meet the needs of these new upcoming organic farming techniques? And how are they catering to this customer segment?
So while organic farming is people are, there is a lot of focus on it, but still, and for many years to continue, inorganic chemicals will continue to be used for the scale in which it is required. But in PI industries, we are looking at multiple ways for what we are not calling them as organic farming, but not using inorganic chemicals. So we call them as biologics. And for example, if there is a pest, I can also use another insect to kill that pest. And that another insect will die after some time and become the manure for the soil. So it will be cyclical. So there are a lot of research which is getting done. We are taking seaweeds, converting that into certain types of pesticides. So these are all biologics which we are using. And again, to get that, where we are looking at it more from sustainability, keeping the soil quality better, improving the water. See, the uh, sustainability part in industries is extremely important. How can you keep the environment clean, and especially in the type of industry where we are? So significant amount of research is being done, and slowly we are getting into those type of products. Inorganic chemicals are also harmful. Like you see many fruits and grapes, and you will see some white layer on top of it. Now, and then you have to actually clean it quite properly before you consume it. You cannot export to European countries if you have fruits of that category. So we are also helping farmers whether they can export to Europe and other countries. And that is where proper use of, even if you use inorganic chemicals, you use it appropriately and not indiscriminately. There are farms in Punjab where there has been indiscriminate use of fertilizers, and there are a lot of people suffering from many diseases, which is due to that. So this is an important thing, and we are constantly doing research to build it, but it will be a slow progress.
Thank you, panelists, for such a great session. I'm Tanbir Alam from PGP second year. My question is to Atanu sir. Sir, in like agrochemical products and agrochemical business, we see a lot of forgery and counterfeit products and their domination in markets. And as we know, I mean, this industry deals with farmers. So many farmers are not able to identify these products as well. So in order to mitigate that, I mean, how do you see the implementation of blockchain technologies so that the whole, I mean, supply chain can be, I mean, fitted in the blockchain system?
So I will, these the farmers, the amount of money people can spend is limited. But I was in pharmaceutical industry earlier. Even the remdesivir drug, which was used in COVID, at least 30% were fake, which was distributed in India. So there is a lot of work which is getting done to prevent counterfeit medicines, and the same technology is getting used. A blockchain is not getting used, but track and trace solutions. So what is getting done in pharmaceutical, the same thing we will be doing it in agrochemicals and pesticides. So what happens is that there will be a unique code which is there in, so every batch and every I would say bottle would have an unique code. And when people scan that, then we will know whether that product is genuine or fake. Even there, cyber security actually has to play a very important role, because people can create that same, copy that same barcode and try to misuse it. So work is getting done, because whatever solution we look at, it has to be also cost effective at scale. At scale is very important. So we don't have a perfect solution till now, but for pharmaceuticals in many geographies, we have been able to tackle the problem of counterfeit medicines. In many geographies, we have not been able to do it. In India, definitely we have not been able to do it. And in agrochemicals, we are way behind. But we have a lot of work to do. But in agrochem, whereas in pharmaceutical, you can still have the price. We have the flexibility of, because the margins are higher. So we can make the solution a bit more expensive. In agrochemicals, we cannot. So we have to look at a very cost-effective solution. And we haven't yet found the most sustainable answer to that.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, everyone. Today's discussion has been truly enlightening. Our panelists have provided us with essential insights into how technology is reshaping leadership and driving change in today's world.
We extend our sincere thanks to our distinguished panelists. Your expertise and diverse perspective have offered us a well-rounded understanding of technological leadership.
We also want to acknowledge our moderator, Professor Deeptiman Banerjee, for guiding this discussion with skill and clarity. Your moderation, sir, has helped us gain meaningful insights.
Now I request Professor Ramkumar Kakani, Director IIM Raipur, to present a memento as token of gratitude to our esteemed guest and moderator.
To my students, there's a request from my side. Gentlemen, panelists, they have come all the way from Bangalore, from Mumbai, from Delhi, and I think they deserve a standing ovation from us to spend so much time for having, spending 2 days with us. Thank you.
Shri Ashish Kapoor. Shri Atnu Roy. Shri Sanjay Gopinath. Shri Subhradeep Bhattacharya. Shri Subhriti Bhattacharya. Sri Sushant Mathur. Shri Vivek Jyoti. Professor Deeptiman Banerjee. I now request Professor Rashmi Shukla, Chairperson Placements, Professor Smriti Pandey, Co-Chairperson Placements, to join us on the stage to launch the final placement brochure for batch 2023-2025.
Is IT, can we have the FP brochure online here?
Thank you again, panelists, for joining us, coming all the way from where you are to Raipur. And to all of you, I would like to give a message on behalf of the institution. We are not yet at the place where I am A or C or the older ones are. We are Raipur. It's like the famous Abyss ad. We are number 2, and hence we try harder. And therefore, I'll request you, ask you to come over again. Consider our students very seriously when you're thinking of taking people in organizations, and maybe recommend our place to others. Thank you very much. Thank you for your time. Really, really appreciate you coming over.
I'm going to send all these hard copies to all of you as well.
Yeah.
As well as- Yes, please. Do carry this. So,
Thank you again.
and even these will be coming. Please drop it.
Oh, okay.
Back some other goodies. Thank you note from our side as well in the feedback. Please keep it here only.
Okay. Thank you. This is Dokra, which is. Yeah, I could see that. Yeah.
Yes.
That is correct. What is it called? Dokra. Dokra.
Yeah, put the music off.
No, I think just a quick check. I think we wanted to update that all of us, we didn't get too many questions. We were not able to answer too many questions from all of you. So feel free and encouraged to just reach out to us in terms of LinkedIn, a lot of these social media channels. Just don't hesitate, we're there to answer anything that you have in mind. Thank you again. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir, for.
We'll now take a 30 minutes break. We'll be back with another insightful discussion with our next panel of industry leaders by 12 noon. We request the dignitaries and the faculty to move to the IR lounge for high tea. Students are requested to remain seated till the guest leaves.
Students can disperse now.
Most an institute which essentially has a tagline of building business owners. And we believe in it.
Dedicated to bridging academic learning with real world applications. And I'm delighted to share that we have more than 200 hours of real life interactions with C-level executives. This exposure equipped our students with deep insights into industry trends and helps them to develop essential behavioral competencies, and our rigorous academic curriculum and extensive industry engagement through life projects, case studies, and corporate competitions prepare our students to excel in their careers. Our placement statistics are a testament to this. We invite all of you to explore the exceptional potential of our students and consider them for amazing opportunities within your esteemed organizations. We are confident that they will bring
एक बार नोटपैड चेक करो तो न्यूज़ तो नहीं है ना नोटपैड
Namaskar and a warm welcome to recruiters of our summer internship program and final placements for the year 2024. I welcome you because we all have choices and you are looking at IIM Raipur among the choices you have is a welcome item. The reason I state is multiple, but first and foremost, an institute which essentially has a tagline of building business owners. And we believe in it, and each and every process inside the organization is aligned to that. You will find in our MBA students, because of the geospatial location of the institute, a very reflective mindset wherein the students will be well evolved and having all the advantages of going through a reflective process, which enables fantastic learning agility and good adult learning pedagogy. Lastly, please understand that we are an institute which has an attached airport, which is 17 to 18 minutes from the airport. Most welcome. Look forward to meeting you in the IIM Raipur campus. Thank you.
It is my great pleasure to present the 14th batch of our flagship postgraduate program. PGP 23-25 cohort comprises 379 students representing a broad spectrum of academic backgrounds and professional experiences. Notably, our students come with valuable experience from sectors such as IT, ITES, BFSI, manufacturing, and consulting. Additionally, we are proud to highlight a significant achievement in gender diversity that this cohort of 23-25 has 60% of students being female. This is also a commitment towards inclusive environment. At IIM Raipur, our placements to your organization. And consult.
Namaskar and a warm welcome to recruiters of our summer internship program and final placements for the year 2024. I welcome you because we all have choices and you are looking at IIM Raipur among the choices you have is a welcome item. The reason I state is multiple, but first and foremost, an institute which essentially has a tagline of building business owners. And we believe in it, and each and every process inside the organization is aligned to that. You will find in our MBA students, because of the geospatial location of the institute, a very reflective mindset wherein the students will be well evolved and having all the advantages of going through a reflective process.
Mic testing. Mic testing. One. Testing. One, two, three, four, five. Mic testing. One, two, three, four, five. Mic testing.
The students are required to be seated in their seats by 12.
We request everyone to settle down quickly. We are going to start up shortly. Check. Welcome back to the Leadership Summit 2024. We would like to present a message from Professor Ramkumar Kakani, Director, IIM Raipur, and Professor Rashmi Shukla, Chairperson Placements, regarding the final placement brochure 2023-2025. Can we please have the video?
Namaskar and a warm welcome to recruiters of our summer internship program and final placements for the year 2024. I welcome you because we all have choices, and you are looking at IIM Raipur among the choices you have is a welcome item. The reason I state is multiple, but first and foremost, an institute which essentially has a tagline of building business owners. And we believe in it, and each and every process inside the organization is aligned to that. You'll find in our MBA students, because of the geospatial location of the institute, a very reflective mindset wherein the students will be well evolved and having all the advantages of going through a reflective process, which enables fantastic learning agility and good adult learning pedagogy. Lastly, please understand that we are an institute which has it attached there. We're just 17 to 18 minutes from the airport. Most welcome. Look forward to meeting you in the IIM Raipur campus. Thank you.
It is my great pleasure to present the 14th batch of our flagship postgraduate program. PGP 23-25 cohort comprises 379 students representing a broad spectrum of academic backgrounds and professional experiences. Notably, our students come with valuable experience from sectors such as IT, ITES, BFSI, manufacturing, and consulting. Additionally, we are proud to highlight a significant achievement in gender diversity that this cohort of 23-25 has 60% of students being female. This is also a commitment towards inclusive environment. At IIM Raipur, we are dedicated to bridging academic learning with real-world applications, and I'm delighted to share that we have more than 200 hours of real-life interactions with C-level executives. This exposure equipped our students with deep insights into industry trends and helps them to develop essential behavioral competencies, and our rigorous academic curriculum and extensive industry engagement through life projects, case studies, and corporate competitions prepare our students to excel in their careers. Our placement statistics are a testament to this. We invite all of you to explore the exceptional potential of our students and consider them for amazing opportunities within your esteemed organizations. We are confident that they will bring innovation, leadership, and significant value addition to your teams and to your organizations. The accompanying brochure provides detailed information of our institute and regarding our talented PGP students. We look forward to a fruitful and long-term partnership with your esteemed organization. Thank you and welcome to the IIM Raipur family.
After an inspiring morning, we are excited to continue our journey with our next panel discussion titled When Profit Meets Purpose, Creating Shared Value in Action. As we transition into this panel, we shall be understanding how businesses today are navigating the balance between profitability and social responsibility. This section will explore how businesses can balance financial performance with social impact, proving that profit and purpose can indeed coexist.
In today's complex world, the ability to align business success with societal goals is a hallmark of visionary leadership. I now request our esteemed panelist and moderator to join us on the stage. Our distinguished panel will shed light on how this balance can drive not just growth, but also positive change. Let's introduce our esteemed panelists. First, we have Ms. Aradhika Mehta, former executive head of marketing at Aditya Birla Fashion and Retail Limited. With over 15 years of experience in marketing, brand building, and category management, Ms. Aradhika has driven significant business results across global brands like Lenskart, The Body Shop, Levi Strauss & Company, and Nike. Her innovative strategies and deep understanding of consumer behavior will provide valuable insights into purpose-driven marketing. Ma'am, we welcome you to the panel discussion.
Next, we have Shri Kalpan Desai, former VP HR at Sony Pictures Networks India. Shri Kalpan brings over 18 years of expertise in talent management and organizational transformation. Recognized as an Economics Times Emerging HR Leader, his experience across the BFSI, technology, and media industries makes him uniquely qualified to discuss how businesses can build high-performing cultures that align with both profit and purpose. Sir, we welcome you to the panel discussion.
Joining us is Shri Sachiv Vohra, Executive Director at JP Morgan Chase and Company. Shri Sachiv's extensive background in financial services, investment banking, merchant banking, and technology, coupled with leadership roles at TIA, Morgan Stanley, and Deutsche Bank, position him as a key voice on the intersection of financial innovation and social responsibility. We welcome you, sir, to our panel discussion today.
We are also pleased to have Shri Sandeep Tyagi, Head of HR at Uflex Limited. As an accomplished HR leader with experience at global giants like Samsung Electronics and Hire India, Shri Sandeep's insights on leadership, talent management, and organizational growth will be invaluable in exploring how HR strategies can create shared values. Sir, we welcome you today.
Please join us in welcoming Shri Shreyansh Shukla, Associate Director, Business and Strategy at Disney Plus Hotstar. With 16 years of experience across top media companies like Disney Hotstar, Prime Video, and Zee, Shri Shreyansh's deep expertise in content and business strategy will offer a unique perspective on creating value that resonates with both consumers and society. Sir, we welcome you to our today's discussion.
Moderating this discussion is Professor Saroj Kumar Pani, Chairperson Doctoral Program, a distinguished expert in business strategy and ESG strategy. With over 20 years of experience in both industry and academia, Professor Pani has been instrumental in helping organizations align profit with purpose. His insights will be crucial in steering this discussion towards actionable strategies. Sir, we are thrilled to have you moderate this panel.
We request our esteemed moderator, Professor Saroj Kumar Pani, to felicitate the experts with the bouquet. Ms. Aradhika Mehta. Shri Kalpan Desai. Shri Sachiv Vohra. Shri Sandeep Tyagi. Shri Shreyansh Shukla. Now I would request Professor Rashmi Shukla, Chairperson Placements, to felicitate our moderator, Professor Saroj Kumar Pani, with the bouquet.
Lovely. Lovely.
Let's delve into this thought-provoking discussion on how businesses can merge profit with purpose. Professor Pani, over to you.
First of all, a very great afternoon to all of you. And it is our privilege to have all of you in our campus. As you know, the discussion that we are going to have is when profit meets purpose. And this is not a small topic, neither this is a very new topic. So the topic is old, but then it is relevant. Not only relevant, these are the things that probably are going to channelize the kind of way or the kind of direction that our future business are going to take. So I'd like to start with kind of dichotomy that we are having for last maybe 50, 60 years. And I want to quote Milton Friedman, who was economist and Nobel laureate. So what he talked about the societal purpose of businesses. He said, the business of business is business. So there is nothing else. So if you're adding to shareholders' value, that itself is a good thing to do. Don't think about any other thing because your core competency are not matched to do any other thing. So that's one aspect of this one. The second aspect, which I will probably quote Mr. Azim Premji, who is very well known in India. And I quote, businesses create wealth from society. I think that any wealth creates a sense of trusteeship. It is our responsibility while creating wealth to have some amount of responsibility of it. And this trusteeship is not a new idea. You know, Mahatma Gandhi also talked about trusteeship. So he says that because we are creating wealth from the society and we are just holders of the wealth, we are the trustee of that wealth and we need to probably give it back to the society. So if you see from a philosophical point of view, these are two different views. One is saying that profit maximization is our objective. Another one is saying profit is for the society. Maybe our reality lies somewhere in between. Our business reality lies somewhere in between, and we cannot deny that because you know that what are happening right now from the cultural side, from the environmental side, from the social side, from the political side. There are many stakeholders which are probably putting pressure, and we know that without dealing with them, we cannot actually do our business. So that is the reason why my first question or my first question for all of you is that what is your view on this particular dichotomy in the context of your organization? How is your organization is dealing with this conflicting philosophy of pure profit versus societal value? So it is, I mean, any kind of broad-based insights. These are our first year students, MBA students, and they are new to, probably half of them are going to be new to the organizations. And from their angle, as well as from this particular context, what will be your view on this? Yeah, we can begin from Shreyans.
Yeah, thank you. So my understanding also, because it's a complex question, my understanding and my answers are going to be pretty layered to this. One, if we see in terms of giving back to the society, right? As the first quote that you mentioned, that business is about business. I am more inclined towards that simply because that's our core USP, that's our core strength, and that's where our core expertise lies. That's what we are in the business for. But given the nature of the society, and specifically for India, right, when there is such disparity between the haves and the have-nots, if you are the privileged few who are in the haves quadrant, it's our responsibility, as you said, to give it back to the society. And how do you give it back? As an organization, you might select for itself, or it might be for each of the individual members of this organization. As a philosophical level, I would still go and select that let each individual decide what they want to do, because that would be a better way to do it. But at an overall level, at an organizational level, it's always better if the clear focus lies very deep and which is aligned to your core principles. So let me give you an example. At Disney, right? Disney is known throughout the world for the content that we create. So one of the things when we give back to the society is whenever we premiere a movie or we create a movie, one of the first premieres that we do, and this is not only in India, this is worldwide. We do the premieres for children, the underprivileged children throughout the world. And understand from the Disney's perspective, most of the content that we create is animated, is feel good, is uplifting, and it's inspirational. So, and this has been a policy for last 20, 30, 40 years. So this is, as I said, it's core competence plus giving back to the society. So this is a philosophy which I personally adhere to. And I think most organizations should go somewhere near it.
So, good afternoon. Profit maximization and societal values can go together very, very well. It's basically you got to marry both the things together very seamlessly. Then they can really prosper and enhance both the profitability and the societal good. So in my previous organization in Samsung, we would Samsung as an organization is a technology company. So we would partner with some of the leading technology innovator institutions like Triple IT Hyderabad at the top level, and at the base of the pyramid where you have ITIs. So we partnered with 1100 ITIs, set up incubation centers in each of these institutes in order to train the upcoming people. And once these people, they like at ITIs, they had a training of 3 months. At Triple ITs, the training was of about a year's time in the incubation centers. And then these people were absorbed in the customer service centers of, so ITIs at customer service centers of Samsung. And for Triple ITs at the Innovation and R&D Center at Bangalore. So the idea was to build the base very, very strongly and grow the talent pool. And this talent pool was not only for internally for Samsung, but also for other companies in the same sector, whether it is Oppo, Vivo, or Nokia, or as Siemens. So anyone could hire from these kind of things. So this was entirely set up by Samsung in India. So the thing behind this is how you marry your societal goals and the overall good of the organization. So that is very, very important to see. So that's my take.
Thank you. First of all, thank you for the opportunity for being here. You have a fabulous campus, and it's an honor to be here with this panel as well as in front of you. The thing that I wanted to talk about from the question that Professor just asked is, and Shreyansh and Sandeep have covered a lot of it, but within JP Morgan, if you think of a company or a sector, investment banking or financial services is all about making money. So there's no question about the focus and the emphasis on making money. But and every company across the board, however big size they may be, will have some investment or time put in for CSR related activity, giving back to the community in any country or any community that they work in. But I think one thing that differentiates JP Morgan and what we've done over the past few years is to define a purpose for the company. So it's not just about, okay, you make money, some portion of the money needs to go back, as Mr. Premji has said, but on your day-to-day activity, what is it that you value as a company? And what is it that you want to be known for, and how you make an impact? And being able to define that purpose really brings the company together. And if you think about, I don't know how many of you have gone through it, but if you had to guess, what is the purpose of a company like JP Morgan? No, it's not a trick question. It is making dreams possible everywhere for everyone every day. If I just told you the purpose of JP Morgan, would you ever think the company, if I just told you the purpose, would you be able to guess the company by this definition? Even Disney, right? Shreyansh mentioned, right? Disney has a purpose, creating magic, nothing else, right? Like it's creating magic. Starbucks, guess what is a coffee company? What would be the purpose of a coffee company? Sell as much coffee, right? It is creating communities, one coffee cup at a time. And that purpose, having that purpose inbuilt in your day-to-day life to say, this is how I or the company makes money, and this is what we are trying to do, is, I think, at the core of how we're trying to change just, making a profit or just giving back to the community. But having it in your DNA, having it in as a way of how you exist is what has been transformational within JP Morgan in how we as employees feel connected to the purpose as well as what we bring to the company on a daily basis. And I think that's a change that has been received significantly well. It energizes all the employees and it makes a much bigger impact than your regular CSR activities, which we still do. Everybody contributes 1 hour in a year across the 50,000 employees in India or the 300,000 employees across the globe in different activities that benefit the society. But that is 1 hour in a year. What happens throughout the remainder of the year? And I think that's a big difference that JP Morgan's trying to do.
Sachiv, this is a very excellent way of actually looking at things, because this question might be a little bit easier for others, for example, a manufacturing organization or a other kind of service organization, but a company where the input is money and output is money, and we are asking that what else do you do with the money? That's very difficult to deal with. And I am happy that you actually focused on the freedom that you give to the independent or individuals, independent people and individuals inside your organization, so that they can go out and do whatever they need to do, but it must be aligned with the core of your company. But that's an excellent way of looking at things, where freedom actually meets your options that probably you have.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Kalpan.
Yeah, I mean, Sachiv has covered it wonderfully. I don't think anybody would have to explain much more further on what it is. But let me share a few things from my previous organizations. And, as you go into organizations, you will see a lot of organizations only having mission and vision. Probably, I'm Raipur also had, when I checked in, I had a mission and vision, right? The purpose, nobody mentions the purpose. Right? Purpose is basically more of a philosophy. It's an abstract. And if you look deep into it, most of the organizations would have a purpose, right? Business. Definitely it's a business, right? But how you basically align it to a purpose and make an impact, that impact is your purpose, right? For example, tomorrow, if you choose to become an entrepreneur, at the end of the day, if you create a startup, you will make a product that is required, right? The purpose would be to solve the need, and then you'll make a product, not make a product and sell it, right? So the purpose is always there underlying, and you need to identify it and align your organization to it and marry what Mr. Tyagi also said, right? So at Sony, basically, like Disney, our philosophy is basically, evolving the culture, right? And not change. I'm saying evolving. Evolving is always for better. Change can be good or bad. Evolving the culture. And if you see the content, it's more of a women protagonist as well, right? It's empowering women within the society. Like we started with Jassi Jaise Koi Nahi, right? And that's, I'm not sure anybody would have seen it because it came before you guys, but yeah. So that is how it all started. Talking about my other organization, Jana Small Finance Bank, it's a microfinance. Again, it's a money, but it's a microfinance company. The purpose is to, of course, make money, make profit. The mission and vision is that, how, when, etc. But why is basically helping the small businesses, helping the community, and making that lower strata of the country grow so that they can also basically utilize all the facilities, etc., of banking and all. So that is the purpose, right? And as an HR, the philosophy that I always have and I work with is a simple. You basically, for the talent that's there in the organization, you connect the talent with the purpose. And for the talent that is outside, you create a purpose for that talent, right? So talent meets purpose and purpose finds talent. I think that's something if you work upon, it's mutually beneficial and results in growth. So definitely we should look at that way.
Hi, I think coming at the end of a long list of people who've spoken extensively about it, yeah, I'm not in the most, what should I say, interesting position, if I may just call it so. But thank you first for the amazing introduction. For a second, I was a little taken aback if it was me who was speaking, who's being spoken about. But thank you so much, and thank you, Dr. Pani, for starting the discussion with a great note. The business of business is about business. Yeah, right. But I'll speak from the perspective of two industries wherein I have spent my entire career. The fashion and luxury industry, apparel mostly, and the beauty and personal care, the BPC industry. Two industries which are probably the most polluting industries of the planet. And to give you a little further context, a pair of jeans takes about 2,000 gallons of water. One pair of jeans takes about 2,000 gallons of water to produce. So yeah, good that none of you are wearing jeans today. So, and more perspective, fast fashion currently is in the process of completely inundating and filling the planet with landfills. And I can give you far more context. I'm pretty passionate about this subject. But with that glorious context, I would like to talk about a particular brand and business that I work with and how it clearly set the tone as to if you want to do something different, if you want to really create impact and be the social good change maker, the beacon of light for society, you really can. The business of business can be about doing good for the society, and that is The Body Shop. I want to talk to you about an instance of how we did that business. So all the ingredients that are sourced at The Body Shop, there's a concept that Anita Roddick, the inspiring founder of The Body Shop and a very strong voice of social good, talking about clean beauty and social good way back when these things were not fashionable in 1974. And she started this movement that every ingredient that is sourced is going to be sourced from small communities, women communities alone across the world. Not only will that give us a fair price and a livelihood to those women, thanks to the premium that The Body Shop would pay to that community, and most of them, below a certain segment, underprivileged segment, over a period of time, it would create such social projects that would uplift the entire community. An example was, say, the shea butter that is there in all the moisturizers of The Body Shop is sourced from a particular community called the Tungtia community in Ghana. And so this is a group of some 650 women, and I know since we went there and we did an entire project around it, they produce the entire butter for every product of The Body Shop. And in that process, and they've been doing this since 1994, so 30 years of doing this, the entire community of, I think, some 11 villages, about 49,000 people, 7 schools, and a whole lot of other things that have happened, has happened just because it was not a separate project. It was a part of the business. So I think that's enough an instance. I'll not take more time and we can discuss the other parts. So when one wants to do business for good, we can. And there's a blog of Anita Roddick, anybody who's interested, and it's the most powerful blog that you will read, I can guarantee, is Business Unusual. There are books, she's written books as well. She's a very powerful voice, and I would recommend that if you want to read more about it, please do.
Thank you, Aradhika. Our panel are from actually three different kind of background. You see that one esteemed member is from finance, then two are broadly speaking entertainment, then one is conglomerate, then one is manufacturing or packaging. But what I see from the views that our esteemed panel members have given here is some kind of inclusiveness that is coming into the philosophy and the thought process that they have opined here as of now. So, for example, everybody probably said that profit and societal purpose can go hand in hand. So, and you see the implications where probably they were pointing out to. Shreyans talked about the entertainment. Even if you are just an entertainer, you are giving the service of entertainment to the underprivileged part of the society. Then Sandeep talked about job and entrepreneurship. So you are giving income, you are giving job, and you are creating incubation center so that people are actually being benefited economically. Then Sachiv, very interestingly, even if he's from a bank, freedom to have personal interaction, but aligned to the company or the organization. Then Kalpan talked about the culture-oriented actions that they are taking in the organization, where probably the talent meets purpose. And then Aradhika talked about the environmental aspect, which is very, very important, and livelihood to the underprivileged community. So the point what probably is very interesting here is that the community, the underprivileged part of the community, and the not so well, not so kind of what we can call that the upper part of the society, they can be breached by the organization. So if you are in the upper part of the society and the lower part of the society, organizations play an important role to actually breach that. We always thought that it is the NGO's job. We always thought that it is the government's job. But it is not only the NGO job and the government job, but also the organization's job. And you can do it in multiple ways. Somebody says body shop and probably giving them the benefits that they have. Somebody is giving entertainment and other things. So this brings me to an interesting aspect of research that few of my colleagues and I did about 6-7 years ago. And what we did was that people always say that, for example, we always said that the profit can meet purpose. That is the question that also organizational persons asked to those guys who are probably going to do social actions inside the organization or in the context of the organization. The CEO will ask that, why I am spending so much of money? Or probably the finance person will say that it is an wastage of money. So this is where the strategic aspect of these social actions come into picture. And people say that it is not only that you have societal impact, but also you have organizational impact. At the end of the day, if you can say to the CEO that, no, because of this activity, we benefited like this XYZ, then there will be more acceptability. That acceptable part is what we call as strategic aspect of social action. And when you did our research, that what brings the strategic aspect to social actions, we found out that there are three important initiators. The first one is the leadership, which was talked about, culture, which you talked about, and then the external pressure, obviously, which we did not talk about, but obviously there is an external pressure. And then, most importantly, the three variables that ensure that social actions are actually creating value for the organization, not for the society, but for the organization. Is closeness of social action to firm's core business. How close is what you are going to do for the society is to your core business, like what Shreyans talked about. Then the stakeholder involvement, multiple stakeholder involvement, and obviously the financial performance, because nobody forgets business of business is business. So my question is, given these 6 variables, given these 6 things, how is your organization, either the present organization or past organizations, have dealt with these things? One, closeness of social action, stakeholder involvement, financial performance, and the cultural aspect, the leadership aspect, and external pressure. If there are some anecdotes or some examples where we can figure out how it is done, that will be great. We can start from any person or any panelist.
I can start. So among the things that you mentioned, Professor, I think still I go back to culture, which is I think the most important thing within not just the current company JP Morgan, but the previous companies I've worked at as well. Because what within the culture defines what you do, which is also helping your community. So for JP Morgan, for example, one of the things we've done also is one is the purpose, and Kalpan talked about mission and vision. Actually, I noticed that on the IIM when I was walking down, I saw the mission and statement. I'm like, but I didn't see any purpose. And JP Morgan has had a mission and a vision as well, but the purpose was something that came about after a lot of discussions, and realized that's what we do on a day-to-day basis. So one of the things that below the purpose is what are the values of the company, not the business principles that everybody's aware of or people may read up on the internet as well, but what are the core values of the company? And if I list out, there are 5 core values that JP Morgan has. And if you would hear it, you would not, again, like I said, again, just like the purpose, if I just told you the values and asked you to guess the company, you may not be able to guess it. So one of the core values is service. There's a core value called heart, courage, curiosity, and excellence. Now, if you think of what do these 5 things mean, right? Service. If you think of a company as a bank, you'd say, what's the service? Or you're just providing financial support. You're providing, financial products to a lot of our clients. But it's also about inclusivity. Who are you providing the financial products to? Are you able to provide it to communities that need it? Are you able to provide it in nations that are going to become do not have the economic opportunity, or do not have the financial well-being that can be offered as it is available in other countries? If you think of a city in the US, if you think of Detroit, if any of you have heard about it, had filed for bankruptcy about 10 or 15 years ago. JP Morgan steps in with a $200 million investment for the community, to build communities, to provide training, to create an environment which will then, in the end, sustain by giving back business to the firm. One of the things JP Morgan did was initiate a training center, vocational training and certification to be provided to homeless, vets, as well as the underprivileged, which is then leading up for them to be part of the construction industry, to build businesses, build industries, who will then need capital, which will then come through what they want to do as a firm. Another example was, and I was fascinated by it because I've not read about it. And one of the reasons of unveiling the purpose is spreading this information about all the good that the firm is doing on a daily basis across the world. Given our size and scale, it is just sometimes the things that we do are not getting publicized even within the firm, even for our employees to know. So there was a great story that I read on the internet, and I reached out to the person who had helped in that. Was helping out a handicapped person who loved surfing. And you'd think, how would that be possible? You can't even get to a beach if you don't have, if you're not able, even if you had a wheelchair, you're not going to be able to get to many of the beaches. Forget getting to any beach in India, but you're not going to get to a beach even in the US, which does not have access. And he built very simple solution of building mats, which you could put on the beach, and then you could take your wheelchair all the way to the water. But that's one idea. But how do you help them, scale up that idea? How do you get that person access to capital? And from our Chase side of the world, which is the retail business, not the institutional side, this is not about saying, let's give some amount as money to them as a CSR activity. This is saying, how do I help you to make a business plan, describe your business opportunity, what is the market that you go to? And this is JP Morgan employees within the Chase organization working with them to craft that business plan. And I think those are the kind of activities which will define how a company grows, how a company connects with what each of their employees do. And I think then any external factor or any financial benefit becomes secondary because that is just the nature of what the company and its employees do on a day-to-day basis, which is helping some of the biggest clients and the most wealthiest clients make money and obviously make money for the firm. But as an outcome of it, you're also doing good in the communities and the areas that you're working in, not as a side effect of it, but that's as part of the work that you do, is growing those communities and the neighborhoods that you're operating in.
Sachiv, I have a very ancillary question to this. What we understand is that the actions that you are doing, what in economics we call as positive externalities. So you are creating positive externalities and then you are expecting that the trickle down effect will be there on the economy as well as for the organization. Do you just let it go that my employees are doing it and I am spending some money? Or do you have also a little bit of a control over what we need to do, what kind of impact it should have on society as well as from the organization side, that my organization should benefit in XYZ ways if you are doing this? Or you just forget that, you say do good and then forget? Which is your philosophy and what do you do?
So I don't think it is do what you want to do and it'll help us, but we do not quantify it. I don't think the purpose of our purpose is to quantify, how many dreams have we made possible or which communities have we uplifted. So we do not measure that part of it because I think that should be very, very clear without having to measure it. But it's not left to every individual to do what they want to do. JP Morgan as a financial services firm is supremely regulated. So you cannot just let employees do whatever you do. Even if it's meant to be good, they may have repercussions both from a reputational as well as regulatory perspective. So when I talk about the Detroit example, $200 million is not given to an employee to figure out what they want to do. Obviously comes with a lot of controls. But what we're trying to say, it's not just money. We are providing you employees time, expertise, and the value, which is going to help you become self-sufficient and build skills and capabilities, which will help you grow and thrive in the neighborhoods and the communities you want to. So I think the focus is more on a community being built, not just about a particular business or a particular CSR activity.
So I have a related question here to you. Yes. You say that there are no clear goals, if I am comprehending that correctly. Yes. So without a framework and a goal, how would you be able to track what one is doing? And I'm going to give you a little context. Apple for the longest had been talking about how it's going to reduce, its carbon footprint and all of that. And last year, if I'm correct, they released that film, right? Where they actually spoke about by which year will they have what goal met, whether in terms of plastic usage or in terms of their carbon footprint. So, I'm a little at a loss that while it may be a very large, significant sum of money that you're allocating towards this goal, towards this good, but if there are no clear markers or indicators or frameworks, how do you really know what is the progress that you've made?
So again, I think my point was not if there are anything related to, like I mentioned, zero waste in the past when, plastic waste, when JP Morgan as a company moved, there are clear goals of what is our carbon footprint emission reduction or the benefit that we want to get from it. What I was trying to say about the purpose of the company does not have definite, measurements related to, okay, if you are going to be doing, like I said, dreams possible for everybody. Nobody's going to get a target of these are the number of dreams you need to make possible. What they're trying to say is through the values of the firm, you are doing what the purpose, vision, and the mission of the company is. But as part of it, you are living those values as you're doing this, and your only a measurement for even you as an employee is not just the money. Is also the other bit of what was the good that came out of it. But I don't think there's a business plan. Again, I'm not aware. Maybe there is. Maybe the head of HR or the head of CSR would have that. But I'm not aware. And the good part is because they do not share it with everybody to say, oh, that's the number we are going after. That's the percentage we are going after, is where it becomes true to say, this is what we want to live on a daily basis, not as a percentage, because you would meet the target at some point and you then go back into your shell. There are certain targets, like I mentioned earlier, about 1 hour in a year, and we get not 1 hour, 1 day in a year, and we get the day off from the firm to go and participate in, painting a school, teaching underprivileged students. That is a measurement that gets tracked. But what I'm talking about as the broader purpose of somebody who's helping out this person who was a handicap to get a business plan, that's part of that person's Chase community banker's job to do that. As part of that, he or she is able to make a difference as well.
Got it. So certain tangible goals and certain intangible goals. I'm
Yes.
going to be the devil's advocate here. And I'm going to talk about the same example that I spoke about, which is the Body Shop. And how, I mean, because you've brought this aspect that it has to align with business, and how are you justifying the business, for the social good that you're doing. So the fact is that in 2006 or 2007, the Body Shop was acquired by L'Oreal. And by 2017, L'Oreal sold it back. The thing is, and here's the conclusion that one would draw after. The Body Shop was always about these practices of no animal testing, because none of the products are actually tested on animals. That is another dirty secret of the beauty industry, that we test on rabbits and pigs and birds and all kinds of animals, hapless animals, leading to all kinds of nasty diseases for them. And one of the regulations, say, for example, in China, is that every product that needs to be launched in China, every beauty product needs to be tested on animals. The Body Shop never tested on animals, and as a rule has no animal testing as one of its 5 principles on which the business stands. And so it never sold in China. The Body Shop never sold in China. However, when L'Oreal acquired it in 2006, and L'Oreal obviously does animal testing because it does sell in China. And no matter how hard L'Oreal tried to incorporate the Body Shop's business and its principles and tried to grow, because the Body Shop had become a veritable force by then, and everybody wanted to really align with that whole natural beauty thing. But 10 years of struggle, and since L'Oreal's core philosophy did not align with the Body Shop's core philosophy of good, finally L'Oreal sold it in 2017. So I'm saying that it is not necessary that the business is able to justify the good, or the good is able to justify the business. And here's an example that finally they sold it off.
This is this is an excellent point in a way that any individual or an organization is known by the choices that they make. So here we are witnessing an organization where the choice was doing business or not doing business. And they said that, no, this is not coming to my value system. I will better off not doing the business. And that's a hard decision to take. And that determines or that defines the personality of that particular business. This is one of the aspects that probably did not come earlier. But you always have something to do or not to do. If you do not do because of your value system, that itself is a kind of thing that determines your personality. So let's go ahead, Shreyans.
So one of the examples that I wanted to share on, defining the purpose of an organization. Let me go back to the dark days of COVID, right? And everybody had difficulties. Everybody was trying to make how ends meet. One of the issues that broadcasters, I was in Z at that point of time, one of the issues that we faced was our content supply had completely stopped. Yes, you couldn't go to shoots, nothing could be shot. And initially we thought it is a few weeks exercise, right? But the longer it went, the longer challenges which we had at broadcasters. But the bigger challenge, and which we realized in a couple of weeks' time, is when any movie or any show or anything is on shoot, apart from the actors, right? There are technicians who work on an per day basis. You work on the day, at the end of the day, you get paid for the day you have worked. Actors and everybody make good amount of money, but what about them, right? So as broadcasters, Z, Sony, Star, all were a part of it. And we came together to realize that this is an issue which we have to solve. This is an issue they have contributed to the success of the industry for a very long time. And whatever CSR we do in need in the hour when they are need us the most, we can't let them go. So I think within a week's time, 3 of the 5 biggest broadcasters in the country came together and said, I think they did about 70-75% of their daily wages. Till COVID gets over, we would pay you through our production house, our partners. And, there was a moment where all the 3 broadcasters were really proud of that whatever hardships they would suffer, at least there would be money coming into their houses each and every day. So again, profit is one thing which, and I was Z at that point of time. I know if you go back to the balance sheets, our profits actually went down significantly. But at the end of the day, purpose, as you know, he was saying, purpose sometimes overrides profits. And that is where you feel proud about the industry or the organization that you're proud of.
This is an extremely interesting point, because the moment we talk about social actions or even CSR activity, we generally go out of the organization, but generally we forget that our employees also need some kind of help at some point of time. And even if we think about our employees need help, then probably we only think about from a CXO level, the upper half rather than the lower half. So this is an interesting thing to see, that I mean, look at your own organization, whether there is somebody who needs help, he is also part of the society, right? So let's go to the next.
So, point that you brought up, Radhika, on Sachiv's perspective, that's the thing about purpose. Purpose. We can't put a
It's nest.
no. We can't put a number or goal to it, because if there is a target, a goal to a purpose, then it defines the end of it first. It's not a
You can
continuum.
always change it every year.
Yeah, but purpose is standard. I mean, you put a number to it, becomes your mission then. So that's what happens according to me. Yeah, can we debate even? We can. We can. So yeah, coming back to your points, Professor, that you brought up on the leadership culture, that's where HR plays a very important role. In fact, what Sachiv also mentioned, purpose, getting it, not everybody contributes directly to the purpose, but that's the role that HR plays, right? Bringing purpose in their life and ensuring that they understand what the purpose, what is the contribution that's happening and how it's happening. And therefore, the performance management system comes into place, where we basically ensure that they understand what they're contributing, how they're contributing, the values come into the picture, and therefore when they are evaluated as well, right? And the performance is evaluated. It's not only evaluated on the basis of the numbers or etc. business, but it also has a weightage of values and competencies and other things in it, right? Which ensures that person is committed and person is basically ensured that he's working or she's working rightly towards the goal that the organization wants to achieve. And that's where the profitability and the productivity and the purpose at the end of the day is achieved, right? And leadership plays a very important role, very critical role. For example, Sony Pictures, our purpose, of course, we said content is, evolving culture, women, empowerment, etc. And of course, gender diversity is something, sustainability is something that's happening big time right now. And everybody is thankfully focused on it. So it's not about just having it on numbers, right? That we have 30% women, 10% LGBTQ plus, etc. It's not about that. I mean, you need to look at it, and leadership has to be the CEO, the CXO have to be with you. I mean, our offices at Sony Pictures, all are accessible by wheelchairs, first of all. We have gender neutral washrooms on the floor, right? We have washrooms accessible by wheelchairs again, and specifically for PWD people, right? So that's very important, very critical. Our JDs are gender neutral, right? We have basically pro gender philosophies as well, right? Insurance, etc. now is covered for every partners, right? So that every organization is doing now. But that are important aspects that leadership has to be involved, has to have the okay in it, and therefore leadership becomes very important, very critical for any purpose to succeed, right? Or to be achieved. So that's very important. And sustainability, of course. I mean, Disney, etc. Now everybody is working on sustainability. We are working on sustainability. Small things what employees can do, we can't do. Not everybody can go on the production house and set studios and ensure the less wastage on electricity, etc. So we can contribute in a small ways. So we did away with the tissue papers in the office. No printing unnecessary. The printing is counted, is questioned if basically excessive printing is happening on the papers, and that's how it is, right? So it's all plastics are gone, reusable, recycled cups are there in the office. So this is what purpose, small ways you can contribute within the organization as an employee. Not everybody will contribute directly and say, this is what I made a difference. Everybody will make us, it's a drop that makes an ocean. That's how it works.
let me put a word into what probably you are saying, awareness. So the organization as well as the employee need to be aware that what they are probably going to do, and the organization should facilitate that. And if you want to borrow a word from OB, then it is mindfulness of doing.
Mindfulness is the right word. Yeah, absolutely.
So I will probably categorize the things that you said is that mindfulness of doing direct or indirect social service or purpose-driven actions, even inside the or outside the organization.
Yeah, absolutely.
So Sandeep ji.
So, in my current organization, which is in India's largest printing, packaging, chemicals organization, we are leaders in our sector, and depends on us a lot to create a culture of innovation and sustainability. So we are moving towards driving technologies which reduces usage of chemicals which are carcinogenic, which are unhealthy. So reduce their usage, or maybe eliminate their usage. So we've location by location, we have gone to the extent of making them say there's a chemical called toluene. So making locations free of using toluene, so which are carcinogenic chemicals. In packaging, develop sustainable packaging solutions for daily needs. For your information, say pouch of say Maggie or a Frito-Lays is what you see a film is actually a layer of 6 to 7 films which are binded together by chemicals. So how do you ensure that what the product you get inside is completely safe for humans? That is a very big thing. So there is always leadership is trying to drive a culture of innovation to make it safer, to make it more driving down the cost, and most importantly, sustainability of the materials being used in those packaging, and reducing the petrochemical usage to reduce the carbon footprints. So that is how we are trying to create a culture of innovation in the organization.
Sandeep ji, you mean to say that even if there are processes which are more cost effective because of these environmental sensitivities, you are probably going ahead with the processes or using such kind of things which are a little bit more costly, but still you are going ahead.
Yeah. So cost is one thing, but there are, due to the sustainability goals, there are regulations coming up where some of the materials going to be completely banned and would not be usable. So you are bound to take steps to reduce the intakes and make it more safer. And now paper is being driven a huge lot of it is trying to replace the plastics. Now how it will replace plastic, so you need special adhesives for paper to make it more binding and more strengthening the tensile strength of the paper. So there's a lot of work going on there.
Sandeep ji, I mean, before we go for the question answer from our students, I have some specific questions for our panel members, and I'm glad that you actually brought into the aspect of regulations here. So you know, in 2016 we had this plastic waste management rule, and which applies to your industry also, because most of the packaging material were out of plastic, as you rightly said, and they mandate that there will be extended producer responsibility that you need to comply with. So given that these are the things which is coming from different stakeholders, and these stakeholders you cannot ignore, that is the government mandate. how the internal processes and how the culture of the organization is going to change in order to align with this new mandate or new societal kind of purpose.
Yeah. So, as I said, now a lot of work is happening towards using materials. Like I said, paper is being driven a lot. So, right now you use milk in milk pouches, which are very eco-unfriendly. So you would have read in the newspapers and you would have known about this, that when you cut a milk pouch, the kind of the plastic which is left out in the small bits, that's creating havoc in the city of Bangalore. So how do you replace those things? How do you make it more eco-friendly? There's technology, it's called flexible CI Flexo, we call it internally. So how do we innovate in those things? So it's all about innovation. And innovation is, McDonald's is doing a lot of work in paper packaging. So soon you will find the boxes being replaced with more eco-friendly packaging, which are more sustainable. So innovation's going to be driving new things coming up, and we are in for exciting times.
So essentially what you are saying, that your internal innovation process must be aligned with the kind of thing that the external entities want you to do.
Yeah, so a lot of investment is going into innovating products.
And does this investment, that means investment in money. So does this investment and requirement of money give you some kind of advantage because you are already in number one position and you can invest, nobody else can invest in innovation?
So it does give us pole position, definitely. But some of the markets, like European markets, are very, very stringent about the regulations. Also, one more point I want to make is recycling is a very, very big business now. So recycling of things will be a game changer in times to come. So there are companies which are into recycling, are using the waste material, and you already would know how power is being generated out of these recycling, the waste and all. But sooner we will have products which will be used in packaging also, recycled material. So
can we conclude one thing from what you said, is that if you are more adaptable to or more efficiently adapting to new kind of challenges that you are having in this environmental management sector, that also can give you so-called competitive advantage, or at least sustainable competitive advantage?
Definitely. Definitely. And also, you see, onus apart from the organization lies also with the society also, that they promote companies with who invest, who come out with more sustainable products. So like in diversity and inclusion, the onus lies with, I always feel society should promote, rather than everything being on the onus of the organizations, society also should come forward.
Yes, very true. Kalpan and Shreyans, I have a little bit different question for you. So this is, a society evolves. Society have different kind of pressure points, and you both are from entertainment industry. So how do you deal with the societal pressure related to the cultural sensitivities when you do your shows or whatever it is? That's also a kind of, we can say, cultural impact you are having.
Yeah.
So how do you deal with this?
So there are two ways to look at it, right? There's always a question, and it's not a recent question, it's been always there, that does life imitate art or does art imitate life, right? So the kind of heroes or the kind of characters that we show on screen, does it impact the psyche of the people, or are these characters or are these heroes that we create on screen, they are derived from real life, right? So if it's the later on, that if the actors' actions on the screen impact the individuals? Is it a responsibility of the creators as us to create better characters so as to impact the society in a positive way, or vice versa? And it's always debated like many years on. My view, and so coming from the content side, I'm slightly more passionate towards it, is that when it comes to entertainment, that is the be all and the end all of it. We do not need to have a purpose behind it while creating entertainment. We do not need to see the impact it has on the viewers. Viewers, in my idea, should be intelligent enough, emotionally as well as intellectually, to make their own choices. So for an example, right, and I was talking to some of the students yesterday, a movie like Animal, right, had so much of debate going around it. Is it misogynistic? Is it putting women in a bad light? So on and so forth. But my point of view is, at the end of the day, you do not go to see a movie like Animal just to see this is the way I need to behave. No, you go there for an entertainment purpose. And that's what, if it matches your taste, go watch it. If it doesn't match your taste, don't go. Nobody's pressurizing you to go for it. That is at a very broad level. But on the other hand, what we also need to ensure is the certifications around it. It's only if it's a 15 plus, 18 plus kind of films, only those can be viewed by those kind of cohorts. Yes. But entertainment at the end of the day needs to be only for looked into as from an entertainment perspective. It cannot be for a moral perspective. That's my personal view.
Also, Dr. Pani, just adding to whether it makes economic sense or not. Those of you who follow markets, what I've seen recently in, say, last 6 months or so, while the normal stocks have gone down of, say, mid-cap companies and all, but for companies which are into recycling, waste management, have substantially gone up. Their market value, market capitalization have substantially enhanced. So it does, I think it does. So investors such as the category of such as are giving a lot of value to this sector of industry. So I hope in future this will be a big game changer.
That's correct. That's correct.
Yeah, I would like to hear the question again, to be very honest.
I was thinking about how do you deal with this societal pressure related cultural sensitivity. They are
His own kind of perspective.
Yeah, no, then I think, answer to that, I think he being a content guy, he absolutely hit the nail. So that's something I think he is the best position to answer from the, HR and organizational perspective. Yeah, and let's say a consumer perspective. I mean, it's both the ways, to be very honest, and both the sides have to be very sensitive about what they are passing on and what they're consuming and what they are delivering, right? And I'm talking about consumer also, because a lot of things come from the people also and becomes a content, but it's responsibility of the content companies also to ensure that what they're giving out basically is supportive, not harming the society, and that becomes very critical. But at the end of the day, we should not forget, while we do that, and all the content companies basically are doing that, but it's entertainment, right? And has to be looked at as an entertainment. Simple, right? Because you're not gonna, if there is something violence and abuse, etc., going on, but you're still having popcorn and enjoying the movie, right? So it's not teaching you something bad unless you absorb and you take it its personal level, but it's entertainment at the end.
So the core of the product cannot be compromised, kind of.
Yeah, I mean, that's for, I think for anything, person, yeah.
So this discussion is going in an interesting way, but we have, I think, about now 16-17 minutes left only for our question answers. So let's go ahead with our students and what kind of questions that they have in mind, and then we'll go ahead with our conclusions.
I'm glad to see so many hands raised. I thought you might have fallen asleep. That's good.
Well, my question is to Radhika ma'am. So there are certain organizations who are completely purpose-driven, as you specified, and there are certain, in the same industry, there are certain brands which completely operate in a very chemical manner. So how do we exactly protect our core mode, or like, and then proceed ahead in sustaining our competitive advantage, or especially brands?
I did not get your name, please. Sandeep, sorry. I think I'm beginning to feel ancient. Anyway, so I think it was within the example itself, if I were to draw it a little bit further and elaborate, the core business of the Body Shop is to sell beauty products, and the ingredients that are required to create any formulation, if all the ingredients are going to be sourced from communities, marginalized communities, paying them a fair price, it's integrated into the business itself. So it's not that it is sitting out of the business. The whole point that I was trying to make is you can create a model for success of doing social good if that exists inside your business, if it's enmeshed into your core business. That's when it so happens. For example, if you are and I'm not going to name the brand, but the biggest hair colorant of the country, and you will sell all kinds of chemicals in your hair color, which are either ammonia, endocrine disruptors, and outside of this country, you will sell no ammonia color, and for 10 years, you will sell in India ammonia color, then honestly, you're not interested in social good. You really are interested in the business. To just adopt it as, as a stance, as a positioning, tokenism, that is where I think we need to, as consumers, we need to draw the line that this brand really is doing social good in the real sense, or is it just tokenism? I'm not sure if I answered your question because I think I layered my answer with some other things as well. And in case, and for all those who have slept off, how many gallons of water does it require for a pair of jeans? How many? And what does a shirt require? 700. Exactly. That's why you're here. This is I'm Raipur. You got to stretch yourself a little bit.
I think the most important points you actually raise is that get rid of the hypocrisy. So if you are a hypocrite, then there is no point on discussing anything. Next question, please.
Good afternoon, panelists. I'm Robin Moria, and my question is, no doubt that companies are able to provide value through mission, vision, purpose, but shouldn't the conversation be shifted more a little towards principles? Because principles draw a line, a definitive line that should not be crossed, and that's much harder to execute for companies. So instead of profit meets purpose, shouldn't it be profit meets principles? Because that moves beyond intangibles.
I'll basically give it a straight answer to this as an HR. I don't think any organization, if works without principles, or an individual, in fact, per se, works without principle, you should have a connect to it. All right? Simple. And I don't think they succeed. Okay? So it's basically, I'm not sure if that ammonia thing is a principle thing. It's not principle, right? It's about basically making cutting edges to make your product less expensive or whatever it is, right? And mass, whatever. So I don't think principle is a big word. It's like character, right? So I'm not sure if that's something, any organization will be taking it for granted or taking it loosely. Probably those organizations are calling for the ends for sure. And I don't think if you understand that, you will buy any product of those companies at the end of the day. So they'll not survive, right? So that's a huge word to use, principle. Purpose, if there is a purpose and purpose is good, it cannot survive without principles, right? Without principles cannot happen. right? So that's very important, very critical. It's the base of everything. It's ethics, integrity.
Yeah, Robin, I think that's what I think maybe we said many words of mission, vision, purpose, business principles. Maybe you got lost in that, but like Kalpana has said, right? A purpose is defining or describing what your principles are. So whether profit meets principle / purpose, you can define it. But the examples that Radhika gave, as well as what Kalpan talked about, as well as what Shreyansh has been talking about in terms of what they do, I think those are real examples, which whether it's purpose, mission, vision, principle, you can put it wherever it is, but I think those are real examples. And I think that's important. And that's really what's important. If you are describing or questioning within the organization or wherever you are and trying to figure out, is this a principle, purpose, vision, mission, then you've lost it. They've lost the game anyways. And I think that's where you should focus on is, do you really feel it? Is it tangible? Or is it just statements that are being made? Now, whether it falls in which bucket is less of a worry.
Next question. Let a girl ask a question. Then we'll go for the boys.
Good afternoon, panelists. Thank you for your insightful words. My question is in regards to one way we study to have a sustainable and effective solution is that you increase the profit pool itself so that both the organization and the society itself can appropriate more value. So when it comes to, it's interesting to see, do you have any examples from the financial services industry or manufacturing industry which have worked on this principle? Any insights into that?
The panel is in unison that we've not understood your question. I'm so sorry. Why don't you elaborate a little
Like
bit
you said, you gave
and
an example of
articulate
the
it?
face shop, right? So that is about creating an ecosystem where the society, the community itself is driving value, and the organization is also driving value from that. So are there any such examples which you've encountered in the financial services industry or in the manufacturing industry where you've created an ecosystem where you can appropriate more value?
If I understood it clearly, then what she's asking is that, given that there is an organization and there are also society or the people who are outside the organization, especially in financial industry and manufacturing, the question is for Sachiv and you. So how are you enabling creating an ecosystem that this interaction between the organization and the people for whom they are going to act are both benefited? Is that what you are asking?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, so what I'll say is the use of technology where you are making our production systems more leaner, more efficient, that is going many folds in increasing the profitability of the organization, reducing the carbon footprints also. So usage of technology, how we improve how we become more power efficient, less consumption of energy, more recyclable energy. So that is a very big area where, organizations are working on. So that is one thing. Secondly, you asked about financial services, like whole digitalization. India is like amongst the top in the world where fintech revolution has taken place. The whole digitalization of payment systems is a great example of how financial services and how it has created more value added products, more profitability, more ease of convenience for masses. Now you walk into, airports or anything. If you are on digital, yesterday I was at Terminal 3. There were a huge line for people who were checking manually.
Yeah.
And those who were checking through DigiYatra were just walking
10
through.
seconds.
So in fact, I stopped, got DigiYatra downloaded, took me 5 minutes. But that's amazing what's happening through technology. And there's no industry more than financial industry where the benefits have been higher than that. I mean, when you have money reaching down to the last mile without any intermediates, that is incredible. Today, at touch of a button, you can move your stocks like you can trade your stocks like anything. So it's amazing, and it's in constant evolution. It's evolving so fast that tomorrow will be very different from today or in the past. So it is creating huge amount of value addition in the ecosystem. Manufacturing is profiting like anything. And those companies who are adopting technology, I mean, you know the examples of Nokias and Kodaks and all. Those are very old examples now. In recent times, companies which have become very digitally savvy are going places, frankly.
We'll take one more question, last question, but yes, we'll take your question. But please, if you allow me, see, Sandeep ji also told about earlier how they are helping triple ITs and IITs, ITIs, to be integrated into one educational ecosystem where they are going to be benefited. These guys are going to be benefited. That's an example of a long lasting ecosystem that they are creating. Okay, so we'll take the last question. Go ahead.
Yeah, very good afternoon to all the panelists. My name is Shivanshu Mishra, and my question is to Sachin sir. Sir, when we talk about Toyota and Tesla, so we know that Toyota manufactures like twice or thrice the amount of cars than Tesla. It has generated much more profit, much more revenue and everything. But still, when we look at the valuation, we find that Tesla is around 40 to 50% more valued than Toyota. And despite the legacy that Toyota has in all over the years. So how do you see this and how do you justify and perceive this as an investment banker?
All right, I work for an investment bank. I didn't say I am an investment banker, so I may not be the right person to answer this, but I'll give you my perspective. It also has a lot to do with the brand and the brand recognition, right? So Toyota, why does Toyota have a Lexus? Toyota has a Lexus because it wants to also have a luxury brand. So part of it is positioning of your brand. But I'm not an expert in defining what defines a market cap and why is the valuation of Tesla much more than Toyota. But it's innovation, like Sandeep ji mentioned, it's very, very clear, how much you innovate. Toyota is known as, a very, very efficient company, maybe not the one to, is not known as, when you think of innovation, you don't think of them first, but that's where Tesla comes to mind. So in terms of when you're looking forward, in terms of what you think of a company and the brand, maybe that's playing in that regard. Like I said, I may not be the right person to answer the question, but somebody else can.
So let me add to that. Being a Gujarati and interested in markets, and particularly those two companies that you spoke about, right? There are two different business models. They're not comparable at all. So you're comparing North and South, FII, right? So one is a car manufacturer, other is a tech company. You can't compare a tech company to a car manufacturer. Tesla is not only into cars, but is also into solar production, right? Solar panels, batteries, etc. Right? It has Starlink as well. SpaceX is part of, etc. So you can't compare those two companies. The comparison is completely wrong, right? Toyota is right now delivering cars and is going to manufacture cars forever, which basically going to cease to exist unless they move drastically and change drastically before they become Nokia. Tesla is a future product company, so it trades on future multiples, right? And therefore the valuations are pretty high. Like Nvidia, if you've seen it, right? It was a gaming company. Gaming was growing at 30% since last 3, 4, 8 years probably, CAGR. But it was not jumping so big time, but it jumped right now because it started making AI good chips, right? And that AI chips are the future. The semiconductor shortage is now happening. It is into this. And therefore, the multiple it is trading is 5 years plus multiple it's trading right now. right? So it's basically a point in time, the technology, the future prospects, etc. So those two companies are not at all comparable, FII. I hope I addressed.
Thank you very much. Given that we had actually a vast topic and we had people or panelists from different segments of industry, we had a thoughtful discussion. But before we end, let me tell you what are the most important 5 points which were probably raised. There are many points which are raised, but 5 because there are 5 esteemed panelists there. That is the reason. So if you have heard what Sachib probably said, a discipline plus freedom is what is probably needed in order to be very, very impactful. Discipline is what the organization gives you. That if there is $2 billion, it is not that you can just spend $2 billion wherever you want. But then you must have also freedom so that you can have that creativity to implement things and make things impactful. Then we talked about mindfulness. You should know what you are doing. You should also know what your organization wants you to do. And your organization should also know that what you are doing. If all these 3 things are merged together, then only probably will be more impactful. Then the third point is, do not forget, while you are remembering your society, do not forget your own employees or your own organization. They are also part of you. And if you ignore them, then probably it's not going to be great for you, even if you are thinking that profit is what you want to make.
That's also purpose of the organization to keep the
employees
engaged and happy. Right?
Correct. And then when Aradhika told about choice of doing business or not doing business, you always get choices in your life. Doing or not doing is also a choice. And that makes what kind of human being you are. And forget about purpose, forget about any ambition. If you do not know what kind of choices that you have and how the choices are going to lead you towards some kind of goal or in your life, then there is no point of doing any other thing. So that's the fourth most important point probably that I am going to, I am elaborating. And the fifth and the last point is, core of the product should not be compromised. At the end of the day, you are MBA students, do what you are supposed to do. After that, all these things matter. Core of the product must not be compromised. Thank you. Thank you, panelists.
Our deepest gratitude to the exceptional panelists for sharing their insightful perspectives on the topic. The ideas shared today emphasize the importance of integrating purpose into business strategies. From marketing and HR to finance and media, it's clear that aligning profit with societal goals is essential for sustainable growth. We are grateful for the valuable perspectives our panel has provided today.
Now I request Professor Rashmi Shukla, Chairperson Placements, to hand over the honorary memento to our esteemed panelist and the moderator. Ms. Aradhika Mehta, Shri Kalpan Desai, Shri Sachiv Vohra, I would also request Professor Smriti Pandey, Co-Chairperson Placements, to join us on the stage to felicitate the guests. Shri Sandeep Tyagi, Shri Shreyansh Shukla, Professor Saroj Kumar Pani, Now I would request the panelist and the moderator to come together for a photograph.
So you can leave it in all of this to move back and forth. Yes. Great. And human beings. Yes, we are done and we'll go for lunch. Yes.
Thank you. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
This is back.
Excellent.
From here?
You can go from
Yes.
Excellent job. Thank you so much.
As we conclude this session, we will now break for lunch. We request the dignitaries and the faculty to proceed to Tandula for lunch. We will be back with another insightful discussion with the next panel of industry leaders at 2:30 p.m. Students are requested to be seated till the guest leaves. Students are requested to be seated. We are going to start. Check.
Check.
Welcome back to the Leadership Summit 2024. We are now ready to embark on our final panel discussion of the day, titled Building Bridges. In an increasingly interconnected world, the ability to build bridges between people, cultures, industries, and ideas has never been more crucial. This session will delve into the strategies and leadership qualities required to foster collaboration and unity in today's complex business environment.
Building bridges is not just a metaphor, it's a vital skill for leaders who wish to create lasting impact. I now request our esteemed panelist and moderator to join us on the stage. Please have a round of applause for them. Our esteemed panelists today are leaders who have mastered the art of bridging gaps and fostering connections that drive both personal and organizational success. So let me take the honor to introduce our panelists. First, we have Ms. Manasa Satujoda, Chief of Staff at Biocon Biologics. With a solid foundation in the pharmaceutical industry and previous roles at AstraZeneca, Ms. Manasa's expertise in strategic planning and business development offers a unique perspective on bridging the gap between strategy and execution. Her career path from engineering to management highlights her versatility and leadership in complex business environments. Ma'am, we welcome you today.
Our next panelist is Shri Praveen Mahadevan, Chief Human Resource Officer at Gold Medal India. With over 2 decades of experience across multiple industries, Shri Praveen is a seasoned HR leader who excels in organizational development and talent management. His strategic HR leadership has been instrumental in driving business transformation, making him an expert in building bridges between human capital and business success. Sir, we welcome you to the panel.
Next, we have Ms. Sunita Patnaik, former Director of Corporate Affairs at Mars International India. Ms. Sunita's extensive experience in corporate communications, public policy, and sustainability has seen her work with global giants like Meta, Walmart, and Cargill. Her passion for storytelling, women's economic empowerment, and diversity in supply chain make her a powerful advocate for bridging the gap between corporate objectives and social responsibility. Ma'am, we welcome you today.
Moderating this panel is Professor Rashmi Shukla. Professor Rashmi is a faculty member in the Economics and Public Policy area at IIM Raipur. She holds degrees in Computer Science Engineering, an MBA in Finance, and a PhD from Indian Institute of Management, Indore. Her research interests focus on financial economics, economic growth and development, and the digital transformation of the business and government. Professor Shukla has vast experience in research and academia. She has published numerous research papers and management case studies in reputed international journals, and her research work has been honored at various national and international conferences. Ma'am, we welcome you.
We request our esteemed moderator, Professor Rashmi, to felicitate the experts with a bouquet. Ms. Manasa Satujoda. Shri Praveen Mahadevan. Ms. Sunita Patnaik.
Now I would request Professor Smriti Pandey, Co-Chairperson Placements, to felicitate our moderator, Professor Rashmi Shukla, with the bouquet. Let's dive into this insightful discussion and learn from our distinguished panelists about the power of building bridges in today's interconnected world. Ma'am, the stage is yours.
Thank you, Divyam. Yes, my dear students of PGP 24-26. It's my pleasure to present this esteemed panel in front of you. You people are fortunate. We started with you people as the panel 1, and this is the last panel in front of you. I hope these 2 days would have been a life changer for you. First time in IIM Raipur, you people are observing. So IIM Raipur is doing this for the 8th year, and it was fortunate for you people that we this time had one of the largest corporate guests. So we had 35 in number this time, all coming from a versatile portfolios and all C-level executives. So I'm extremely thankful to you people as well for taking out time on this weekend and coming here. Okay. Yeah. So this panel topic on building bridges, as rightly been named, being the last panel topic, also it's very important for you, the first years present here, to understand the power of networking and collaboration. Because the future is not going to simply Gen AI based world. Gen AI is going to be there, but the people part, the networking part, and how networking is basically a process. Okay, you can understand network. You can build network. Those who are coming from an engineering background and non-engineering background as well, you can simply relate it. That network is what even ants have network, right? Birds have their own network. So it's like a group of people, group of elements together who have a common objective, and it's well synergized in a way. They're synchronizing their thoughts properly. You can call yourself to be part of that network. You all have your CNCs here, right? That's what your small network. This is one network that you have, okay, as first year of PGP. You're branded for life here. Right? So you have to understand how you're going to build synergies across your variety of CNCs you are part of, okay, and as well as you as one family of first year PGP here, what you're going to do with your benefits, right? So in network, we have strong ties and weak ties. Okay, so we'll talk about these things, but before that, let me also tell you that this session, because we have 3 excellent panelists who are going to touch very important points. One will be exclusively to understand how organizations have been using the networking and collaboration for their own good, for a greater good. Okay. Secondly, how employees, how companies have actually gone to a next level. So not only within the company, there are employees who are using networks, but also companies are also using these social networks for that sake, and also other mediums of network to hire. Okay. And then we are also going to talk about how, competition. Okay, we are going to study in microeconomics. Okay, but there is a term what we call as collaborative competition. So you are competing, but you have that collaborative spirit. Okay, so your entire strategic management course that dwells down deeper into foundations of microeconomics, that talks about the focus of and the importance of strategic alliances. Why companies are strategic alliances? Why companies are going to join hands with other companies and also work on their backward integration and forward integrations, okay, so that they will have more collaborative effect and they can reduce the transaction cost and work in a more coordinated manner. So those strategic alliances are nothing but they are doing networking with right set of people and doing collaboration to get the outcome there. So our panelists are going to talk about this, and they will also touch upon some regulatory aspects. Okay, so how businesses should not leave what government is doing, because government's visible hand has to be there, right? You all know. So government presence is very much important, but how businesses should utilizing the changes happening on policy landscape so that they can do certainly more good for the society. So we have very interesting things lined up in coming 1 hour, 15 minutes or so. Okay. So again, setting the theme first. Now I would request Shri Praveenji to speak especially about how this has been useful, networking and collaboration, how this has been useful for organizations, how organizations are taking this up. Okay, and others may please join. Yes, so Praveenji first.
Thank you. Thank you so much for this session that you have invited us. Before I start this session, first of all, I think I have to thank not only the management, but each one of you who have given me this opportunity to present my thoughts on this. Second most important thing, first of all, I would like to congratulate all of y'all for making into IIM, right? So a lot of hard work, a lot of hard work might have gone behind it, that all of you have found a spot for yourself in IIM. The main door of opportunity has opened for you. Now it's up to you how you take it up and how you lead your future life. The moment we speak about networking, the first thing that we all human beings we encounter is a superficial awkwardness. Be it a event or be it a meeting or a conversation, the first thing that we all shy away is to do networking. Now, what essentially is networking? Networking, we start doing it from the very, very time when we are born, I think so. All of us want to be a part of the humanity. We all want to collaborate. We all want to have friends. We all want to bond together. We all want to have mutual friendships. We all want to discuss our issues. We have problems where we want to have mutual support from each other. This very concept of networking has started from the time that we have realized that we can't live without each other. We need the support to evolve in life, and that is essentially what is all about networking. But that is one skill that we fear the most and we avoid the most also. I have seen in multiple events, seminar, conferences, people dying to meet each other, but they do not know how to start a conversation. Even if they start with a hello, they don't know how to lead that conversation to some conclusion. So that is one very, very crucial skill that all of you, the future leaders, business leaders, corporate leaders, all that you have, the destiny is waiting for you for this particular role. And if you do not build up the skill of networking and collaboration, your growth prospects and your career ambitions may take some time. This is one of the quickest quickest tool that you can use to actually grow and evolve in your career. Citing my example, which I want to tell you, in the last 1.5 decades. Now, this example I'm putting up to you is to showcase to you how critical in today's times networking and collaboration is important to you. You will understand that. Last 1.5, 2 decades, I have never applied for a job, neither ever used any recruitment tool to find me an assignment, but still in the last 1.5, 2 decades, I have moved several assignments purely due to luck of networking. Now, what is luck? My definition of luck is when preparation meets the moment of opportunity. This moment of opportunity will come to each one of you throughout your life, throughout your career. You are just starting your career in a couple of maybe a years. And in that, these moments of opportunities will come to you. But if you're not prepared, and one of the critical component of this preparation is networking. If you have not started networking, I would strongly urge for you, to you, all of y'all, that please use networking and collaboration as a very effective tool. How do we do it, and how we are going to, what are the benefits and what are the challenges? Of course, during the course of our today's discussion, we will have it. But there are, let me cite my few instances where I have used networking to the maximum in the last one decade, like last couple of years that I have used as a CHRO, as a head of HR. I have used networking very extensively. There are 5 areas that I have identified where I really use networking and collaboration. First, the most important is for my hiring needs. I don't use any of the job portals for hiring executives. All I need to is pick up a call and talk to a few people whom I know in the industry and see whether they are available for this opportunity. And invariably, if I make 10 calls, at least 4 of them are available for this opportunity. So my hiring turnover time is reduced drastically just because I'm networked in various events. When I meet HR professionals, potential candidates for my position, I can sense that these are the candidates whom I can always reach out. Second thing I have used, which I told you, for my career transitions, never used any of the job portals. But I don't, over a period of last so many years, various conferences I've met, various head of HRs, various directors, managing directors, CEOs, all of them, I have somewhere networked. And whenever they need something, it comes as a windfall to me, suddenly a slap on my face that there is an opportunity, please come out. And this happens invariably during, various nuances of various conversations that I had in this various, networking events, seminar, conference. They just sense that this person could be possible target, and why not check out that opportunity? And they call me up for that position. I got just hired several times in the last couple of years, merely through networking. So job hunt, and opportunities come very easily when you're well networked. Third thing, what I have seen is problem solving needs. When you are heading the HR in various manufacturing companies specifically, there's a lot of compliance related issues, a lot of people issues, various regulatory issues that we were talking about. All these things keep coming, and if you're well networked, you don't have to actually work on too much on it. You just have to pick up the phone, get connected to the right people who are already veterans and experts on these industries, in these challenges, and they are there to offer help. And one thing very good about humanity is that, we love to give advice, we love to offer, but we also hate to ask for help. Now, asking for help needs to be a competency that you have to develop over a period of time, where if you face a difficulty, you need a problem to be solved, you have a business requirement, all that you need to know that whom to contact whom in the industry. And then you can call yourself lucky because of that networking. Third thing is knowledge sharing. Most important other aspect of networking is that you get tremendous opportunity of sharing knowledge. You cannot be an expert in all the fields of, whichever domain you are. Eventually, you will be, however high you go in your career, however long journey you have traveled in your day, you will stumble one day. There will be a moment where you need help. And at that point of time, you should not be lonesome. You should have proper people at proper networking, at contacts, who will help you, who can offer you help. I have an example when I was working in a manufacturing company, and there were two plants in Silvassa. Both the plants had two conflicting political affiliations. And I had a tough time when there was a layout and there was an voluntary retirement scheme to be launched. But I used pure networking and collaboration with senior politicians, senior law enforcement officers, and that really solved my problem in the shortest possible time. Imagine what if I did not have the right contacts. Imagine if I was not well networked. I would not be able to overcome the challenge. So my honest submission to you is that if you are not started networking, think on this area, think about these competencies. You all are very lucky that in the couple of years, 2030, when you are going to be a part of that Indian economy, which is going to be 6 to 7 trillion. AI is going to be the next, thing in the industry where you are going. Whatever may come, however automation, digitalization, AI will come, the human touch of networking, the human touch of connections, collaboration will never cease to exist till humanity exists. You got to get connected as soon as possible to the right people. But how to connect, whom to connect is something that you will have to reflect on. It's not you just cannot go to get connected to every single person. You got to know who is your target audience, who are the people who will you will require for help. And whichever domain you are going to be, unless you are networked well, your success in your career is going to be a little bit challenging.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Thank you for this point, that knowing the right sort of contact. So you have friends, you have people from your childhood with whom you are associated, right? So you need to understand. You remember the first story that was being told yesterday? Professor Kakani shared one story of eagle, right? You were there. So identifying who is really your friend and understanding who is not your friend. So identifying who is the right sort of people, right sort of person. So very, very rightly put, Praveenji, here, that identifying the right sort of person is very critical here. And
identifying the person who is going to have some meaningful impact, who is going to deliver some outcome to you is very important. I have seen so many people reaching out to you for just getting connected, possibly in LinkedIn. Today LinkedIn, Twitter are the most, Insta are the most well connected networks where people just connect and there is no meaningful conversation.
Yes.
But one more thing is important. Once you get into that connection, getting connected on a LinkedIn, on a social media is very easy. You just send a request, people will accept you. But how will you start the conversation, sustain a conversation, and then bring some tangible benefit to your career is the smart game that you have to
so
understand.
having the meaningful connection.
yes.
So I would like Sunita ji, you to take this forward. How these students should develop networking and collaboration as a core competency, and more importantly, what we just discussed, how they should be able to maintain that meaningful connection and actually get something meaningful out of that. Hello, everyone.
Have to add something to what Praveenji mentioned.
Yes.
Am I audible? Yeah. So just building on what Mr. Praveen has just mentioned, right? So what is also important is, see, we look at networking as, okay, networking is good. So this is become a cliche. Everyone talks about networking. But then just from a personal standpoint, right, what happens is when you just talk to people, it makes you more understanding and appreciative of the work which they do. And that sort of trickles down to what you have to deliver, right? Like if you're just focusing on your work and you have no idea what people around you are doing, then you will not be able to own your business outcomes. You have to know, you have to think of everything that you do as your own business. You have to think about it as your enterprise. Then if you're setting up a small business for yourself, then you would know every single thing in your organization, right? So that should be the intent. Okay, I'm just curious to know what the person sitting next to me does. I am just not limited to my team. I want to develop that holistic understanding so that I can deliver. Yeah.
Very well said here. Huh? So having that curiosity to understand what others are doing will actually have you some objectives to connect with other people also. Yeah? So over to you, Sunita.
Hello, everyone. It's right after lunch, so I'm assuming and I'm hoping that we will keep you all awake. It's a common challenge, right? Okay, first of all, as Pravinji said, congratulations to all of you. You are in a very esteemed institution. And in fact, as I was entering the campus, I was reminded of one gentleman, a very, very knowledgeable gentleman. He had come to our company to talk to all of us. And he said, you know, in my early years of my career, he was from IIM as well, IIM Calcutta, I think. And he was saying that, you know, when he joined his company and in his team, there was nobody from IIM. So they had given him a brand name, which was ZZI. And when I entered the campus, I'm like, okay, I'm going to meet a lot of ZZIs. Should I tell you what it was? Zarurat se zyada intelligent. Okay. So when I entered the campus, I was like, okay, I'm going to meet a lot of ZZIs, so I better be at my best. But seriously, thank you for inviting, and it's a pleasure to talk to you all. And just about, I think, 8 months back, I was on the other side in ISBN when I was doing an executive course in public policy. And I can feel the enthusiasm there. I completely envy all of you, okay? The energy that you bring to the table and the enthusiasm that you all have. I felt that when I went back to campus. But the topic today is networking, so we will talk about that. And as Pravinji also mentioned, that it comes naturally to all of us, right? When we are born, we exactly know who to influence to get something out of everybody, right? You want to influence your mother to get something, your father to get something, somebody else for something, right? We know what networking is. It comes naturally to us. And over a course of time, I think it has changed a lot. You know, the way networking is perceived, viewed. When I was growing in my career, I was told in one of my performance reviews that, listen, to this year, we're not going to give you, my boss told me that, listen, I'm going to give you a very strong feedback. I said, yeah, you do not network enough. And I did a double take. I was like, what do you mean? I do go out for coffee with some of the people. I do meet them over lunch. So what is he talking about? You know, that's when this was in, I think it was in 2015 or so. That's when I started taking this word very seriously, and that was when I realized that network is actually not just having a coffee and having a chat or, having lunch and having fun. It's more than that. It's about learning. It's about getting different perspectives. It's actually contracting with one another that I will give this to you and you give me that, in the sense that we will help each other. We will support each other. So from there on, I started looking at networking very differently. And in fact, when I joined Mars, I was quite stunned that, one of the core competencies of leadership is called building networks, org savviness. Org savviness is nothing but making sure that you're connecting with your global peers to get global perspectives. It's a global company. Today I'm in India. Tomorrow I may be working in London. The year after I may be working with colleagues in the US. So it's not just about knowing what works in your market, but as a global company, you must have that global perspective of what works in US, what's the culture in London or UK, what's the culture elsewhere. So that's a core leadership competency. And I was stunned. And there was a 70-20-10 plan around it. And that's when, that was another time when I realized that, okay, this is really taken seriously now by corporations. And building networks is the same thing. And these were leadership competencies which are clearly called out. And believe me, I'll give you an example of COVID, and I was in Meta at that time. I don't know how many of you have heard, you've done crowdsourcing. crowdsourcing, crowdfunding. Yeah, great. So, during COVID and Meta was actually at the forefront, we'd launched something for fundraising and community groups. There was a feature called you can build your community network, you can group. Up until then, the response was very slow. People were not, able to get the hang of, okay, what will a community group do? How can it benefit me, etc. But during the pandemic, we saw an explosive rise in community groups. We saw that people were getting together. Why? Because there was a common cause. Either it was to raise funds for people who needed help, whether it was to just come together to unlock an opportunity, whether it was retailers, small shop, kirana owners coming together and sharing, how can we make sure that we open a store tomorrow so that we are able to service the neighborhood? There were community groups of, these condominiums, associations, saying, how can we make sure that the elderly get the right kind of care when they need it? So those are the kind of networks that became, that got an explosive ammunition to support each other. And the other one, again, during COVID, and I was by the second wave of COVID, I was in Mars, and I saw my manager, the way he used network as a tool of getting things done. We were actually, consumers were not able to get what they want. For example, we were into chocolates and, gums and mints. I mean, chocolates, gums and mints were probably last thing on people's minds, right? That's what we assumed, but actually it wasn't. People wanted joy in those times. People wanted to share chocolates. People wanted to have a sweet bite, and it was chocolate. So we were wondering, how do we get this done? And he randomly picked up phone and called up a lot of people, distributors, suppliers, industry peers, partners. He randomly cold called a lot of people and said that this is what we want to do. We want to sell chocolates, even if it is COVID. We want to make sure our consumers get what they want. So what I wanted to share here is he knew how to leverage his network of friends, industry peers, distributors, suppliers, to make sure that consumers get what they want. And later on, I realized that that was actually his way of, he just started without knowing where it would end. So the thing about building the skill is you may not know where to start from, but just start, because you know that you will get to the end. And that is what is important. And that's what the competency skills are all about.
Yes, excellent points being made here. So leveraging, especially on COVID, as you just rightly shared, those problem-solving skills, as what Praveenji mentioned, that what networks gives you is a joint capability. You are no longer alone to handle it. And togetherness is what we call strength. So you are together there to solve a joint problem that you have in hand, and you can leverage, you can share the responsibility together. So very well said. And now I would request Manasaji to add any point here.
The only point which I would like to add here is, I think, Sunita, you've touched upon great points. Networks, right? You have a variety of networks, and it's not just your peers, like higher ups in the industry or the organization that you have to network with. Just getting connected with everyone in the organization. Like, I had the privilege of working with some great leaders who would literally go to anyone. They would know the names of a lot of people in their span. Like, they would have some 3,000 people reporting to them, and they would know a lot of them by name. So just calling out to them and then being there, like, for example, I can just quote one example. What happens is, I come from the healthcare background, so we have to dispose of dispatch the medicines. So generally what happens is, quarter end, you have to start dispatches, right? That's your target, your quarter target. Now, can you imagine the leader coming down and then staying in the warehouse and then seeing the sort of motivation that it gives to the team there? So those are the sort of nuances so this is also a kind of networking where you're building that rapport with your entire team. Yeah.
Rightly said. So God is in details, reaching out to the last person in your group. You had something to share that. Yeah. Yes,
some
yes, yes,
secrets.
please.
Let me share some secrets. By the time I had confirmed, I think it was last week that I had confirmed my, coming to meet you all here. Yeah. In the last 1 week, 27 students from IIM Raipur have got connected to me. Maybe sitting somewhere here, right, Aman? I don't know. 27 people have got connected with me, out of which two students, I remember them very well. Now I'll tell you why. One of the students has commented on my post, which was made around 1 month back. He has commented something really which delighted me. Point number one, I'm delighted. Remember, I won't forget that guy who has made that comment to me. Okay, he's already networked. I will remember him whenever I need him. There's a girl who has asked me a question.
That's the tip one.
Yeah, tip one. I'm giving you a tips. Okay. So way forward, you can start. If you're not among that 27, I don't know who is who because I don't remember them. I never thought I will say this. But there's a girl also who has, asked me a question on LinkedIn, on a messaging way. Okay. And simple question. I'm not going to ask that question. I'm not going to tell you that question. Just a curiosity of a student. And I had the pleasure of giving the reply. We seniors, are also as human as you people are. Don't you love to be appreciated? Don't you love to be asked questions? We also have the same thing. And we remember that very well. I will tell you a secret, which I took the permission of Madam to tell you, is that when I was young, I also had a strong networking, trait in me. I used to remember the birthdays and the festival times, very well. Okay. And people who meant to me, whom I had some, intentions of my career progressions and way to get connected. I made sure I stayed in contact with all special occasions. New Year, I will do it. Christmas, I will do it. Makar Sankranti, I will do it consistently. I will never make him forget that I exist. And that person called me for an opportunity subsequently. Of course, that time I was at a mid-level, mid-management level, but that helped me in my career advancement. Remember one thing, you should know whom you have to target and target in the most authentic manner. You should not look fake. What happens in this thing? First of all, the problem is that we don't know what to have, how to have that conversation and sustain the conversation. But greetings, appreciations are all sure targets which will never make, sure arrows that will not miss the target. Right.
Thank you for sharing this. This is very important for our young friends here, that how they should be reaching out. So again, Manasa-ji, I would like to, we have spoken about individual perspective or a prospective employee perspective or how organizations also checking out networking, but more so on something on collaborative competition. So if you can share your views, how organizations themselves are collaborating among themselves, and so in those lines.
At the outset, I would actually like to thank you for sparing out time. I know you would have 100 different things in your head, so many submissions, but thanks for making it. I think this initial step of coming here and sitting is the first step towards networking, I would say, because there are so many expert panelists here who are giving you some easy tips. I wish I had these tips earlier back in the day. I would again envisage myself sitting there somewhere in the last bench 10 years back in one of these sessions in IIM Bangalore, very curious to learn. So looking at all of you is just me reliving my past. So firstly, thank you. And I would appreciate all your time. And thanks, Rashmi, for having this discussion, especially for the PGP ones. It makes a great sense. Yeah. Now, just coming back to the specific question on the collaboration amongst the competitors that you've asked for. So networking has many aspects of it. Definitely the ones which Mr. Praveen ji has touched upon with respect to improving your hiring abilities, like you being hired or you getting the right talent is one. The second thing which Ms. Sunita ma'am has shared about having purposeful networks, how they sort of help everyone, like maintaining those relations throughout, right? Now, the other important piece, there are two pieces to it. I'll talk to you about the networking with respect to the competition and networking with the regulators. The easy piece first, and because all of you would have or will be touching upon this in your strategy courses, the term is called co-competition, which is your collaboration amongst competitors, right? Now, there are multiple use cases, I would say, where you functioning alone in the sphere that you're operating will give you suboptimal outcomes, right? You will have to go for a collaborative approach there. And by collaboration, like if you have to collaborate with your peers who are there with you, then it's easy. But then when you have to collaborate with competitors, it becomes challenging. But there, I'll just give you some examples so that you can relate to it better, right? Now, like for example, I'll talk about the specific thing from the healthcare sector again. I come from the pharma background. I'm an engineer, but I've been in pharma for the last couple of years. So that's where my forte is. We all know how prevalent diabetes is, right? We have so many diabetes patients in the world. India itself has about 100 million diabetes patients. Now, a lot of them are dependent on insulins. I'm not sure if you've ever seen the insulin pens. Now, if at all you've seen them, they're just like, they look like pens which have insulin and the patients should inject them. So typically, depending on the dosage, the patients use the pens and then discard the pens, like maybe 1 or 2 in a month, depending on the dosage. And most of these pens are disposable ones, not reusable ones. And I'm also just quoting some numbers from one of the important insulin players, Novo. Novo Nordisk is an organization which is an important player in the diabetes space. Novo itself produces about 600 million pens every year. 600 million, it's not a small number, right? Now, if you think about every year, 600 million pens which are being produced, which are being disposed, the amount of plastic and the entire sustainability piece that is at stake. Now, they wanted to do something about it. So they sort of brainstormed and then they came up with this idea, okay, we'll ask the patients to return back their used pens to us and we will recycle them. And then they sort of had this pilot project and they started making some chairs, lamps out of those recycled pens. Now, the other players in the market, there are 2 other formidable players. So they felt, okay, so this is something which we will have to join our hands as well, right? So then what happened? Lilly and Sanofi, these are the 2 other organizations which are also big. So they joined hands with Novo. And all 3 of them are now sort of collaborating to make this initiative big. So from an ESG standpoint, it's for the greater good, right? So everyone would want to collaborate and sort of contribute. So this is just one example where everyone sort of came together for it. Yeah.
Yeah, no, perfectly stated here. So the term strategic alliances, companies come forward, even though they are neck to neck competitors, like in this case. However, companies will come forward to solve a problem, a societal purpose there, and to mean a greater good for all. And this is what we also call, from the theory side, this thing is known as a network effect. So where we see that how companies are utilizing each other's strength to build on something. in this entire e-commerce revolution that has happened on platform-based digital system is through network effects only, where we call as these are positive network externalities. Okay, where we see that on one platform like eBay or Amazon or Flipkart, where one set of people have started registering themselves on a seller site, but it's also giving business to others. So more and more consumers, when they're buying, other seller side is also thinking for registering more and more, and it's solving a larger problem in the society. So organizations do collaborate and do networking on variety of platform, whether it's a trade fair going on, whether it's a symposium going on. Okay, they do come forward and collaborate. And the example that you shared is a very good point. Maybe have something from your side as well. The thoughts coming to you. How organizations collaborating and networking with each other.
Yeah, I think one of the examples that, I always leverage is the way we use trade body forums. Today, government of India is assertive, is demanding, and wants to be an equal player in the world, right? And why not? Demanding the same global standards across food or any other industry per se. And why not? So here what happens is there's a lot of scrutiny on companies like, a lot of corporates, the private sector, whether you're in food business or you are produce or you're in the health, whether you're in the beverage industry, whatever. So what we have done is whether it is packaging, whether it's labeling or whatever, the organizations, we are not going alone and making submissions that don't work for us. When regulation comes into force, you have to abide by it. But what can you really do to make it easier for you, apart from putting internal governance processes in place, etc., tightening those? But going together through industry forums has worked for us in bringing in some kind of leniency, say around timelines. When the plastic waste management regulation rule came into effect, and it had a number of different amendments happening, a lot of changes, a lot of regulations. There was a lot of scrutiny, there was a lot of pressure on corporations like ours, but we could not turn it around. We could not have turned it around in like 3 months, 4 months, because it takes a lot of effort from the private sector. You need also vendors, you need the back end, the supply chain to work for you. So, we went together as an industry to talk about the fact that, look, there are not enough vendors in India who can help us with this. We have to export everything from China, and there are trade, there are a lot of barriers, and there was COVID, and et cetera, et cetera. So that is what, when we leveraged this forum and we came together and made a representation, it worked for us. The government extended the timeline, giving us about a year and a half to implement that regulation. And it's not just one-off case. There are many cases like this where we have actually, made sure our voice is heard as an industry through these forums, and they're very effective forums. So yeah.
Yes, thanks. So what Praveenji said at the beginning, that networking is basically a natural tendency to have a support to evolve, because together you are more strong. So same as what you as employees within the system, as a student, you in your now academic and non-academic activities there, and so is what companies do. They do these collaborations as and when required with their neck-to-neck competitors, and they innovate together also. So there is so much focus on R&D in these lines as well. So you have something in mind to share.
Can I add one thing? In fact, I was reading the other day in ET, and I was telling Priya, who was with me, that this is an article that I read day before in Economic Times. It was around how Ola was, one of the author who was written, said that when I appreciated Ola for all the technological innovation that they have been doing, I was criticized on my LinkedIn that no, Ola actually imitated, copied from other hailing services, right? But what he pointed out was, it is not about imitation or copying, right? It's about learning from others. It's about innovating based on what is already there. And in fact, Silicon Valley, which is a hub of such innovators, they don't invent something just on their own. They actually keep building and building on something, right? And there are many examples like
Yeah,
this.
perfectly shared.
Yeah.
So this is what we call in hardcore research. This is everything is all. So we are not going to start innovating from ground.
Yeah.
There's already something
It's
being
an
done, and then,
iterative
yes,
thing,
it's
yeah.
a ladder. It's a ladder that you have to climb up. And what we call is that yes, you have to stand on shoulder of giants to grow
Correct.
further.
Correct.
So yes, you have-
just one additional point. So when we were talking about the electric vehicle sector, right? So that's again one beautiful example of co-opetition, right? Because see now for the electric vehicles, anywhere the challenge is the infrastructure. Now all the players who are going big on this, they should come together to make sure the infrastructure is in place. So that's a wonderful opportunity for them to collaborate and then set that up.
Very good. So how the ecosystem, a complete ecosystem is now coming up to support these things. So very excellent example this side. And also Praveen ji, you.
I would like to share 3 instances in recent times, which I have encountered in the manufacturing setup, okay, where companies have collaborated for mutual benefit. I belong to the electrical appliances industry, and people move one of the challenges that we had in electrical, appliances industry was people move very fast. Okay. So a few of our companies came together, the HR heads, and we decided that we have to put some kind of, challenge to people who move within industries, one company moving to another company within the same industry. See, we recently, last about 6 months back, we signed a no poaching agreement between us, all of us, about 5-6 of our company, and we decided that we will not poach each other. Now, what happened in the process is that the attrition level immediately, came down with, at least within the industry. We did not have it was very unethical to poach within our same competitors. So this benefited that whole set of, few people who had poached this no poaching agreement. I hope you will, you maybe understand that no poaching agreement means one company A of electrical background will not poach the employees of a B company of an electrical background. You can't do that. So that kind of thing arrangement was a second case, which we did that. We had this new labor law coming in, if you may have heard it in or read it in the newspaper. So few of us form an association and made representation to the necessary regulatory authorities that this will have a long-term, detrimental impact on the industry. For industry to thrive, which is basically predominantly being profitability as a main motive, we should be a little industry friendly rather than a little labor friendly. Of course, here I'm not trying to judge the ethical and unethical part of it, but yes, companies do this kind of agreement between them so that mutually companies will benefit out of this whole exercise. So when companies collaborate in this form, it mutually benefits the players in that particular industry in such a way that yes, all of them benefit as an organization, because we are basically employment providing entities, and our job is to sustain employment along with profitability. So that's one thing. I would also want to share few instances which I think I should share, that companies which have actually achieved success due to collaboration. The Tata Group and Siemens, if you know, they formed a new company, Tata Siemens, which which is basically a manufacturing of electrical equipments. Both the companies have used their individual competencies to come together and collaborate for the mutual benefit of that industry. Similarly, Bharti Airtel and IBM, you know that what's happened on the IT sector, they have also collaborated and brought in that kind of synergies. And thirdly, recently, about a couple of years back, 2 years back, Reliance Industries and Bharat Petroleum have come together for refueling of fuel. as an business model they have started, if you are aware of these. So these are three instances of major giant companies who have collaborated. They don't need it, but they have collaborated for a larger business interest. At an individual level, we have seen leaders who have also collaborated. We have seen Bill Gates and IAM collaborate. We have seen Ratan Tata collaborate, partnership for driving various diverse businesses, both nationally and internationally. We have also seen Narayana Murthy, of the co-founder of Infosys, doing the same thing, bringing in investors for various other business needs. So if you see all at an individual perspective also, at an industry perspective also, people collaborate for mutual benefit. As an individual, you got to do that. As an industry, organizations will do it. So I think so it's a win-win situation. Collaboration definitely is a win-win situation.
Thank you, Praveenji, for this. You have something to add?
Yeah, I wanted to just ask a question so that all of them are awake. So I just need two reasons. Why do you think organizations collaborate? Yeah. Anyone? Yeah.
We have already had two exploring markets is what he said.
Okay. All right.
And what you have?
We just had Mr. Praveen speak about something. Correct.
Mutual
Yeah.
benefits.
Correct. Yeah. So the complementary abilities, I have some capabilities which someone else is not having, and someone else is having something which I might need, right? So that's when I collaborate. Second, see, I can't build everything myself. It's either capital intensive, either time intensive. I would do it if I was given, say, umpteen capital. I had the entire privilege of time. But now when I want something quick, like say, I'm referring to some capacity expansions which you would need, say, the demand of a particular product goes up. Now you want to scale up your capacity, but then it cannot happen overnight, right? So that's when you have to go around and say, okay, they might be my competitor, but they might be having some capacity which they are not using. Now, can I lease that out? Can they give me? I'll pay them and I'll also capture the market, right? So it's actually a very interesting topic with a lot of nuances.
It's another tip. So we got tips from the other two panelists. This tip is basically at why to collaborate. So identify those people who are going to complement you. So you should be collaborating with them who are going to complement you in your core objectives. Right?
Yeah.
So
and see, why would the other player collaborate? Now, I am a player A, I go to player B and I ask him, can you collaborate? Then he'll say, okay, you are my rival. I'm not going to compete with you. Then I say, okay, I go to C, and then he and I would become a team, and maybe we'll sort of kill the other guy, right?
Yes.
So at the risk
So
of
this- right,
not
go on.
losing it, so it's better you collaborate, right?
Yes,
Yeah.
excellently put. So in industrial organization or market structures, this is how companies are going to move ahead. So when they know that, yes, we 4 or 5 are the neck-to-neck competitors, so it's better to merge, better to join hands and be more stronger than the one competitor A. So two companies are going to merge together to fight with the third company. And this is what happened in India, you all know, in telecom segment. Yeah, that
Can
as
I-
rightly
can-
being shared. Yes,
Can
please.
I ask a question too?
Yes, yes, please.
Okay. So she asked about why do you think organizations should collaborate, right? I want to ask you as an individual, why do you think you should network? If any of you have started in any form, give me one reason why you should network.
Yeah, accessing resources what others have.
Yeah. And you had a, yeah.
For better career opportunities, what he
Okay.
said. You had also something, yeah. Learning from the experience of other person.
Okay.
So that we can gain insights from others and also learn from them.
I think great. I mean, you have the answers, and yes,
And we are sure that no one is sleeping. Wow. Good job. Round of applause for all of you.
In fact, I'm going to give you one more tip, if I may. And this is my own personal experience, right? So I read somewhere that, consider yourself as an organization, okay? And every organization has a board of directors. And these board of directors, what do they make you do? They invest. They also make you accountable, right? And they give you advice, guidance, etc. And therefore, if I am an organization, I will also have my own board of directors. And I will call them my personal board of directors. My personal board of directors is my inner circle or my middle circle, who could be family, could be friends, who could be my peers in other industry. And I have that. I actually lean on a lot of people to unlock few things. If I'm not able to understand, if I'm going for an interview and I need help, I know that the HR head of a company where I was previously working would definitely guide me into how to, fare in that interview. So things like that. I think having that personal board of directors is super important, because they are the ones who are going to really make, not just tell you how good you are, but also make you accountable of what you can do better, where you're going wrong, and also make sure that you're also building your skills. And that's what, and sometimes things go wrong in networking is when you have a wrong structure, when you have wrong relationships, and when we have wrong behaviors. So when you have a personal board of directors who can really make sure that you have these things, I think that has worked for me. And I hope it works for you all.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Yes, Divyam,
Yeah, one thing what Sunita ji was saying, what went wrong in networking, I would want to say one thing: never close any door permanently. Remember that in your career, you never know when you need that door again. So networking has very a critical, way forward when we went. You all, land yourself in an absolute AI environment where technology takes over all our work processes. Human connect, good relationships, trust, courtesy, respect, humility will always be lifelong assets to you, which will bear results to you. Remember this throughout your life. I want to share some statistics. LinkedIn has, some time back, given us some statistics. I just wanted to share. Give me a minute.
So meanwhile, I will
Some just statistics is that LinkedIn has been one of its, research that they've done. They have said that 85% of the jobs are filled through personal connections. 85%. So people who don't use network will find themselves in that 15%. 85%. Network can reduce your job search by 50%. Trust me, if LinkedIn has said that, world's #1 networking platform, professional platform, states this. How important is that? I doubt at this stage, is there anyone here who doesn't have a LinkedIn account? I doubt. So if you be active on LinkedIn, post your most smallest minor achievements also. Somebody is noticing you. And if you keep posting, trust me, you don't have to hunt. You will be found out by the right person from your industry. That's how you will be found out. Use network.
Thank you for this. And what Sunita ji just said, talked about, it reminded me for Johari window. Johari window, have you studied in organization behavior? Huh? Yes or no? You will be studying them. So it's like a 2x2 matrix where you know things about yourself, and there are something that you do not know things about yourself, but the network in which you are and that complements you, they know about yourself. So your personal board of director is And no, a thing to take home that you should remember to have people in your network who know what you have and you do not know what you have. So they are the ones who will let you know what you have and what you can do in your life. So, and as what Praveenji just said, that be in that network. So now they have rightly been identified as IIM Raipur branded for life. No, so they are already in that right set of network. But your advice they should be taking again as a take home that no, be careful in how you're moving. So identifying the right set of people and then acting on it. So simply don't have many connections, but follow those specific connections as well. Post your thoughts also on LinkedIn.
Very right. The way, never forget you're from IIM. You will open lot of doors for you in your career. But how long will you keep the door open will depend upon your capabilities, inner capabilities. The tag of the brand of IIM will open multiple doors for you. That's for sure. People will note you. People will take notice of you. But how will you reach to the height of your career will all depend on you. I was a batch in IIM, and I did my PGP in IIM Indore. I had around 130 students out there along with me. I think only around 30% of them made it to the top. Rest all stayed where they are, more or less a little bit here and there. The point I want to tell you is that you got to work on yourself. Nothing is going to be offered to you on a platter. You made it here, but you have to still really work on yourself really hard and make it to the top. Networking is a very crucial skill that you have to develop. And the confidence and the conviction and the self-belief in you will help you to strike those conversations, those crucial conversations that you will have to, develop on the right context that you identify. Only then the magic happens.
Yeah. In fact, I'll just add.
It was okay. Yes,
Okay.
it's working now.
So just add to what you were saying that, and in fact, this is one of the studies which has proven or has come, I think it was released last year, that one of the things which is missing in future leaders is lack of connection. Human connections are so important, but we are letting them go. Digital and technology is overtaking a lot of things, but we have to leverage that technology to make sure that we are connecting with the right people, we are establishing the right connections, and we are making sure that we are in the right networks and we are building right networks. So there were three things actually: lack of clarity of direction, lack of purpose, and lack of connections. I was quite surprised, but it is actually a study which shows that it is a need for global leaders, future leaders.
Yes, Sunita. Yes, Manasati, your
So
point.
again, just one point on just building on what
Yes, so
Sunita ji
yes,
has mentioned.
and take
right?
home for them. Yes.
Yeah, so definitely one thing is we are all inherently competitive, right? Like we've been competing all our life, right? From school, college. So that's so ingrained in us. But when you start working in organizations, right, you cannot be competitive. You have to go for a collaborative approach. If you are a leader or a manager known for your collaborative skills, that will help you go scale a lot of heights. But if you're in the competitive mindset, okay, you are like, okay, my team has to do better than his team, then that's not helping the organization, right? And at a C level, everyone looks at who are those people who are working collaboratively and ensuring that we are working for a common cause. It's not, okay, as a supply chain team, I have done my part. It's the commercial team to sell the product, they're not selling. And then say commercial team will say, okay, we would have sold it, but then say the R&D team is not coming up with the innovative way of developing product, which can help us price at a lower price. At the end of the day, it is what it is. You have a product at a particular point, you have certain skill set, and how do you sort of work harmoniously as a team to make sure the business objective is met. So very action oriented. And I would just, as a piece of advice, request all of you, you will be engaged in a lot of case groups, right? And the general tendency is you go and pair up with the same folks. Okay, same section, same background, same language, whatnot. And that's an inherent bias that you have. You tend to go and say, okay, she is more like me or he is more like me. I think I can work well with them. But just challenge yourself. You might have a feeling that, okay, this is the guy, this is the girl I don't want to work with. You make a sincere, conscious effort to go work with them and see what that would throw up. It will be a very revelating experience for you, right? And I say this largely because I am still an introvert and I've shied away from talking to people for a major portion of my life. I would not talk. But then the moment I started talking to people, right, maybe in my MBA days, because of all the networking collaboration that we are put into, for sure, maybe by forcefully, sometimes due to peer pressure. But then once I started doing it, right, then there are so many good stories, right? When you talk to people, see, again, sorry, I would be going round and round, but essentially for the largest part of my life, whenever I go to present something, the leaders would ask me, what is your story? So your presentation deck might have, say, hundreds of slides, but what is the story is important. And then when you talk to people, you can just think of them as some treasure chest. And every conversation is a key to open that treasure chest. And you learn a lot of things. It's not easy, especially for introverts. I've been there. I am an example. But then try doing it and then you will discover so many new things and it will be very enlightening.
Thank you. Thank you, all three of you. And especially what Manasaji just shared, that taking ownership of what you are doing, even when you are sitting in a R&D department of a company, or you are in marketing department, or you are in product management team. But taking ownership is whatever you are going to do. And that's what our theme is all about. And that's where IIM Raipur is heading, building business owners, right? And so very well connected to that. Yes.
The point that Mansaji has said about competition, it's very, very true. Competition is the rule of the jungle. You will never be able to, you will be eaten alive. Collaboration is the rule of this game. Collaborate and you will grow very fast. Collaborate, you will learn very fast. Collaborate and you will evolve very fast. That's very true. And regarding your associations with people which you mentioned, that also is very true. If you, you are actually the average of the 5 people that you associate with. If you are comfortable in a particular setup, nothing will grow in that particular area. You got to develop an ability to have the courage to approach people, network with people, talk to unknown faces, strike a conversation, which will be a most important, crucial skill that you will require. Out of all the skills that you have, you may be IIM pass out, you may be intelligent, you may have all the best education, you may be having a lot of, confidence, communication. But if there is one skill that you don't have, none of the skills that you work with, you have will work for you. And that one skill is courage. Courage to reach out, courage to go out to unknown frontiers, strike for better opportunities when you want it. That courage, one competency, one skill you have to develop. And once you develop that, network will become very easy. Go to any conference. Many people shy away to talk. What would I do? What would I talk? Hi, hello, nothing more. You completely dry out of your conversation. You got to develop that skill. how to strike, for the various, your target audience. You cannot go on talking to 10 different people, get, connections. That will be meaningless. Find out which domain you exist, what are industry experts, reach out to them, start slightly, reaching out to them. And slowly you will find that it will turn out to be some meaningful, connections.
So the courage part is very important for
Very
them.
important.
That's the take home for you.
Yeah,
Yes,
if you
and
don't-
I think they may be having questions and, Sunita ji, you have to.
Okay,
if
I just want to
anything,
add
very
one.
quickly, or
Yeah.
we'll open for floor for questions.
Just
I
one
have one
thing, is,
last point
before
to
my personal board of directors also has my daughter in it, okay, Gen Z. And I look forward to her very critical review of my thinking, I debate and discuss a lot of things with her. In fact, before coming here, I asked her that, do youngsters today network? She said, yeah, they do. I said, what could stop youngsters from, young people like you all to network? She said, sometimes we feel that we don't have anything to offer. I don't have the experience. You guys have 20 years of experience. So, you can always go and meet people and give a lot and share, knowledge, etc. But we don't have, sometimes we think we don't have anything to offer. I think that's the biggest myth. You guys are the future leaders. You guys are the future consumers. And consumer companies would give anything to hear your perspectives. And believe me, networking is all about that. Today, companies are talking about reverse mentoring. As why? Because we want to know from this future set of consumers as to what they're thinking, what are they looking forward to, what products will work for them, what products will not, so that we build our portfolio accordingly. So do not underestimate the power that you all have, which is the future generation that you all are. So, yeah.
Rightly said here. Yeah, you had something.
Yeah, so I just wanted to touch upon a bit of networking in the context of the regulators. I think it was not discussed at length. So just 2 points there. Anything which has gotten to do with government in it, right? So these are not black and white outcomes. There is a lot of gray area, and then anything that comes of it is very important. Because they are all going to be extremely significant. For example, the recent budget which got presented, right? A couple of cancer drugs. So we had some breast cancer and lung cancer drugs which were exempted from the customs duty. Now, this is a big thing because these drugs, these medicines are quite costly. Like they would easily be like upwards of 1 lakh per month for a patient. Now, when you're seeing a 10% or 12% drop, now this is obviously because of multiple discussions or lobbying, some sort of an influence which would have happened, right? But then effectively what that is doing is 2 things. For the company, it's helping scale up the volumes and also improve the access. Now, earlier a patient was not either able to afford that product or he was not able to continue, he or she is not able to continue that for a longer duration just because of the cost of the therapy. But now the access is significantly improved. Now, and hence a lot of organizations have a market access team or a specific public policy team which focuses on these initiatives. So this becomes even more important in the context of, say, advanced markets like US, because there the variables are much more. And again, in the healthcare sector, the way it works is because US is not an out-of-pocket market, it's a reimbursed market, right? So you're lobbying with the intermediaries who sort of work with the payers and the patients and the manufacturers is critical, right? So in US at least, there are 3 major, you call them PBMs, these intermediaries. These are pharmacy benefit managers. The top 3 contribute to about 70% of the prescriptions, which is like a significant portion of it. Now, if your product is going to be listed in their formulary or not is a make or break deal. So, and it's not easy, but then you have to navigate through these challenges, and networking is one of the key pillars there.
So thank you for this, and probably this would have been one of the questions students would have asked already, and you answered it, that how You see this in your own domain of healthcare. So as you rightly said, role of regulator is there. So it's public policy and business. And you will be happy to know that we have a subject here, public policy and business. And the other part that you said, that understanding your market correctly and then navigating those challenges to reach in that core network group. So thank you all of you for the key takeaways, and let me open floor for questions. Yes, oh, there are so many, but we have already, time is up, but still, okay. So we'll go with you first. Yes. Yeah, come again with your name.
I'm Gitanjali Redma, PhD batch 2426. Sir, beautifully touched upon the topic of LinkedIn. And while I agree it's a great app, but we have to also understand there's a lot of clutter on the app now. Everybody has an opinion on anything and everything. So as a recruiter, what is the kind of content that grabs your attention, that makes a person authentic and say that their profile is great and that kind of?
Okay. Good question, Gitanjali. At the recruitment front, when we look into a LinkedIn's profile, first thing we see the authenticity of the post that he makes, but whether there is some consistency in the post. Okay. LinkedIn is one way where we see the conversation that happens, the threads that happens in the LinkedIn process, the messaging, what kind of post and what kind of consistency. You can't fake. You may make it sometimes, but generally faking it, you can't make it for a long time. But LinkedIn is definitely a way we measure people's, viewpoints. We use Facebook. It could be a completely contrast. I was recruiting for a position in my company, and that position required that person to be completely a rational or apolitical, non-political person, and he projected the same on the LinkedIn also. He gave an image of real his self-image and his comments, very generous way, he said. I went to his Facebook post and I saw that he has an affiliation to a political party and he was a strong advocate of a particular religion. These are two contrasts, this thing. You can't fake for a long time. You may, somewhere you will show up. So this is one way of doing it. But when you you don't use LinkedIn only just for sourcing the candidate. You got to have some kind of interaction and conversation, because the authenticity of the person's psychology is reflected in his past behaviors and the interview table when he comes. We can see that, and over a period of time, when you keep on hiring, especially in hiring manager, with consistently hiring people, you generally have a very good, judgment on the body language, the mindset of that candidate. So that plays a very critical role. You got to see a person in its complete perspective with respect to the overall his particular mindset. That plays an important role. Does it answer your query? But this is should not take you away from that idea. Continue using LinkedIn. It's a very way, and maintain a certain level of authenticity and a very clean image. People generally mix up LinkedIn and have contrasting images on LinkedIn and Facebook. I have seen that multiple times. So maintain a kind of consistency.
Thank you for that advice. You have social networks, but then you have to carefully use it. Yes, you were saying something. What's your question?
Good evening to the panel. I'm Gautam Arora, PhD batch 2426. So firstly, I would like to mention that, sir asked that how many of your LinkedIn and nobody don't have LinkedIn. I'm one of those who tried avoiding LinkedIn for as long as possible and made it just 2 or 3 days before coming years. So that was I was avoiding it, and as you stated, there are reasons, right? There's a lot of clutter and all. But I have found out that it's a useful tool. People have been connecting with me and all that. But so my question here is that how to deal with the ethical issues of networking. Like there's a very thin borderline between networking and being outright selfish, right? So how to identify that borderline and how to deal with someone, who is just trying to network, for their own benefits and, not considering mutual benefit.
For me, thank you for that question. About the clutter part, it's too early for you to understand what's clutter and what's not clutter. Over a period of time, by continuously using it, you will come to know what is that takes you towards your goal and what is that takes you away from the goal. Anything that distracts you away from your goal. What are you in for LinkedIn? Are you joined LinkedIn for a particular objective, or there's a goal that you want to achieve? Or is it just, to be around and reading people's posts and, commenting on it? Or many people don't even respond to any of these things. So the discretion you have to apply at the time of, usage of social media, because there is definitely, I think Gitanjali, what she said was very right. There is huge amount of clutter. And if you are distracted by the clutter, stay away for some time, but get back to on track. But it's very, very important, what's your good name? I forgot. Gautam, sorry, Gautam. It's very, very important that, about the ethical part. Remember one thing, anything and everything that you post on LinkedIn is available for public view. There is toxic people also, people who are supportive also. The amount of trolling that happens. Okay, especially we have seen many, many cases of trolling and things like that. There are so many people basically with various mindsets, various emotions that come into LinkedIn and they start commenting on it. Stay away from anything that is political. That's one thing. Stay away. Do not get personal with anyone. That you're not in LinkedIn for personal reasons of, commenting on somebody else, and don't criticize anyone. It should be exclusively used for learning. Whenever you read a post, what I do, I'm sharing with you. I just judge for them. Is there something that is contributing to my growth? Whether I can use something out of it, whether it motivates me. There are huge amount of stuff which will be demoting. You will have personal opinion for almost everything. Stay away from personal comments. It will get back to you. Any comment that you make will get back to you. Regarding that political, candidate with that political affiliation, which I said, he posted it way back, about a couple of years back. It came back to him at the time when we were recruiting him. So whatever it stays, whatever you put it on the social media, online stays back. Someone somewhere has a track of it. Stay away from all those things. Anything that doesn't add value to your career, anything that takes you away from your goal, stay away from it. Ask your question, a question, does it add value to me? Do I get benefit out of it? Does it? Can I move ahead with this part of this thing on my career goals? If these two doesn't satisfy, stay away. Be very careful on social media, because today, Gen Z, as Sunita ji was saying, you all are, most of you are, unlike us, we all come from joint families and, different kind of family structures. Most of you are in a structure where it is a nuclear family. I have seen in my neighboring, I have a doctor who stays in my neighbor with twin sons. Okay. Both the boys, okay, they sit inside the room, inside the same house, and talk to each other on WhatsApp. What should we order for lunch? What should we? That's the tragic way. We never do. We did it with our siblings. We never had this social media. It has its own benefit. We enjoyed talking and having conversations. this generation has that difficulty of collaboration. That's a genuine need because we come from that structure. Times have changed. Family structures have changed. Joint families have gone. We are all staying, in an environment where loneliness is the thing. We love to be alone. We have our own world inside us. And this is one of the reasons why interaction, networking, conversation makes things difficult for you. That difficulty you will face. But again, if you have courage, you can do it.
Yes, so thank you for answering what you should not be doing on social networks. Yes.
Very dangerous there, but it's a gallon of
Right.
opportunities also.
Because what Gautam was asking, like how to understand that probably who is not the right set of people. So you can follow their history because what goes on digital stays there forever. So that you have to carefully choose the people to work with. Okay, so anyone else who would like to answer him, or we can take then another question, one last question, probably from that side. Yes, you there? Yes, you just send a mic to, just stand up.
Good evening, panel. I'm Ronak Dolani from PGB batch 2426. So, ma'am, you spoke about being an introvert during the initial days of your life. So, I would like to ask how difficult for you it was for transitioning from being an introvert to an extrovert. Also, what skills did you work upon?
That's a great question. And I would still say I'm still an introvert, but I'm trying really hard. And one effort is being here amongst all of you, right? But the introvert in me said, okay, I'm not going, I'm not talking. But then I'm like, no, I should go. That's the advice I've given you, right? Even in your case groups, look for people whom you don't want to work with. And frankly, I thoroughly enjoyed this session and I'm grateful I'm here. I'm sure you would also have the same. It's not going to be easy, but it's a conscious effort that you have to make. And I would still love to be an introvert. I would still want to go back in my room and then have my me time. But then this is still interesting, right? You have to do all of it.
You need to come out of your comfort zone. And so we have been trying to make them as discomfortable as possible, but still they need to come out of their comfort zone.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Let me disclose to you. What's your good name, ma'am?
Ronak.
Ronak, I'll disclose a secret. I share the same introvert, characteristic. I myself was an introvert, but I had a very excellent boss. He knew I was a shy guy in the beginning of my career, and I had a huge problem with stage fright. Okay, but I had a fantastic boss. I was lucky, and he's still there. Retired and there. But he did a wonderful thing on me. Okay, he gave me every opportunity whenever there was a meeting or there is a conference or a seminar or a lecture, he will push me to it, and he constantly was pushing me to it. And every time I used to go ahead, but with that push and deliver. I used to goof up. I used to mess up. I used to do multiple. I think in the one of the times when I did, I had a run. Okay, and it was so embarrassing. Somebody asked me, "Are bimar ho kya?" But I said, yes. I don't know. It came very spontaneously. Yes, I have a run. That's okay. Don't you have it? So I didn't care what other people felt. Second thing, I made a mess out of words. Instead of Canada, I told Canada. Would you believe this? This happened very early in this day. I goofed up multiple. And within maybe about a couple of years, one of the largest, gathering which I could address was one of our plant at Silvassa, where both the plants, all the workers, I think around 2,000 people were there, and I could address all of them, both in Hindi, Marathi, and English. And why did I do that? I every time I fell down, every time I goofed up, every time I went wrong, I told myself, it's okay to be wrong. It's okay to be goof up. No one is perfect. I did it so many times that now goofing up becomes a normal. I might have goofed up today many times, but I know, I'm convinced that I can do it.
I just had one thing to state here. Thank you for that. See, we are seeing Praveen, who has an extreme ease in conversing with people now, who's come a long way, right? He said that he was an introvert. And I've had similar experience. My boss, she's an amazing lady, right? It's so natural. Like if she starts talking, every one of you would just literally be there staring at her. And then she tells me that she is an introvert, but somehow she's developed that capability. So now that's sort of stuck in my head. So she tells me that she is an introvert and she does such an amazing job. Then, okay, then she is my role model. Then I can do it too. Now you have another person right in front of you who's been the most talkative, I would say, but still he claims that he was an introvert at one point. So if he does it, then we can all do.
I had terrible stage fright. And now it's the stage now. I will not hand over this microphone to anyone.
Yes, we have already overshooted by 15 minutes. Huh?
Thank you so much. You all are wonderful. Wish you all the best.
No offense, sir. I was just portraying you as the role model.
And madam, you have any last word for our students? And just to add, I've also been there, being an introvert, and still I enjoy my personal time. I don't get that, but yes, being an introvert, I will call myself. They know they have to face me every time, in nights as well. So yes. No, I think it's the problem is with extroverts too. I'm an extrovert. I hate to be alone. Okay, I can't be alone, and I don't need me time. I want everybody's time. Okay, so but the fact is, networking is an effort everybody has to make, whether you're an introvert or extrovert. When I joined ISB for the management course in public policy, it was a diverse class. And my first day, I was like, okay, there are 39 students, only 10 of us from the private sector. Rest of them were IPS and IS officers. You know, like, how do you really get along with this set? It's completely skewed. But then I think I worked on it. And today my biggest takeaway from that course is the network that I have. I know IPS officers in very senior positions across the country. I know IS officers who are very senior officers, and I know that they will help when you need them. Yes. So it's whether you are introvert or extrovert, effort is the same across. Okay. Right. Yes. So lovely put here, and that we have strong ties as our family, friends, very close network that we have, and we have weak ties, these informal ties that we developed via social networks, in our colleagues in institute, your friends here. Not everyone is a best friend, but yes, you have an excellent network to live with. These weak ties, what she developed with that IPS community, and what he was talking and what she was talking about, they are more stronger sometimes even than the strong ties that you have, because these kind of job information, the clues that you get, some problem solving thing will come up. The community network that helped during COVID days that we were discussing, the problem solving skill that will come up, some clue that you can get from these weak ties. So remember this is from network theory that gives you an understanding that your weak ties are much more stronger. Okay, so with this note, I will once again, thank you so much. Amazing panel, amazing discussion.
Thank you for such an intriguing discussion.
Let's have a huge round of applause again for them. We extend our sincere thanks to the panelists. Your expertise and diverse perspectives have offered us a well-rounded understanding on the theme of building bridges.
We also want to acknowledge our moderator, Professor Rashmi Shukla, for guiding this discussion with skill and clarity.
Now I request Professor Smriti Pandey, Co-Chairperson Placements, to present a memento as a token of gratitude to our esteemed guest and moderator. Ms. Manasa Sathujosa. Shri Praveen Mahadevan. Ms. Sunita Patnaik. Professor Rashmi Shukla. We now request the panelists and the moderator to come together for a photograph.
Thank you all of you for being such a wonderful audience.
Or we have 5 minutes. Yeah.
We have stuff. Yes, I'll just introduce them.
We'll start with the valedictory in next few minutes. Students are requested to remain seated.
So who belongs to the same plate and you are my social circle is the social circle. You can't be friends with mine. You have to have new friends. Me and my husband are very much compatible. We are a family of introverts. Same as with my husband. He also don't talk. No, sometimes I am also not talking, he's also not talking. Yes, so you please take your respective seat. They are going to bring this in a proper juice to take care of this. With certain other goodies. As a memory that you should take care of, certain other goodies will come in the jute bag. I need to use the washroom maybe. Is it this way? Yes, this is, we have one that side also. I think it's
Students are requested to remain seated.
I should sit though. Okay.
I'll give you a little introduction and then.
As we approach the conclusion of this remarkable Leadership Summit 2024, it is time for the valedictory note. We are honored to have Shri Praveen Mahadevan, Chief Human Resource Officer at Gold Medal India. His wealth of experience and insights make him the perfect person to deliver the key takeaways from today's discussion. Let's have him with a huge round of applause.
Started right away. So, good evening, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, members of the management of IIM, members of the faculty, distinguished guest of honor, and all the students of class 2024. As we are nearing the end of the two-day leadership workshop, I am sure and confident that you have some key takeaways which you can implement in your day-to-day life and your life ahead. Learning and sharing some deep thoughts, deep learning experiences. I think the two-day session has been a real value addition to you. I sincerely hope we've been able to share our experience, and it was a good learning experience for all of you. There is few things that I would like to share, and I have only 5 minutes that I'm told. So 10 minutes. Okay, thank you. Some beliefs and some convictions that I have in my career, which I would like to share with you. Everyone in this world, sitting here in this conference room, outside this conference room, and anywhere in the world, has one thing common, which is core to their heart. One thing that each human being wants in life. One thing for which all of us live each day. And that is to fulfill the trust, the truest and the highest expression of our potential as a human being. You agree with me? Why are we here on this earth? To fulfill our truest and highest potential. And that will make our life really meaningful. Today, you are here, sitting here. Today, I am in front of you, speaking to you, is only to share my truest and fullest potential, so that I go back from here having a sense of, that I have given my best to all of you. 20 years down the line, you will be more disappointed on things that you did not do at the right time than the things that you did in your life. You understand what I'm trying to tell you? 20 years down the line, most of us will be more disappointed on things that we did not do rather than the things that we did. So throw away all the tow lines, sail away from the safe harbor, catch the trade winds in your sail, dream big, explore, discover your talent, and achieve great heights in your career. You must know what sparks the light in you. What is that brings you alive? What is the purpose of your life mission? And then illuminate the world in its own way, in your own individual way. Genius is nothing to do with genetics. Trust me, it is nothing to do with genetics. It's more to do with your daily habits. Cultivate daily habits from tomorrow onwards, which leads up to your life's mission, your life goals. Try doing it. Success is very simple. There is no complicated formula for success. Trust me, I haven't seen it yet. Success is merely all about executing flawlessly of things that you already know. Whatever you know, keep executing. And slowly, you will move towards the path of this success. It's not a destination. It's a process. It's a journey. Slowly start executing. slowly start delivering, slowly start taking actions, and you will slowly move towards the so-called dream destination of success. In my previous class with the HR team, I had mentioned that your real job in this world is to find out the purpose of your life, the calling of your soul, and then align your career and your profession towards that. Your purpose, your calling, your passion should match your career. When both of them match together, success is guaranteed. You will only suffer if your life path does not belong to you. You cannot dream, you cannot walk the path of somebody else's dream. You got to dream your own passion, achieve your own goal. Everybody of us have our individual goals that we have to do. Everybody has a dream to achieve. Our paths are different. But if you understand what is the purpose of your goal, what is the purpose of your life, and align it to your profession, success is guaranteed. Before we are here all in this fabulous school, and you all will soon enter, maybe in a couple of years, that's the next year, or you will all enter in this world, and each one of you will pursue your own dreams, your own passions, your own gifts that God has wrapped inside you. Each one will have a supreme destiny to fulfill. All of you. So before I close this session, I want to wish each one of you a very successful and happy career ahead. Go ahead, make a difference in this world, and success is yours. God bless you. Yeah. So thank you, and we are any questions? You have, is there a QA section? Yeah, if there's a QA session or anybody has a specific question with respect to your purpose, your goal, your passion, anything. As a student, you can ask anything that you want to. Courage, I told you. If you don't have the courage, how will you network? Gitanjali, good. Tell me.
I had a question. So I worked at a talent acquisition firm for 2 months, just for 2 months as an intern. And those 2 months were the best 2 months of my life. I loved human resources. But at the same time, I think that I might do well in marketing. So how do you choose one domain over the other? And what is that one confirmation point where you can say, okay, this is the domain that you will fare well?
Okay. As I told you, your number one job is to find out what is that natural gift that God has put in you. When we are born, I believe that when we are born, God has wrapped a gift inside us, which is our core strength. And your number one job is to find out what is that natural gift that God has given. It's not hidden upon some mountain or in the deep sea or elsewhere. It is really inside you. So your job is to find out what is that core passion of yours? What is that calling of yours? What is that sparks the light in you? What is that you get up every morning and you will look forward for? If that's the question that you have to ask, you have to spend some time in your isolation to find out what is your core passion. What is that brings you alive? Then, and one question if you ask today when you go home to your individual rooms or campuses and sit in the isolation and ask yourself one question which will answer what is your core passion. The question that you have to ask yourself is that, what is that I can do absolutely great, awesome, with the least efforts? I again repeat, ask this question yourself. What is that I will be able to do absolutely best with the least efforts? That's your passion. And if that is marketing, please move to marketing. Because unless you know your life path, people suffer only because, whether it's career or whether it is personal life, because they do not understand, they have taken a wrong path. That path doesn't belong to them. And you go ahead in that path and you will realize whether it is your professional life, it's a wrong partner, it's a wrong decision, anything that you do, you got to first question whether does this path belong to me? The day I struggled on another domain, the day I realized that HR is my calling of my soul, I have never worked in my entire career and I'm paid for what I love to do. So understand what you love to do. Read Ikigai. It's a Japanese technology. Go home, read it. You will understand what is your Ikigai. And that will make a remarkable difference. Thank you, Gitanjali, for that question. Yes, ma'am.
Good evening, sir. My name is Simran Jadhav, PGB batch 2426.
Yes, Simran.
Sir, as you mentioned that, you should not forget that you're from an IIM. But what if that mention of IIM becomes a point of arrogance or ego for other people in the organization? So how do I go about it and how do I network or build that bridge between them?
Yes. Irrespective of whatever degrees and whatever prestigious university you come from, there are few elements of your human behavior that you have to always maintain. And what you should not maintain, I'll tell you. Let humility, respect, trust be your core behavioral trait. Humility is one thing which is an achuk astra, which will never miss its target. Let me tell you. The more you have humbleness, respect, courteous behavior, the more doors will you open. Arrogance will close doors. And for that, you have to move away from your ego consciousness. We generally are human beings. Ego takes predominantly, plays a greater role in our behavioral, day-to-day behavioral. Move away from your ego consciousness and move more towards being more as a human. And today's session with HR was conscious leadership, compassionate leadership. So you got to develop that habit of, seeing you in others and others in you. So remember that we are all one. And irrespective of our designation, position, wealth, your size of your office, your car, property, all of them will fade over time. Nothing is going to do. 3 years from now, when I retire, none of them will be. But all the relations and associations that I had, when they meet me on the street, they will all call me sir or give me respect. So sustainability of your position is not on designation, position, property. It's about the amount of respect that you give. Even when you enter a gate, give respect to the watchman. Every time he sees you, he will open the door for you. Many doors of your career, many doors of your professional and personal life can be, opened and kept open by merely being humble, down to earth, courteous. These are traits which can never be compromised anywhere. You may become a graduate, I am, never show off that, because that's not been this thing. Thank you, Simran. Yes, at last, a boy. Tell me.
Hello.
I want the guys also to ask me some questions.
Good evening, sir. My name is Shayan Malik, PGB batch 2426. Sir, on a similar note, like we are starting our career, admitted into a B school. But for example, you after you reach or attain a level of goals that you had previously when you started your career, there is a saturation. So what drives you as a person? That what are the things that you look forward whenever you wake up that motivates you to do more?
Great. My what's your good name? Shayan. Shayan, do you know what's my role in my company? My role is not about just hiring, training and development, payroll, statutory. My job is to inspire my employees. My job is to motivate them. My job is to solve their problems. My job is to build them. Okay. The easiest thing is to destroy. The easiest thing is to blame. The easiest thing is to criticize. That comes very, very naturally. But to motivate, to inspire people. Anybody who enters my cabin, maybe 5 feet will be going out of my cabin with 10 feet. That's the mental setup that I maintain. And my job is to inspire and motivate people. I have made that as my mantra. And to do that, every morning, like how you get up in the morning and, first thing what we do, we take our mobile and see whether there's a charge. And most of the time there's no charge. The first thing we do is charge our mobile. What I do, I charge myself. I get up and there is a lifetime learning that I do. Every morning, at least 2 hours I spend on reading something which will motivate me, because my job is to motivate someone else. How do I give away what I don't have? You got it? If I have to speak to you in this manner, I have to be 10 times more motivated and convinced that my job is to motivate you. I can't fake it to make it. Okay. So my routine daily behavior is that I spend a lot of time on upgrading reskilling, upskilling my, core competencies required. When you're in head of HR, daily there is a new challenge. It could be a situation, it could be people related, it could be event or something that goes wrong. Every day something goes wrong because we are dealing with people, and people are not animals of logic. They are animals of emotions. They come with emotions. So my job, my core job, my number one job is to ensure that people problems are resolved. They are motivated. They are inspired. And to do that, I have to inspire myself. So everyone, I do that battery charging for myself. So I come completely charged. Yes, gentlemen.
Good evening, sir.
Good
My name
evening.
is Shirish Marathan. I am
Shri?
from Shirish.
Shirish.
I am from PGP Patch 2426. Sir, speaking about money is a taboo in society for now. But as we are
Come again? I didn't. What?
speaking about money, speaking openly about money and how to make it is a taboo in business in normal society. But as we are in business school, I would like to ask you a question: how to go about it? How to take money as a tool and make it tool for the success? Because see here, my question is directed to the point that everyone here, they are here for training, they are here for learning new skills, but everything relates to money. What other skills do you want us to have in order to make it big in life, rather than money?
Okay. See, money is not a one skill that you can, money is not something that you have to run behind. Okay. It comes along with your enhanced competencies. Okay. Other skills that you said. Okay. But that doesn't mean that you shouldn't, negotiate your salaries when you go for an assignment. Do negotiate it. Okay. That is a healthy sign. Okay. You should know your market value. You should know what you deserve. and you should not compromise on your sense of, value that you feel that is required, the market has to offer for you. So money is not a dirty thing, right? But it has to be a outcome of your competencies. And competencies come is by way of service. Okay. The day you understand how competencies, as you change your paradigm of, to a service oriented personality, automatically you create value for your stakeholders. And there you had a position to demand what is it. So don't run behind money, but at the same time, don't overlook it at also. So over a period of time, you will earn money provided whatever. I read somewhere long back is that, never there has been a case where your competency has been less and your money has been more. There's never been a case. You generally get your money worth depending upon your competencies in the market that you can offer yourself. Your thinking will never, your money will never exceed your thinking or your capabilities. That's what I feel. Now, the skills that you require, that was your second part of your question, other than the money. The skill part, what you require is that you got to be a strong communicator. I have seen so many cases around me that the person is extremely talented, well-read, well-educated, but simply cannot put across his points of across. So what happens in that, if your communication skill is not good and you are not well-read of your latest, what is relevant to your industry, to your domain, you will eventually not be able to strike a conversation to get money. So your success, in an organization will depend on three things. Remember that. Okay. When do we call that? As there are three competencies that you will have to develop when you get into an organization. One, you got to have a leadership of business. Now, business means whichever domain you are pertaining to. You may be in HR, you may be in supply chain, you may be in marketing, you may be in strategy. Your fundamental knowledge of your leadership of your domain should be very strong, right? The business partnership, somebody was mentioning about strategic business partner and all that, somebody were mentioning in the HR session. So you got to be a strategic, to your business, because that's where you'll find your, direct alignment to your business owners. Second, you will have to have the leadership of results. You will be judged and rewarded in terms of money that you're talking about, only in terms of the outcome, result, and what you deliver to business. There cannot be a case where you are not delivering, you're not giving outcome, there is no results from your side and you get money or increment or promotion. There's no case. So you will be judged on what you deliver to your organization. And third and most important, leadership of people. How you manage people, how you manage your soft skills are very, very important to have success. One thing which I want to like to tell you, in the quotient of success, only 15% is attributed to your functional knowledge. 85% of the quotient of success is attributed to your people skills, to your soft skills, to your communication, how you build networks, how do you collaborate with people. That comes in that 85%. So how important is people skills? How important is soft skills? Communication indicates that 85% of your success will depend on that. And only 15% is the educational. Education alone will not help you. There are tremendous, requirement of soft skills. You got to be a good communicator. You have to be a very strong communicator. So if you're not networking, you're not collaborating, it's a struggle way ahead.
I apologize, I could not articulate my question very well, but I thank you for your.
No, but I just could, whatever I could understand from whatever your question that I tried to answer. If there's anything left, you can still ask me. Thank you, Shirish. So thank you and wish you all the best. God bless you and stay in touch and network. That's the reason why I'm here. So network and collaborate and let all of you reach great heights in your career. God bless you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Now we would invite Professor Rashmi Shukla ma'am to honor the guest with a memento.
Thank you, sir, for enlightening our future leaders.
As we come to the close of the Leadership Summit 2024, it is time to reflect on the invaluable insights and perspectives we have gathered over past 2 days. We are honored to invite Professor Smriti Panda, Co-Chairperson Placements, to deliver the final vote of thanks. Professor Smriti, Faculty of Marketing, earned her PhD from University of Mysore with research focusing on retail performance. Her work is published in top journals and presented in many conferences. She is known for her expertise in marketing management, brand management, and retail marketing. Ma'am has significantly contributed to industry training and development. Let's have a huge round of applause for her while we welcome her to the stage.
Thank you, Divyam and Ekta. And before I conclude or bring this summit to a closure, I would like to thank our dear panelists for actually, ending it in a fabulous way. It couldn't have been better. And in a way, you made us believe that in this world, which is, filled with extroverts who are very much vocal, are easily noticeable, even introverts can make a difference. I used to believe that introverts have that unique quality like a salt, whose presence cannot be felt, but absence can make a difference. But you proved me wrong here because Not that you just made an impact, you also made your presence felt. So with these words, let me come to the final conclusion and let me propose a formal vote of thanks to all. As we come to the closure of this amazing leadership summit, it is my honor to deliver vote of thanks on behalf of our institution, IIM Raipur. As my colleague, Professor Rashmi, pointed out right at the beginning, that these 2 days will be the most powerful ones in terms of collaboration between academia and industry. At this moment, standing here, I couldn't agree more. This event has been an inspiring journey of knowledge, ideas, and shared experiences. It would not have been possible without the collective efforts of many people. Therefore, we here at IIM Raipur would like to acknowledge the contributions of everyone who made this event a great success. First and foremost, I'd like to express our deep gratitude to the esteemed guest speakers and panelists. Your insights into leadership, innovation, and the future of industry have not only enlightened us, but have also challenged us to think critically and aspire us to be better leaders in our respective domains. Your wisdom will guide our students today, tomorrow, and forever. Your presence here for the event reaffirms the commitment towards fostering next generation. It reflects your support on our mission to shape and build business owners. And for that, we are truly, truly grateful. I would also like to acknowledge the efforts of our esteemed faculty members. Their support has been instrumental in bringing this event to life. My sincere thanks to our staff members for the seamless coordination and execution of the entire event. I also extend my thanks to the CDPO office, media office, IT office, and Pixel, as well as all the student volunteers. Your dedication, hard work, and attention to detail have ensured that this summit was not only successful, but also memorable. Thank you to all the attendees for being patient listener, a quality to be cherished. A special thanks, and this is a big one, to all our student placement committee members who worked tirelessly day and night to make this event a great success with 35 eminent personalities visiting our campus. Last but not the least, the Leadership Summit cannot be concluded without thanking our own leader. So, although in his absence, but I like to thank our director, Professor Kakani, for his unwavering support for the summit and hereafter as well as forever. Once again, thank you all for making the Leadership Summit a huge success. We look forward to seeing you at future and continue with this journey of learning. To all our panelists, have a safe travel. And to all my dear students, best wishes for you being future business owners. With this, we come to an end. Thank you all.
Thank you, ma'am. We extend our heartfelt gratitude to everyone who played a role in making this event a huge success. As we wrap our flagship leadership summit at IIM Raipur, we are inspired by the energy and insights shared over these 2 days. Thank you for being a part of this transformative experience. Wishing you a wonderful evening, and we look forward to our continued journey together in shaping the future.
Let's have a huge round of applause for them. Students are requested to stay seated while the guest leaves.
You may disperse now.